Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Tank by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Troy Duran and Gillian Macy. 1. Tank. I never bothered to turn my lights off on Halloween night. I don't like kids, and Halloween is a stupid holiday anyway. It's an intrusion, and I fucking hate intrusions. People expect you to open your door a million times in the course of a single night, make goo-goo eyes at some pint-sized ghost or princess, and shell out a bunch of candy that will just rot their stupid teeth. It's a racket and a half. The candy industry, the costume industry, not to mention the dentists, all having a goddamn field day, while everyone else just hands them money. Lucky for me, no one in my neighborhood ever comes to my house for that shit. When you're the resident big scary biker on the block, no parents are going to let their kids get anywhere near your place. Not in broad daylight, and especially not at night. Ever since I moved in here 3 years ago, the word's gotten out that my house and property are not to be fucked with. As a result, I don't bother to buy candy for trick-or-treaters. Not that I would anyway. And I don't bother to pretend I'm not home. The rest of the neighborhood pretends for me. And that suits me just fine. So when the doorbell rings about 8 o'clock on Halloween night, I'm halfway into my second beer, sitting on the couch watching Ohio State play Alabama. I cut an irritated glance at the front door, mumble something profane, and go back to watching the game. I don't bother getting up. Whoever's dumb enough to want a trick-or-treat here will get the message soon enough. About 30 seconds later, the doorbell rings again, not just once, but over and over. 5 times, then 6, then 7. Fuck me. Whoever these idiots are, they clearly have a death wish. They're from this goddamn neighborhood, that's for sure. I guess there's a chance that it could be one of the lords, here to piss me off. But they'd call or text first, before just showing up like this. Plus, a lot of those fuckers have rugrats of their own, so they're out doing the trick-or-treat thing with the rest of the goddamn town. The doorbell rings again. Swearing a blue streak, I haul myself to my feet. This person better be able to run fucking fast, I mutter as I slam my bottle of beer down on a side table. I cross the room in a couple of strides, suck in a big lungful of air, and get ready to shout the motherfucker into next week as I yank open the door. But what I see on the other side stops the words in my throat. It's a tiny little kid. A single, pint-sized little girl with curly, frizzy brown hair. She's maybe 4, 5, I don't know. I don't know anything about that shit. She's not wearing a costume, except she's got a light blue tutu thing on over some striped leggings. Even in the dim light, I can see the tutu is shabby, ripped on one side. She's got a worn jean jacket that's not really warm enough for this fall night. On her back is a sagging backpack that's almost as big as she is. And she's carrying one of those little orange plastic pumpkin deals with the black handles for collecting candy. I can't exactly shout at this little girl. She looks scared enough as it is. I glance around, left and right, trying to see where her parent is, but there's no one else in sight. I don't have any candy, kid, I say, trying not to sound too gruff. Sorry. The little girl looks down at her feet and shrugs. She digs the toe of her scuffed pink Crocs into the cement of my front porch. But she just stands there, waiting anyway. I look up and down the street again. There's some groups of older kids, but no other people out within half a block, and no parents. You with those kids? I ask, pointing. The little girl shakes her head once, refusing to look up at me. Her brown curls swish around her face. What the fuck? You live around here? Nothing. Where's your folks? Still nothing. Kid just keeps looking down at the ground. I realize she hasn't said a single damn word since I opened the door. Are you out here by yourself? I ask, starting to get a little concerned. You're a little young for that, ain't you? I take a step outside my door, thinking there has to be someone with her. The little girl startles, scurries back about a foot. Shit, I'm scaring her. Of course I am. Furrowing my brow, I make myself move slowly and crouch down low until I'm as close to her eye level as I can get. Come on, I say as gently as I can. Can you tell me where your mom and dad are? A brother or sister, maybe? Are they out here trick-or-treating with you? She dips her chin shyly, but for the first time she looks at my face. A pair of wide, solemn eyes meet mine. Down the block, in a car I don't recognize, the driver flicks on its headlights and pulls away from the curb. The little girl's head swivels toward the sound of the engine. She makes a single, high-pitched sound deep in her throat, like a sob or a keen. Kid, I say the word more sharply than I mean to. Her head snaps back toward me. Those wide eyes meet mine again. The dark pools are glistening now. Her lower lip trembles. Sorry, I didn't mean to bark at you. I let out a breath. But look, you gotta talk to me. Who are you? Who are you with? Can you tell me where they are? For a second, she doesn't do anything. Then, raising her little arm, she holds out the orange plastic pumpkin. For the first time, I notice there's a folded sheet of paper sticking out of it. I stare at it, then at her. She lifts the pumpkin up another couple of inches. Confused, I take the piece of paper out and unfold it, then hold it up to catch the light coming from the living room behind me. Written in a scrawl, with cheap blue ballpoint ink, are 4 sentences that are about to change my life. Her name is Wren. She's yours. You can protect her. I can't. Jess.
2. Katie. Of all the jobs I've ever had, and I've had a few, being a waitress is by far the hardest. It's only 3 hours into my shift, and the lunch rush isn't even over yet, but I'm dead on my feet. I was hoping this gig would get easier physically with time, but at this point, I'm not optimistic. Looking over at Penny, the head waitress, I honestly don't know how she does it. She cruises around the diner like everyone's best friend, laughing and joking with young and old alike. You'd never know whether she was tired or not, and she's probably at least twice my age. God, I feel like such a weakling, especially on days when the downtown diner is really busy. When I get home at the end of my shift, sometimes I'm too tired to even take a shower to wash the grease and fried onion smell off of my skin and hair. Hal, you want to cut down on those desserts. Behind the counter, Penny chides a longtime regular with a prominent gut who's sitting by himself. More of me to love, as my sainted mother would say, Hal grunts with a twinkle in his eye. Penny gives him a smile that softens her critique. I'll serve you today, seeing as how this lemon icebox pie is a slice of heaven. But you know Dr. Hennings comes in here too, and I'll never hear the end of it if he thinks I'm contributing to your insulin problems. Ah, Hal scoffs, waving a mottled, dimpled hand. If all of us was healthy, Hennings would go broke. Bet he ain't complaining about how much dessert I eat when he's on one of his fancy vacations I help pay for, is he? Down the counter, a bark of laughter erupts from Fred Sorkin. He's in here on his lunch break from his job at the hardware store a couple blocks down. The same hardware store I live above. You got that right, he crows. Penny lets out an exaggerated sigh. Fine. Eat yourself into an early grave. See if I care. You can just keep them thoughts to yourself, Hal tosses back, mock irritably. I don't come in here for advice. Be more like Katie over there, he says, indicating me. She doesn't try to tell me what to eat. Katie's got more sense than I do, I guess, Penny mutters. She knows an old fool when she sees one. She gives me a wink as she swivels to go grab Hal his pie. I can't help but chuckle. "Hey, waitress!" My shoulders tense as I instantly recognize the voice. I stop my face muscles from contorting into a grimace, then slowly turn toward the obnoxious customer sitting in one of my booths over by the window. "I've been waiting on my check for 5 minutes," he complains in a loud voice. "Can I get some service here? Some of us have jobs to get back to." I hurry over, willing myself to maintain my composure. The customer's name is Rob Warner. His slightly puffy face, with its prominent dimpled chin and receding hairline, is easily recognizable as the same one on the business card he's pinned in the center of the corkboard at the front of the diner. Warner is a realtor here in town, though you'd think he was the freaking emperor of Tanner Springs, the way he acts and carries himself. Every single conversation I've ever heard him have, he manages to slip this, "I'm a successful and important businessman," routine into practically every sentence. He's always just stopping in for a quick bite between appointments, and always in a rush. Whenever he's in the diner, he takes every single opportunity to comment on the length of time it takes to get his meal, how long he had to wait for a refill on his Diet Coke, or how he was hoping to grab dessert, but now he won't have time since the service was so slow. I hate this guy. Giving Warner my best, widest smile, even though I know from experience he's a lousy tipper, I pull his check from the stack I have in my apron pocket. He's already got his flashy gold credit card out, holding it between his index and middle fingers. As I take it, he does a studied flick of his wrist and checks his Apple Watch with a sigh. I get it. We all get it. Jesus, I fume silently. I pass Penny on my way to the register to run his card. She meets my gaze and snorts, rolling her eyes. Instantly, the tension in my shoulders relaxes. She always knows how to make me feel better when a customer starts to get me worked up. Penny has had a lot longer to learn to let that stuff roll off her back, I guess. To watch her, you'd never think she got ruffled by anything. I suppose I'll eventually learn that too, if I end up being a server as long as she has. I don't know exactly how long Penny has been at this job, though I know it's been many years. When I asked her once how long she's worked at the diner, she just laughed and told me it was longer than Methuselah was alive. "I've been working here since it opened," she told me, flipping her hand to wave away the years. "I was a waitress at the downtown diner when Dick Dawson bought the place from the original owner." Penny's pink lipstick mouth curled a little at the mention of our boss. "The only reason I didn't quit right when the business changed hands was that I'd got used to the place and the customers. Dawson has the personality of a bloated cockroach and the business sense to match. He doesn't know how lucky he is I stuck around. His business would have dried up and blown away if I hadn't." I had to admit, the description of my boss's personality was accurate. Thankfully, he doesn't actually spend very much time here at the diner, or I might not have stuck it out for the few months I've been here. When I came in that first day for my interview, he had leered at me the whole time and all but stuck his hand up my shirt to check whether my boobs were real. Even then, Penny was already fixing things behind the scenes. She managed to catch my attention that day as I sat across from him in the booth, rolling her eyes and making funny faces. It made me feel better about accepting the job. Like if she was working here, even with a gross perv of a boss like this, it couldn't be too bad. That was a damn good thing, because I really needed employment, and the downtown diner was pretty much my only prospect. Even though the hours I get, plus tips, barely keep a roof over my head, it's kept me out of the poorhouse so far. I can't help but chuckle at the memory as I hustle back to Rob Warner's table. I slap down the plastic sleeve containing his card and receipt with a cheery, "There you go, sir. Have a great day." Kill 'em with kindness is my motto with jerk customers. It's not quite as satisfying as letting them have it, but I can't afford to get fired. and I can't seem to get away with open mockery the way Penny does. Before Warner can reply, I'm off again, racing back to the kitchen to grab a patty melt and hash browns for another customer. Well, that's him gone for the day. I take a moment to send up a little prayer that next time Rob Warner will sit in someone else's section. The rest of the lunch rush passes pretty normally, and things eventually start to quiet down for the afternoon. Between Penny, me, and Max, the dishwasher who also busses tables, we get the front cleaned up. Carl, the short-order cook, finally has a couple of minutes to go out back for a smoke break. I grab a bin of clean silverware from Max and set to work rolling them in napkins. As I work, I press my shoulder blades back to ease some of the tension and roll my neck a few times. I start to fantasize about a long, hot bath when I get home. Maybe even a glass of wine and a good book while I soak. While I'm reveling in my little fantasy, the familiar clink-clank of the bells sounds at the front door, announcing a customer. I lift my eyes from my work to see who it is. The afternoon sun is shining behind the figure, so at first I only see the silhouette, a large man, tall and muscled. His dark shadow fills the doorway. As he steps through to the inside, the light gives me a better look at him. Wow. He's massive, wide-shouldered and well-built. He's incredibly handsome, in a rough-hewn way, with a body that looks like it was sculpted from dark marble. His longish brown hair is worn loose and falls almost to his shoulders. He wears his beard close-cropped, and I notice it's nuanced with flecks of red. His piercing eyes are sharp and alert. Sensuous, sculpted lips part as he scans the room, and I actually sink down in the booth a little because I'm suddenly nervous he'll catch me staring. The thing is, it's incredibly hard not to stare at him. He's that good-looking. He's got kind of a Jason Momoa vibe going, except, unlike Momoa, this guy looks like he doesn't smile much. I bend my head down and continue sneaking looks at him through my lashes. My thirsty eyes take in the worn jeans that fit him like a caress, the utilitarian motorcycle boots, and then come to a screeching halt as I recognize his leather jacket. My lip curls as I recognize the familiar patches and placement. I'm all the way across the diner, but I don't have to read them to know what they say. Lords of Carnage MC. Ugh. The Lords of Carnage are a local biker club here in Tanner Springs. They're an outlaw MC, from what I hear. Tanner Springs and the surrounding area is their territory. The downtown diner is a hangout of the clubs. Groups or pairs of them have stopped in for a meal more than a few times since I started working here. Though never this particular one, at least not during my shift. The Lords eat at the downtown diner for free, and there's a reason for that. Penny explained it to me during my first week. The Lords run protection for a bunch of businesses in Tanner Springs, and the diner is one of them. Which means that Dick Dawson pays them some amount of money every month, in exchange for which they make sure the diner stays safe from any criminal elements that might be in the area. That's the line Penny gave me anyway. Not that Penny would know it, but I'm no stranger to what running protection means. One of the main reasons I came here to Tanner Springs was to get away from my own family, particularly my stepfather and everything surrounding him. My mother's decision to marry Vincent Cray was her ticket out of poverty, but it was also our ticket into a world of crime, violence, and ultimately tragedy. The things I lived through eventually drove me to the decision that anything was better than leading an existence where money and power mattered more than human life. Which is why I'm here in Tanner Springs, to lead an honest life. But I'm no innocent flower. So I know that most likely, whatever Dick Dawson is paying the Lords of Carnage every month isn't in exchange for protection from some outside threat. It's paying for protection from them. The Lords are generally decent to the waitstaff when they're here, and they tend to tip well, even though their meals are free. Usually you can hear them before you see them, since the roar of their Harley engines outside announces their arrival. I didn't hear this one drive up, though. He must not have ridden his motorcycle here. And suddenly, I see why. As the glass-plated door shuts behind him, I realize he isn't alone. There's a child with him, a girl, clutching what looks like a small, gray stuffed animal of some kind. As I watch, he bends over, says something to her in a low voice, and points. Then the two of them head to the booth where Rob Warner had been sitting, in my section.
3. Tank. The waitress who comes over to take our orders is new since the last time I was in here. She's young, probably early 20s, and on the short side. 5'2", maybe 5'3". Her long hair is dark blonde, streaked with lighter strands, pulled back in a ponytail away from her face. She's got curves for days, even though the shapeless green polo with the downtown diner logo she's wearing doesn't do her any favors. She moves quickly, efficiently, small and turbocharged. A touch of makeup is just enough to make her full lips glossy and kissable, and her wide brown eyes even more arresting. Her black yoga pants are tight and clingy in all the right places, in a way that makes my gaze want to slow down and linger on every inch of her. Saying she's easy on the eyes is an understatement. The girl's a bombshell. She arrives at our booth and sets down a large and a small water on the table in front of Ren and me. Her mouth curves into a closed-mouth smile that looks fake as fuck.
"Welcome to the downtown diner,"
she says in a syrupy voice that matches the smile.
"How y'all doing today?"
I grunt in response. My eyes slide down to her name tag, stopping for a moment to appreciate what I can of the scenery underneath that unfortunate polo shirt. Katie. Her glance moves from me to Ren, who's sitting across from me, her head barely clearing the tabletop.
"Would you like a booster seat for her?"
she asks me politely. Would I? Fuck if I know. Though I gotta admit, Ren looks like she could use a boost up. I look over, hoping Ren will give me a clue whether she wants one. But she just stares back at me with those gray eyes. Sure, I finally shrug. The waitress seems to note my hesitation, and for a second her eyes flicker.
"I'll go grab that,"
she murmurs.
"And maybe something fun to color."
As she moves away, I let out a sigh, then glance at Ren again. I wish like hell I could go outside for a smoke. Fuck, I have no idea what to do with this kid. I've had her for almost a week now, and I still feel like I'm completely out of my depth. It doesn't help that she hasn't said one single goddamn word to me since I found her on my doorstep. I know there's nothing wrong with her ears. That first night, the poor kid was skittish as anything, jumping in fear at the slightest sound I made. That's stopped, at least. And I know Ren understands me when I talk. She brushes her teeth when I tell her to, and I've gotten her to shake her head or nod when I ask her if she's hungry or needs to go to the bathroom. That's about it, though. Ren clutches the dirty Snoopy stuffed animal she brings with her everywhere, staring around the room with those wide eyes that silently take in everything around her. That stuffed dog was one of the only things in her backpack the day she showed up at my place, along with a couple changes of clothes, a couple of kids' DVDs, and a single half-destroyed picture book. She won't let that damn Snoopy out of her sight no matter what. The closest she's come to actually talking was a couple days ago when I tried to convince her to leave it at home. She let out a scream like bloody murder and squeezed that dog so hard I thought she'd pop its head off. Seconds later, the waitress named Katie comes back with a booster chair in one hand and a kid's placemat and a styrofoam cup full of crayons in the other. She sets down the booster next to Ren. The little girl climbs into it automatically like she's done it many times before. Katie slides the placemat and the crayons in front of her.
"Here you go, sweetie,"
she croons in a sweet voice. Ren sets Snoopy down on the table next to her, immediately grabs a crayon, and starts to color. Fuck. In 2 minutes, a total stranger has figured out more about this kid than I have in a week of trying.
"Oh, sorry, I didn't bring you menus yet."
Katie flashes me an apologetic half-smile. I don't need one. I mutter. I know the downtown's menu like I know my own name. I'll just have a bacon cheeseburger and fries.
Sure thing.
Katie kneels down so her eyes are level with Wren's.
Do you know what you want, sweetie?
Wren doesn't look up or acknowledge her. She just bites her lower lip and keeps on coloring. I can't get her to tell me what she likes, I explain grudgingly. So far, I can get her to eat noodles with butter and grilled cheese. Katie frowns at me, confused.
Okay,
she murmurs, trailing off uncertainly. Obviously, she's trying to figure out why I don't even know what the kid likes to eat, but it's none of her goddamn business.
How about I put in an order for the kids' menu grilled cheese then?
She suggests, blinking. Fine.
Anything to drink?
The water's fine. She turns away. I try to make myself not check out her ass, but it doesn't work. Damn, those yoga pants aren't leaving much to the imagination. My cock stirs, but I ignore it, since there's nothing I can do about it. I grab my water, take a big drink, draining half of it. About 30 seconds later, a teenage kid with hair that looks like he just crawled out of bed brings over a pitcher and refills it. I grunt a thanks. Since Wren's not exactly a sparkling conversation partner, I take out my phone and fuck around with it while we're waiting for our food. Every once in a while, I glance up to watch her as she colors, her brow furrowed in deep concentration. The placemat she's working on is a farmyard scene, with a barn and cows and chickens and shit like that. I notice that instead of coloring all over the place, like most kids her age probably would, Wren stops well short of the borders. She never even once goes outside the lines. It's almost like she's afraid to go too far toward the edges. A few minutes later, Katie arrives with our food. She sets down my burger and fries in front of me, then puts a small plate with a grilled cheese sandwich cut into fingers next to Wren's placemat. Next to that, she sets a small, juice-sized red plastic glass. This gets Wren's attention. She looks up at Katie with questioning eyes.
Thought I'd give you a little treat.
Katie winks at the little girl.
That's a chocolate malt.
She nods at me.
I had some extra left over from another customer.
And then a fucking miracle occurs. Wren smiles.
I thought you'd like that.
Katie chuckles. She reaches into the black apron at her waist and pulls out a straw and a long spoon.
Here, you'll need these to eat it with.
Wren immediately holds out her hand and grabs the utensils in her tiny fist. She yanks the paper off the straw like an expert and immediately tucks into the malt. The grilled cheese is completely forgotten for the moment. A spark of irritation hits me between the eyes. That ain't what I ordered.
I know. I was doing it to be nice. There's no charge. Not that there ever is for you guys,
the waitress says pointedly, arching a brow. Us guys? Oh, the lords, she means. Huh. Does she have some sort of stick up her ass about the MC eating for free here? Not that it's any of her business again. This chick has a bad habit of sticking her nose where it isn't wanted. Nice my ass, I growl, remembering too late I'm trying not to swear in front of the kid. It's dessert, which she is now eating before her meal, thanks to you.
It's dairy,
she retorts, narrowing her eyes.
Just like the cheese in the sandwich, which isn't exactly the healthiest thing in the world either, by the way. Besides, it's not even half a cup of malt, so maybe you should lighten up. And she's enjoying it, if you haven't noticed.
I glance back over at Wren. Katie's right. She's completely engrossed in that malt. Instead of using the spoon to shovel the ice cream into her mouth, she sucks some of the creamy goodness up into the straw, and takes it out of the glass and sucks the ice cream into her mouth from the bottom. Over and over she does this, like a ritual. Her hands are getting sticky, and she's making a hell of a mess. It's a complete contradiction from her careful coloring job. But shit, she looks so happy doing it. Happier than I've seen her all this week, by a long shot. Looking at her now, I wouldn't have the heart to take that damn malt away from her, even if it was 3 times as big. Plus, this is more of an appetite than the little girl has ever shown in my presence. Whatever, I say crossly. Just leave it. I don't know why I'm so damn pissed that this waitress overruled me. Or that a complete stranger is already doing better with this kid than I am.
How old is she anyway?
Katie asks. I don't know, I shrug. 4, 5.
You don't...
She trails off and gives me an incredulous look.
What's her name?
She asks sarcastically.
You know that at least, right?
None of your fucking business. Wren.
Wren.
Katie kneels down again and smiles.
Gosh, that's a pretty name. How old are you, Wren?
She looks up from her malt, pauses for a second like she's trying to decide whether to answer. Then finally holds up 4 sticky fingers.
4? Wow, you're a big girl.
Katie stands.
She doesn't talk much,
She observes, giving me a sharp look. She doesn't talk at all.
Oh.
For a second, Katie's face wilts, like she's afraid she stepped her foot in it. I consider letting her keep thinking that. It ain't anything medical. She has a voice, I tell her, grudgingly. Katie worries her lip.
She is your daughter, right?
My daughter. It's the first time anyone said it out loud. Even I haven't said it out loud. Suddenly I've had enough of her prying. Not that it's any of your business, I growl. Katie squints at me, suspicion written all over her face.
Just making conversation,
she spits out. Yeah, we'll go make it somewhere else.
Wow.
With an incredulous laugh, she turns on her heel and strides away, tossing her ponytail as she goes. Good. Fucking finally I can eat my meal in peace. I grab my bacon cheeseburger and take a big bite. I chew angrily as nasty thoughts about the know-it-all waitress swirl around in my head. Fuck that bitch. She can judge me all she wants. She doesn't know anything about me. She doesn't know that the chick who left Wren at my doorstep is someone I barely even remember. She doesn't know that until a week ago I had no idea I even had a kid. I've managed to keep this little girl fed and alive for 7 goddamn days, and that's a fucking victory, even though it feels like I'm a huge failure every time I look in Wren's sad, apprehensive eyes. I shovel fries in my mouth and glower at my plate until I'm not hungry anymore. Wren has slowed down on the malt now and picks up a grilled cheese finger. She takes a bite, chews, and swallows. Then, blinking, she puts an experimental dip of the sandwich in the malt, pulls it out, and takes a bite. Gross, I can't help but say. Is that any good? She meets my eyes, looking a little like she's afraid I'm going to yell at her. She waits a beat, and then slowly, tentatively, she dips the sandwich in the ice cream a second time. Huh, I remark. I guess it is. Just then, Katie comes walking back toward our table. Penny, another waitress, is trailing behind her. I like Penny. She's been working here forever. She's a nice woman.
Hey, Tank,
Penny calls out in her cheerful voice as she approaches.
Ain't seen you here in a while.
Good to see you, Pen.
Who's this charmer?
Penny smiles broadly down at the little girl. This is Wren, I reply.
Well, hello, Wren. How are you today?
Penny chirps. Wren swallows her mouthful of sandwich, then ducks her head. She ain't much of a talker, I explain.
She yours?
Penny asks.
I didn't know you had a kid.
Katie is watching the 3 of us from a couple of feet away, not saying a word. With a flash of anger, I realize she brought Penny over to check us out. The last goddamn thing I need right now is to have this nosy chick call the cops on me or something. Luckily, Penny knows me pretty well. I avoid the question. I'm watching her for a while, I say instead. Penny nods.
She's a cutie pie.
She glances back at Katie, and I see a look pass between them.
How's your food?
Good, I answer. Wren here seems to think grilled cheese dipped in chocolate malt is a winning combo. Penny cracks a smile.
That is a good one.
She reaches over to pick up one of my fries, dips it in the malt, then hands it to a wide-eyed Wren.
Fries and ice cream are good, too. Here, try it.
Wren accepts the fry and takes a bite.
See what I mean?
Penny asks. Wren nods. Her tiny smile returns as she dips the fry into the malt again. That's just straight up weird, I say under my breath.
Well, you holler if you need anything else.
Penny grins.
Otherwise, Katie's got you covered.
The three of us watch as she hustles away. I guess I passed your little test, I say dryly. Katie purses her lips and looks away, reddening.
I didn't mean... It just looks a little off, is all,
she admits softly.
I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
In spite of myself, I have to admit to myself she was just trying to look out for Wren, to make sure she wasn't in any danger or something. Hell, it was probably the right thing to do. From the outside, this whole situation probably does look pretty weird. It's fine, I grumble. Don't worry about it. She hesitates a second.
So, is she yours?
I want to tell her to fuck off with that nosy-ass shit, but make myself calm down. Apparently, I mutter. That's what her mother tells me anyway. Katie's cheeks have flushed a pretty shade of pink. She looks suddenly uncertain, maybe even embarrassed. Shit, she sure is pretty. My eyes travel over her body, sliding over the figure-concealing polo, noticing the rise and fall of her breasts as she breathes. There's something soft and tough about her at the same time, something that makes me want to get a little closer, find out what she's like when she's not in this waitress uniform. Maybe find out what she's like when she's not wearing anything at all. My cock tightens in my jeans for the second time since I walked into the downtown diner today. I'm trying to think of what to say next, when a buzz in my pocket tells me I've got a text. I pull out my phone to see a message from Beast, the VP of my club. An urgent one. Shit, I hiss before I can remember not to swear in front of the kid. I run my hand across my face and then back through my long hair.
Something wrong?
Katie frowns. I sigh, trying to think about how the hell I'm going to deal with this. Yeah, I got an emergency. Somewhere I got to be ASAP. I can't bring Wren with me, though. I glance at Wren, who's finishing a second grilled cheese finger.
What are you going to do with her?
Katie asks. I don't know. It ain't like I got a daycare lined up. I rake my hand through my hair a second time. If Wren ends up staying with me for a while, I'll have to tell the Lords about her. But right now is definitely not the time or the place for that. Katie tilts her head at me, considering. Once again, I get the feeling she's assessing me.
How long do you have to be gone?
She asks. I still don't like it that she's prying, but right now I'm desperate. If she has any ideas, I'm open to them. An hour, maybe a little longer. It's just right here in town.
Well, I mean...
She crosses her arms, looks away.
I could ask Penny if you can leave her here with me, I guess. If you're sure that's how long you'll be.
She pauses.
And as long as you're planning to come back.
What do you mean if I'm planning to come back? I glare at her. Of course I'm coming back for her. What kind of guy do you think I am? She looks at me archly.
I don't have any idea what kind of guy you are, she points out. So far, all I know is that you're the kind of guy who comes in here with a kid, but doesn't know how old she is, and can't get her to talk.
Well, I'm not the kind of guy to abandon her, I mutter under my breath. Jesus. Katie narrows her eyes, like she's trying to decide whether she believes me. Finally, she gives me a curt nod.
I'll check with Penny,
she sighs.
If she's okay with it, you can leave Wren here with me and come pick her back up when you're done.
I ain't in the habit of taking help from strangers, especially nosy, judgmental ones. But at this point, I don't have a choice. Katie goes to the counter and murmurs a few words to Penny, then comes back and tells me it's okay. I'll be back as soon as I can, I say, standing. I pull out a few bills and toss them on the table. Here's for the meal and here's for taking up the table. If Wren wants anything else to eat, go ahead and give it to her as long as it's not crap. I jab a finger at Katie. And no more ice cream. I turn toward Wren to say goodbye. To my surprise, she stopped eating and is staring at me with wide, frightened eyes. Shit. My gut wrenches. I realize she probably thinks I'm abandoning her, just like her mother did a week ago. Hey, I'll be back soon, Wren, okay? I say, looking her in the eyes. Wren reaches for her Snoopy and pulls it close to her, looking close to tears. She shakes her head violently, with a tiny little sound like a strangled cry. All of a sudden, she looks like she might be on the verge of a full-blown meltdown. "Oh, I promise, Wren. I'm coming back." A weird lump forms in my throat. "You believe me, don't you?" Her lower lip trembles, but she doesn't say a word. A tear falls onto her cheek. It just about breaks my damn heart. My mind casts around for anything I can do or say so she doesn't start crying. Thinking fast, I reach up and pull the leather thong and medallion I always wear around my neck. Look. Gently, I place it around Wren's neck. I reach for her little hand and wrap it around the medallion, which hangs down almost to her waist. That's a very special necklace. I wear it all the time. Will you keep it safe for me until I get back? I'll be here in time to take you home for dinner, and then you can watch Tangled. That's the movie from her backpack that seems to be her favorite one. Wren swallows. Another tear falls onto her cheek. On impulse, I brush it away with a knuckle. "Hey, it's okay, Wren," I say softly. "I promise you, I'm coming back. And I always keep my promises. Always." I make a crossing heart gesture with my fingers and then hold them up in a Boy Scout pledge. Wren's wide, frightened eyes bore into mine, like she's trying to decide whether to trust me. I hold my breath. Finally, she gives me the tiniest, teary nod. I let it out. "Good deal." I give her a wide smile. As I do, it occurs to me I haven't done that a lot. Shit, I should probably smile at her more. Maybe she'd be less scared of me. Awkwardly, I reach out and touch her cheek again, then pull her booster seat closer and give her a careful hug. "I'll see you soon, okay? You be good for Katie while I'm gone." Standing, I turn to the hot waitress, who is looking at me now with a different expression. One I can't quite read. "Thanks," I mutter. I lean down, grab a crayon from the table, and scrawl on a napkin. "Here's my number. If I don't answer right away, I'll get back to you as soon as I can." Katie is still scrutinizing me, but her features have softened a little.
"Okay,"
she nods.
"I'll do my best to keep Wren entertained."
4. Katie. Wren. The name suits her. She's a bird-like little thing, small, vulnerable-looking. But wrens are supposed to be songbirds, I think. This one doesn't say a word. Wren finished her food, finished coloring her placemat, and she's starting to get antsy with Tank gone. I rack my brain, trying to think of what else there is for a little girl to do in a diner. In a flash, it comes to me, the cell phone, the universal babysitter. I slide into the booth next to her. "So, Rennie Bo Benny," I chirp. "Did you get enough to eat? You want something else?" Solemnly, she shakes her head no. "You want to watch some videos while we wait for your—" I stumble over what to call him, then remember the name Penny called him. "While we wait for Tank to get back," I finish. "I bet we can find some funny videos on YouTube for you and Snoopy to watch." Wren nods. I do a quick search and find an old Peanuts special that's about 45 minutes long. Jackpot. I pull the napkin holder over and prop the phone up against it. Before I can even tell her what to do, her little finger darts out to press the play button. I stifle a laugh. Looks like she'll be just fine for a while. Pensively, I pick up the napkin with Tank's number scrawled on it and the cash he left behind. There's easily enough here to pay for both of their meals twice over, plus a generous tip on top. It's odd that he paid, given that the lords eat here for free. I don't know what to make of it. I leave Wren engrossed in her cartoon, but keep a close eye on her as I move around the diner, finishing up my tasks. While I work, my mind returns to the long-haired, brooding biker. Tank. That can't be his real name, surely. It's probably a club nickname, like the rest of the lords who come in here have. I'm struck again by how incredibly, improbably handsome and sexy he is, especially close up. But he's mean, too. Well, not mean exactly, guarded, and kind of hostile, closed off. I can't help but still be a little worried about Ren being under his care. She doesn't seem scared of him, though. Not exactly, just intimidated. She definitely didn't want him to leave just now. My mind goes back to the tender way Tank brushed the tear from her cheek. I feel my face soften with the memory. Ren doesn't look like Tank at all. I suppose that's not too surprising. She's a girl and barely 3 feet tall. Tank is huge, tattooed, and made of solid muscle. Their eyes are the same color, though. How the hell did he not even know Ren's age? Plus, the way he explained to Penny how Ren was in his care made no sense at all. I'm watching her for a while. Like she wasn't even his. My stomach rolls unpleasantly, my lip curling with thoughts running through my head. What the hell is wrong with this douchebag anyway? He's got a kid with an ex-girlfriend or something, and he doesn't even like acknowledging that she's his? That's scumbag behavior. Tank probably gets pretty much any woman he wants. He's that good-looking. Lord, is he ever. He's tall. So tall, I only come up to his chest. And his broad shoulders make him look unmovable and solid. His thighs fill out his worn jeans, the muscles so chiseled I can practically see their outline through the fabric. They draw the eye toward a promising package that it takes an effort not to check out. He's got a wary look about him, a gruff and serious expression on his face that gives the impression he's constantly on the alert. He's like a biker Adonis, a modern-day god, rough-hewn from stone and chrome, hot but dangerous. The kind of guy my brain would say is definitely not my type. But my body begs to differ. Hell, as good-looking as Tank is, he probably fucks women at the drop of a hat and doesn't even give one single shit who he impregnates. The dude probably has kids all over the place that he doesn't acknowledge. Unfortunately, I'm well acquainted with guys like that. After all, I used to be married to one. Still am, technically, I guess. I clench my jaw in disgust, turning away from Ren so she won't see my sour expression. She's not paying any attention, though, her eyes glued to my phone screen. I shouldn't care about any of this, but I can't help wanting to know more about what's going on with this situation. Part of me still wonders whether I should call the police. But Penny seems to think Tank is a decent guy. And honestly, it's not like I actually think he abducted Ren or something. Damn it. I'm so conflicted. At the end of my shift, though, Tank still isn't back. Even though he promised he'd only be gone an hour, 2 hours have already passed. Apprehension growing in my gut, I stick around a little longer to wait for him, because I'm not about to saddle Penny with having to watch over Ren. But eventually, the dinner rush is about to start, and I decide I need to make a move. I pull the napkin with Tank's number out of my apron and try to call him. The phone goes straight to voicemail, like it's been turned off. Damn it. Swearing under my breath, I send him a pointed text. "This is Katie, ETA?" I wait a few minutes, but there's no response. It doesn't look like the text has been read either. Keeping one eye on Ren's booth, I wander back to the kitchen, where I find Penny arguing with the cook. "Hey, so it's been over 2 hours," I say nervously. "You think that guy just skated on the little kid?" "Tank? No, he wouldn't do that." Penny gives an emphatic shake of her head. "Besides, it's not like he's some stranger. He ain't gonna skip town." I'm only slightly reassured. "You try contacting him?" Penny asks. "I texted," I shrug. No answer, and I feel bad for Ren. She's really good at entertaining herself, but she's getting damn antsy in that booth. I make a snap decision. I'll tell you what, why don't I take her home with me? There's probably more to entertain her at my place, and it's not far away. Can you let Tank know to come pick her up there when he gets back? Will do, Penny nods. Are you working tomorrow? I shake my head. Thursday. Okay, I'll come out with you and say goodbye to the kid. The studio I rent is above Sunderland's Hardware. It's not much, but it has the advantage of being only a couple blocks away from the diner. I sling Wren's backpack over my shoulder. She takes my hand, and together we make the 5-minute walk back to my place. To say my apartment is bare bones would be a severe understatement. But it suits me fine. It's basically one large room, with ramshackle walls built around a bathroom, and a small kitchen area with apartment-sized appliances near the front door. I do have a queen-sized bed shoved into one corner, my one extravagance. Kitty corner from that, on the opposite side of the room, there's a couch and chair with a standing lamp and a beat-up trunk as a coffee table. But what my apartment does have, its biggest luxury, light. The entire far wall facing the back of the building is windows, from waist high up to the ceiling. Granted, the view is of the hardware store's parking lot, but that's not what I care about. Those windows face north, which means the daylight is always there, but the sunlight is never direct. It's perfect for painting because the light is more constant, meaning I can work all day if I want to on my days off. Not that I've been doing much of that lately, or at all, actually. I'm not a professional painter, far from it, but I have dreams. Well, had. Those dreams originally included college and maybe a degree in art education, but that ended up not being in the cards. My declaration of independence from my family also meant that I declared independence from their dirty money. So now, I save what little I can from my tips for canvases, brushes, and paint. And I dream of a future where I can make a living from bringing the pictures in my head to life. A future that's looking more distant all the time. Little Wren walks into my studio like it's either haunted or enchanted. Her eyes are immediately drawn to the rows of finished canvases on the floor, leaning against the wall next to the couch. I'm guessing she's never seen that many paintings together at one time, and she's probably never encountered one at kid's eye level before. One of the canvases in particular seems to pull her in. She walks toward it like she's mesmerized, dragging Snoopy by one paw. The painting depicts a young blonde girl, 3 or 4 years older than Wren. The figure is almost life-size, painted from just above the knees, meaning her eyes are almost even with Wren's. The girl in the painting is holding an origami bird in the palm of her hand. The bird is painted to look like it's made of paper, of course, but not exactly. The moment I've tried to capture is an instant of magic. The moment when the bird becomes real and takes flight, transformed by the strength of the child's imagination. I'm proud of this painting. It's one of the ones I've worked hardest on. And as Wren stands in front of it now, I realize no one else but me has ever seen it before. The silent little girl is transfixed by the girl in the painting. As I watch her, Wren's reaction of wonder means more to me than any art critics ever would. Because if a child can understand it, if it truly speaks to her, then I've succeeded in capturing the feeling I wanted with this painting. It's almost as though I've made the girl in the painting live again. My heart squeezes painfully. Cassie. The 3 of us stand frozen in a kind of triptych. Me staring at Wren, who's staring at the painting of my little sister. As I work to push down the sudden rawness of my grief, I notice that the long leather thong Tank placed around Wren's neck before he left the diner has gotten rearranged. The medallion is now hanging down her back instead of her front. I swallow once and clear my throat. "You know what, Wren?" I say, walking over to her and leaning down. "Let's adjust this pretty necklace around your neck, okay? We'll make it a little shorter for you so it doesn't fall off." I lift the necklace up and over her head. Bringing it close, I peer at the small silver oval hanging from the leather. It's a patron saint medal, the kind Catholics wear. The image depicts a man with a round halo around his head, holding a cross. Silently, I read the inscription that curves around him. "Saint Gerard, pray for us." I'm not Catholic, so I have no idea who Saint Gerard was or what he's supposed to protect people from. But I'm intrigued by why Tank would be wearing it. I put a loose knot in the thong to shorten it, then place it back over Wren's head. Tucking the medallion inside her shirt, I make a mental note to look up Saint Gerard later. Since I don't know how long I'm going to be babysitting Wren, I cast about for something to entertain her. I don't have any toys in my apartment that a 4-year-old kid would enjoy. I could set her up in front of the TV, I guess, but I think she's had enough screen time for today. But then it comes to me when I think about how transfixed Wren was by my painting of the origami girl. I decide to set her up to do some artwork of her own. Surely I can do better for her here than some crayons and a placemat. Rummaging around, I find an old painting smock of mine that's not too long. I roll up the sleeves and tie it around her so it sort of fits and doesn't drag on the floor. Then I grab some old watercolors and paintbrushes and spread out a length of butcher paper on the floor so she has room to work. I settle Snoopy in on the couch at a safe distance and tell Wren she can paint whatever she likes. Wren immediately slips into the zone and starts to paint, just like she did with the crayons in the diner. I find some relaxing music on my phone and plug it into my speakers, filling the room with soft ambiance. I don't often have visitors here, and normally I don't mind being alone. But Wren's presence is sort of comforting. She's quiet as a mouse, but even so, just having her there is sweet, homey even. There are a couple of moments where looking over at her threatens to bring up more memories I'd rather not think about. But I manage to push them back down with some deep, cleansing breaths. Wren doesn't talk to me, of course, but when I come over to look at what she's painting, she beams me a shy smile when I compliment her work. I'm not totally sure what her design is supposed to represent, but it is colorful and really pretty in an abstract sort of way. This has got to be the easiest babysitting gig ever. It's so pleasant that I find myself relaxed and humming along with the music. I even consider whether I should take out a blank canvas and join her, something I haven't done in months. I'm contemplating whether I can allow myself a small glass of wine, when suddenly a loud, insistent pounding on the door shakes both of us out of our pleasant little bubble. I let out a startled yelp and ran a tiny shriek. Half a second later, Tank's unmistakable voice shouts to open the door. "Well, looks like Daddy's home," I mutter to myself dryly.
5. Tank. "Rico?" Stryker explodes. "You're fucking kidding me!" "Wish I feckin' was," Thorne says grimly. He looks around at the rest of the lords seated around the large carved mahogany table of the chapel. 4 of the Death Devils have been hauled in by the ATF on drug, weapons, and money laundering charges. He pauses. "Including Oz. The Death Devils MC is a club to the east of us, and the closest thing our MC has to allies. The Lords of Carnage have a business relationship with them, running drugs and guns back and forth through each other. Oz is president of the Death Devils. He's also Thorne's father-in-law, as Thorne is married to Oz's only daughter, Isabel. Angel, our prez, continues where Thorne left off. When Thorne found out from Isabel that Oz and the other devils got picked up, I got a hold of Oz's VP, Rojo. He's acting prez now, until Oz gets out. If Oz gets out, Stryker points out with a jab of his finger. Yeah, Angel acknowledges, his eyes flashing with anger. An undercover agent infiltrated the Death Devils, is what Rojo said. Fuck, I breathe. No shit. The fucker disappeared right before Oz and the others were taken in, so that was their first clue. The Devils are hunting for him, and I wouldn't want to be that motherfucker when they track him down. True that, mutters Beast, our own VP. For a few seconds no one says anything, as all the lords contemplate the long and painful demise awaiting the mole that infiltrated the Devil's Club. That piece of shit is going to rue the day he was born, and pray for death before they're through with him. Death won't come nearly soon enough. Ghost, our sergeant-at-arms, breaks the silence. Word's going to get around about this, if it hasn't already. The Death Devils are vulnerable now, and their territory is valuable as fuck. Crews are going to be lining up to take them out and take over. Not to mention their territory is adjacent to ours, Tweak points out, face stony. Not to change the fucking subject here, but what does all this mean for us? With all the business we do with the Devils, how do we know the feds ain't coming for us too? We don't, Angel says simply. In fact, at the moment, I think we gotta assume they will. We're gonna lay low for a bit, Bullet breaks in. Figure out what to do about this. If one of the Devils caves and takes a plea deal to save his own fucking skin, it won't matter how low we try to lay, Stryker mutters. They know too fucking much about our club. Oz won't do that, Thorne says with certainty. And the others will take their cue from Oz. Maybe, I drawl. It's true that Oz's men are known for their loyalty to their president, but we can't be sure. Meanwhile, we gotta be ready for some other club to make a move into their territory, and maybe make a play for ours. Fucking hell. Just when the lords are expanding, Beast's lip curls in disgust. Fuck this timing. Speaking of which, you talked to Axel yet? Ghost asks, turning to Angel. Axel is the prez of our Ironwood Lords of Carnage chapter to the south. I let him know about this. Yeah, Angel nods. Axel's on orders to keep his eyes open and let me know about any unusual activity down there. He pauses. And to keep an eye out for moles. And speaking of that, Hale pauses. How can we be sure there ain't any here? No one answers. We ain't patched any new members in a while, but we have some prospects and hang-arounds. I see a few of my brothers looking around the room, scanning one another. I suppress a groan. There ain't nothing worse in a club than lack of trust. Outlaw bikers live by the cut and die by the cut. There's a reason we vet all our members like we do. One weak link and the entire chain can break. And even the hint of suspicion can cast a heavy shadow over a brotherhood like ours. Keep an eye on the prospects, Angel barks. Let me know if you see or hear anything that looks off. And watch each other's six, all of you. What about the runs we got planned? Hawk asks. Angel pauses. The Devils are going dark, and we're ceasing all communication with them for the time being. He shakes his head. We're going to chill on the guns and drugs, except for a few last runs we already got planned that we can't back out of. Gino, our treasurer, bites out a curse. I got bills to pay, man. We all do, Beast shoots back, an edge in his voice. But we got to be smart. We're just going to have to rely on the cash from our legitimate businesses. Twisted Pipes is doing good, Angel says, referring to our custom bike and car repair shop. The Smiling Skull is doing good business, too. Yeah, the Skull is busier than ever, Hale agrees. Jewel's doing a great job managing it. Stop sucking Angel's cock, Bullet smirks. Hale snorts and flips him the bird. What about the receipts for Club Haven, Gino? Beast rumbles. Club Haven is a strip club the MC recently bought. It was a stretch for us financially at the time, and a few of the brothers were against it for that reason. But now it's looking like maybe it was a good choice after all. Doing good, Gino answers. Pussy always sells. It's recession-proof. We're still paying for the renovations we did on the place, but next quarter we should start turning a pretty decent profit. One more thing to think about, Angel continues. When the immediate threat has passed with this Rico shit, we need to start expanding our numbers. We're going to expand? Gunnar repeats dubiously. How the fuck is that not calling attention to ourselves? It's time, Angel cuts him off. We're vulnerable right now, even though business is good. Maybe because business is good. We don't have the numbers we need to defend ourselves long term. He leans forward, steepling his fingers in front of him. We've seen too many clubs go under lately, the smaller ones especially. We need more than this chapter and the one in Ironwood. We need to put down deeper roots, make it harder to wipe us out. You just saw what's happening with the Death Devils. One well-placed hit, and they're on their knees. Angel's eyes glint. We gotta be stronger than that. The lone wolf can get taken out. The bigger the pack, the harder it is. The lords argue back and forth for a while. At first, I'm against Angel's idea. But the more he talks, the more I can see it. He explains his vision. Expanding southward into Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, and eventually Florida. It starts to make sense. It's why we spread into Ironwood in the first place. Better control of our pipeline, better profits all around. And of course, like Angel says, a bigger legacy for the Lords of Carnage. One that hopefully will outlive us all. Eventually, Angel calls us back to order. This is a lot to consider, I know. We'll put this shit up for a vote eventually, but be thinking about it. For now, keep yourselves out of trouble. All contraband shipments are off except the ones we've got scheduled for the next 2 weeks. All travel outside the city limits of Tanner Springs, business or pleasure, needs to be approved by me. Angel looks around the room, then bangs the gavel. We're done here. 20 minutes later, I'm still trying to process what the whole fucking thing means when I push open the door of the downtown diner. I left my brother standing around the main room of the clubhouse, talking and arguing about everything that just went on at church. Part of me hated to leave, but there was another part of me that was glad to have an excuse to walk away from it for now. I'm ready to pick up Ren, go back home, order a goddamn pizza, and try to forget about my damn life for the night. It's busy as hell in the diner, unlike when I left. My eyes flick to the clock by the cash register, and I realize I've been gone almost 3 hours. Shit. Then my eyes slide over to the booth where I left Ren, and I see it's occupied by a family of 4 I don't recognize. Hey! Hey! I bark at a pimply-faced busboy pushing a cart of dish-filled plastic bins. Where's that waitress? Katie.
Katie?
He blinks at me.
She's not working.
She was here earlier, I insist angrily. His eyes widen as he half stumbles, taking a step back.
Well, I mean, he stammers. Then she probably went home. I think her shift was earlier today.
God damn it. Where's Penny? I snap.
She's here. Oh, yeah, there she is.
The pimply kid points. I follow his arm to see Penny in the back, jawing with some customers at an 8-top. Where the fuck is Ren? I demand loudly as I storm up to her.
Well, hello to you too.
Penny smirks at me.
She's with Katie, of course.
Jesus fuck, my patience is just about at a breaking point. And where is Katie? I bite out each word. But Penny knows us lords well enough that she's not intimidated. She shrugs, lips curving upward like she's enjoying fucking with me.
Her shift was over, Tank. You're late, by the way. Katie went home. Since you weren't back, she took Ren with her.
What the fuck? I roar. I didn't say she could leave with a kid. Penny rolls her eyes at me.
Calm your tits, Tank. She didn't kidnap Ren, for God's sake. Katie lives above Sunderland's Hardware. She's literally less than 3 blocks from here. Take the back stairs outside the building from the parking lot. She's apartment number 2.
Minutes later, I'm pounding on Katie's apartment door so hard it's rattling in the jamb. Open the door, I yell. I'm about to start pounding again when I hear the click of a deadbolt unlocking. Katie answers with wide, startled eyes.
What is wrong with you making a racket like that?
She hisses at me. The fuck is wrong with you taking Ren like that? I demand. With a sigh, Katie steps out into the hallway and pulls the door closed behind her.
My shift was over, she tells me, her tone sharp. Ren was bored, and the diner needed the booth for the dinner rush, so I brought her here. What's the big deal?
The big deal is I told you to keep her at the diner until I got back.
No, actually you didn't, she shoots back. I offered to watch her for you, and that's what I did. You're acting like I kidnapped her, for God's sake.
You said you would keep an eye on her at the diner.
And you said you'd be gone an hour.
So I ran late. I spread my hands, knowing I should apologize, but too riled up to care. If that was a fucking problem for you, you should have left Ren at the diner with Penny, damn it. Not take her with you. Christ, I spit, exasperated. What kind of person just takes a kid like that?
Oh, I see.
Katie crosses her arms, her voice rising.
So you can leave a 4-year-old girl with a near stranger in a heartbeat, and that's no problem at all. But now all of a sudden you have a problem with the very person you dumped her on? The person who offered to help you out.
I left her with Penny, not you, I toss back, even though that ain't strictly speaking true. Katie snorts.
Oh, come off it. You did not. You left her with me.
You should have called me.
Did you check your texts? I tried.
She points an accusing finger at me.
And besides, I told Penny I was bringing her here and she was fine with it. Penny trusts me. You trusted her enough to leave Ren with me. So deal.
I opened my mouth to yell some more, but then shut it again. Fuck it. I'm getting nowhere with this crazy bitch, and I am not in any kind of mood to argue right now. Fine, I growl. Just drop it. Let me in so I can get Ren and get the hell out of here.
Fine,
she says with an irritated shake of her head. She reaches for the knob and pushes the door open. I follow her inside. Katie's apartment is a single room, sparsely decorated, with a bed on one end and a kitchenette and living area on the other. In the center, sitting on a worn wood floor, is Ren. She's wearing a stained smock, and she's bent over a large piece of paper, a paintbrush in her hand. Snoopy sits a few feet away from her on a small couch.
See?
Katie murmurs softly beside me.
She's completely fine. I didn't sell her into slavery or chop her up to make soup. Will you freaking relax now?
Some of my anger fades away as I take Ren in. She doesn't even look up at me as she continues to paint. Begrudgingly, I admit to myself she does seem fine. Better than fine. She's completely absorbed in what she's doing. It seems like Ren must have an artistic streak in her. No idea where the hell she got that from. It sure as hell ain't from me, and it's hard to believe it came from Jess. Speaking of artistic streaks, I notice the far wall of Katie's apartment is lined with stacks of painted canvases of all shapes and sizes. None of them are actually hanging on the walls, which are completely bare. You're a painter? I ask, nodding toward the canvases.
No,
she shoots back.
I'm a waitress.
I ignore the sarcasm and take a step closer, peering at one of them. You're good, Katie snorts.
Are you an art critic?
I raise my hands in surrender. Hey, look, I'm just trying to pay you a compliment. Can you back the hell off a little? She exhales, her breath blowing a stray strand of hair from her forehead. A crease appears between her brows.
Fine,
she sighs.
Sorry. Thank you for the compliment.
You're welcome. I pause, casting about for something else to say. So, did Ren give you any trouble? Unexpectedly, Katie bursts into laughter.
She's been an angel. I've never seen anything like it.
She stops chuckling, her cheeks still flushed with merriment.
I thought kids that age were supposed to be all over the place. She's as quiet as a mouse.
Yeah, I know what you mean, I admit grudgingly. She's the calmest kid I've ever seen. I think of the other lords and their families. The little boys are freaking hellions, but the girls can hold their own with the best of them. The club barbecues and picnics are always a whirlwind of craziness because of them. Katie pauses, bites her lip.
In fact,
she continues, lowering her voice,
it makes me wonder a little bit.
How do you mean? She nods toward the far corner of the room. I get the message and follow her over.
I mean,
she half whispers, frowning.
It's just weird to me. Kids are supposed to make messes and jump around and stuff. She doesn't do any of that. It's like she's trying as hard as she can not to take up any space.
Katie looks at me expectantly, waiting for my response. For some reason, I get defensive. Like Katie's implying it's my fault Wren is like she is. Look, I growl. I've been trying to get her to talk for a week. She doesn't do anything unless I specifically tell her to. I have no freaking idea what's up with her, okay?
A week,
Katie repeats.
So is that how long you've had her?
Not quite, but yeah, almost. I stare at her for a few seconds, considering whether I should tell her anything more. It's none of her business, but she did help me out of a bind with Wren. And if I'm honest with myself, I'm a little out of my depth here. For some reason, my tongue loosens a little bit. She was dropped off on my doorstep a week ago by her mom.
Wait, so...
She squints at me.
Is she your daughter?
I huff out a breath. Yeah, if you can believe the note that came with Wren.
And you didn't even know about her at all?
Katie lets out a low whistle.
Were you and her mom ever together? I mean, like, together?
No. She hung around the club for a while. We had some good times, but we weren't together or anything. At least if she's the Jess I think she is.
You've dated more than one Jess?
I snort at the word. I don't date, I sneer. I can think of a couple of Jesses I've slept with, and maybe a few Jessicas. I don't exactly keep records. Katie looks at me archly.
Seriously?
I frown. Yes, seriously. She shakes her head, clearly not impressed.
Unbelievable.
You got a problem with me sleeping with people? I ask.
Just...
Her face reddens. What?
Never mind.
I can't figure out if she's judging me, but if she is, I don't give a shit. I ain't gonna apologize for being a red-blooded male. Look, whatever, I say abruptly. Thanks for watching her. I gotta get going. Wren, I call. Come on, we're heading out. Wren looks up from her painting, disappointment etched on her little features. A surge of guilt runs through me, but I push it down.
Hey, Tank,
Katie blurts out.
Look.
Yeah? She reaches up and fiddles nervously with the end of her ponytail.
Who takes care of Wren normally? When you've got stuff you have to do?
No one. Not yet, anyway. I haven't figured that part out yet. Katie hesitates.
I mean, if you wanted me to, I could take her again sometime. To help you out, if I'm not busy.
Yeah? I frowned at her, suspicious. Why would you do that? She lifts a shoulder, eyes shifting away from mine.
I like kids. And Wren is sweet. I feel like maybe she enjoyed herself here with me.
Shit. I gotta admit, that would really help me out. But I'm already sick of her judgment, and her thinking she knows so much better than me what I should be doing with Wren. Not to mention she's got no problem pulling shit without asking me first. And then there's the fact that the longer I'm in the same room with her, the more I notice how the size of her tits would be just a perfect handful. And that when she's nervous, she licks her bottom lip a little, and that's distracting as fuck. And that when she looks me directly in the eyes, her pupils get round and dark, like maybe she's getting as turned on as I am. But then there's that way her lips purse when she asks me about Wren, like she thinks I'm a piece of shit, and she doesn't care whether I know it. Fuck that. I don't need her help. I'll find someone else. Nah, I'm good, I grunt, turning away. Thanks anyway.
6. Katie. The next day is my day off. And like most Wednesdays, my routine centers around a visit to the person who is my main anchor to the town of Tanner Springs. Hello, I call. Anybody home? I rap softly on the half-open door. Well, hello there, Uncle Daniel calls heartily from his chair. Look who it is. It's a routine that repeats itself every time I come to the Valley View retirement home. He always acts surprised to see me, even though I'm here twice a week on the same days like clockwork. The temperature is cranked to its normal, tropical 75 degrees, as is his preference. Daniel is sitting at his usual spot, in a ratty leather recliner next to the window. He doesn't get up, but raises his arms wide so I can lean into his hug. "Well then, how's my favorite niece?" he greets me as I step inside his room. "I'm doing just fine," I tell him, ignoring the pang it always gives me when he says those words. I never tell him, though, because I know he doesn't mean it that way. It's not his fault he never met Cassie. Instead, I give him a peck on the cheek. "How are you?" I ask. "Oh, you know, I can't complain, but I will anyway," he quips. Uncle Daniel always says this too, but it still makes me laugh every time. "Your back still hurting you?" I peel off my sweater and lay it over the arm of my chair, then sit down across from him. "Oh, the back's fine. It's this damn arthritis." He shakes his head and holds out his gnarled hands, as though you could see the pain radiating from them like cartoon lines. Uncle Daniel is actually my great-uncle, my mother's uncle to be exact. He's the last of the living relatives on my mother's side, and therefore the last connection to this part of Ohio where my mother's family comes from. I didn't see Uncle Daniel often when I was growing up, since he lived so far away, but he always sent me a card with a $20 bill on every one of my birthdays. In those cards, he would ask me how school was going and compliment me on the drawings I would send him, telling me I was going to be a heck of an artist one day, and saying that the birthday money was to be spent on art supplies. Daniel was the only person in my life who ever really encouraged my creative impulses. Really, he was the only person in my life who encouraged me in any way. And even though I never managed to make anything of myself in that regard, I always appreciated that he believed in me enough to think I could be an artist if I put my mind to it. Which is why, when I had to pack up my life in North Carolina and leave it all behind, Tanner Springs was the first place I thought to come, for no other reason than this was the one place where I wouldn't be completely alone and without family. "Speaking of your arthritis, I brought you some arnica gel," I tell him, reaching into my bag and pulling out a toothpaste-sized tube. "They say it helps with aches and pains if you rub it into your joints." "I've tried everything under the sun." Uncle Daniel shakes his head. "Nothing works." "Have you tried this?" I ask pointedly. When he rolls his eyes, I laugh. "Well then, you haven't tried everything, have you?" I pull my chair closer. "Come on, let me put some on you. At least give it a shot." I open the tube and squeeze a line of the gel into my palm, then rub my hands together. Taking my uncle's right hand, I start to gently massage his fingers, taking care not to hurt them. Uncle Daniel watches me in dubious silence, but after a couple of minutes, I glance up and notice that the creases in his forehead have relaxed. "Feel good?" I ask. "It's a hand massage," he huffs. "Of course it feels good. Doesn't mean it has anything to do with whatever that stuff is." I laugh and give him a raised brow. "Okay then, Grumpus, give me your other hand." I get some more gel and start in on his left hand. As I work, his breathing deepens and slows. I note the change with satisfaction. It's clear the arnica is doing some good, though he'll never admit it. "So, other than your arthritis, what else has been going on?" "Well, not too much, but Mrs. Tanner down the hall is still after me." Daniel chuckles, shaking his head. "That woman just can't seem to take no for an answer." "You sure you don't want to give her more of a chance?" I answer with a wink. "After all, she is a descendant of the illustrious family Tanner Springs is named after. She's gotta have some serious dough. Maybe you could marry her and become a kept man." Daniel snorts. "She married into the family," he corrects me. "Besides, if she had that much dough, she wouldn't be living here. She'd still be in her mansion on the hill with staff waiting on her 24 hours a day." He shakes his head. "But money or no money, I'm not interested." "Oh, come on. She's a hot property." "She's got a personality like an underripe lemon." Daniel puckers his lips and gives me a sour look. I laugh. "How come you never married, Uncle Daniel?" I find myself asking. Did you ever get close? Daniel pauses and frowns at me for a second. A shadow seems to pass across his features. Finally, he shrugs. Never met the right person, he says lightly. You can't force it, you know. I don't know much about Daniel's life as a younger man, other than what he's told me, which is spotty at best. How about you, though? He asks, shifting in his seat. You're the one who ought to be telling me about your romantic adventures. I laugh again, this time with less humor. There are no romantic adventures on the horizon, I'm afraid. Sorry to disappoint. Well, what are you doing with your time, then? Nothing. Work, mostly. Tank's face appears in my mind, along with Wren's. I did some babysitting yesterday, I continue, for a little girl 4 years old. Her name is Wren. I'm careful not to say more, knowing that if Daniel finds out about Tank, he'll start peppering me with questions. But thankfully, my impromptu babysitting gig doesn't elicit any interest in my uncle, and we move on to other topics of conversation. When I'm finished massaging Daniel's hands, I go over to the small sink and grab a paper towel to wipe off my hands. I'll leave this stuff with you, I tell him. I'll give you another massage next time I come. But in the meantime, give it a shot yourself if the pain gets too bad, okay? Daniel grunts but doesn't reply. How's the painting going? He asks instead. I toss the paper towel in the bin. Oh, you know, I've been pulling a lot of shifts at the diner, I lie. So finding time and inspiration has been a little tricky. You need to make time for your dreams, Katie, he admonishes me. Otherwise, they'll stay just that, dreams. I know. I give him a bright smile, hoping it will end the conversation. It's not the first time he's told me this. The truth is, every time I've tried to start a new project, every time I sit down in front of a canvas, an ugly inner voice takes over inside me that I can't silence. A voice that says, Who are you trying to kid? You're not Katie Abernathy, the big artist. You're just Katie Abernathy, waitress and failed art school applicant. You know, he continues, waving a hand toward the wall behind him, I've got a blank space there and nothing to cover it up with. Do me a favor and paint something nice for an old man to look at, would you? I widen my eyes and look at him in mock astonishment. Ooh, you're tricky. You're going full-on guilt trip. You play dirty, Uncle Daniel. Damn right I do, he chuckles. Whatever it takes. Now come on, promise me you'll paint something for me. And don't waste too much time. I could kick the bucket at any time. Oh, my God, I mutter as he cackles at me. You are the worst. I'm an old man. He shrugs his shoulders. You'll forgive me. I try to get him to tell me what he wants me to paint, but he just tells me I'm the artist and refuses to give me any direction. I end up giving him my word, and that seems to satisfy him. From there, the subject changes to the usual nursing home gossip, and Daniel bitching about things he's heard on the news and how the world is going to hell in a handbasket. Eventually, he starts to look like he's on the verge of nodding off, and it's time for me to go. I stand up and tell him I'll be back in a few days. All right, then. I'll try to fit you into my busy schedule, Daniel jokes, lifting a hand in goodbye. And don't forget about that painting you promised me, he calls as I close the door behind me. On the drive home, I'm turning a corner a couple blocks from Main Street when I see a motorcycle approaching in the other direction. My stomach does a nauseating flip-flip as I recognize the colors of the Lords of Carnage on the leather jacket the rider is wearing. Pretend you don't notice him, my brain yells at me. Or else just wave and act casual, or maybe... But as the Harley passes by me, I realize the driver isn't Tank. My emotions flip from freak-out mode to oddly disappointed. My God, that man really did a number on me. I don't know what it is about Tank. I mean, obviously he's fuck hot. Definitely the stuff that female fantasies are made of, with his rough-hewn jaw and his gray bedroom eyes. It doesn't take a genius to see that he's probably ripped as hell underneath his clothes. But I don't even like the guy. He's arrogant and a wise ass and a man whore. How can I be attracted to a guy who didn't even know he had a kid until she was dumped on his doorstep, for God's sake? Not for the first time, I find myself wondering whether he has more than one kid out there somewhere. Maybe he has dozens, the asshole. Maybe there are scores of little tanks all running around fatherless. All because this guy is hot as sin and doesn't give a shit that he has women dropping their panties at the mere sight of him all over southern freaking Ohio. Furious, I crank up the volume on the radio and continue my silent rant all the way back to my apartment. I stomp up the steps, unlock my door, then fling my keys on the kitchen counter and flop dramatically into my favorite easy chair. And then, finally, in the silence of my little studio, I admit to myself that the real person I'm angry at is myself, for being so attracted to him in the first damn place. Blowing out an exasperated sigh, I look around the room. I need to find something to distract me from thoughts about Tank. My eyes travel across the row of canvases that line the wall next to me and land finally on the girl with the origami bird, the painting that so captivated Wren. Cassie. The thought of my sister draws me into painful memories of my family back home. The lives I lost. The life I left behind to come here. I remember teaching Cassie how to make that bird. The magic of folding paper, turning a blank sheet into something so delicate, so seemingly alive. She was fascinated by it. This painting of Cassie was the first one, and so far, the last one I ever did in this studio. It was just after I moved to Tanner Springs. I was missing my sister so much those first few weeks. An actual physical ache of longing that was with me all the time. My other, more recent loss, the one that made me flee North Carolina in the first place, had reopened the wound of Cassie's death, as fresh as if it had just happened. The reminders of those twin griefs were everywhere in North Carolina. From my mother, who refused to leave my stepfather even though he was responsible for Cassie's death, to my stepbrother, who always pretended to care about me, as long as I stayed loyal and obedient to the family. To my stepbrother's best friend, whose arms he had thrown me into, the man I never would have married at all if I hadn't made the mistake of getting pregnant. The same husband whose blows ended my baby's life before she was ever born. I painted the picture of the origami bird because I couldn't get Cassie out of my mind after I moved here. There was a part of me that hated that I was now living in a new place, a place my sister would never see. It made her death seem even further in the past, like I was leaving her behind, which felt unbearable to me. I wanted to create something that would make her feel alive again. A painting that revealed her beauty, her innocence, her sense of wonder. Everything she was and everything she could have been. So she would still be with me somehow, so I'd never forget. I painted Cassie holding the bird as a way of putting my other grief into the painting as well. A secret message to myself and no one else. A way of remembering the other life that had been taken from me. The life that my own body had created, but that had never had a chance to fly on its own. Finishing the painting of the girl with the origami bird drained everything from me. It used to be that all of my feelings, all of my emotions, wanted to express themselves through the paintbrush or the pencil. The happy ones and the sad ones alike. They all wanted to find their way onto the canvas or the paper through my fingertips. But not anymore. All the other paintings I brought with me from North Carolina are standing in line, stacked up against the wall like good little soldiers. The tops of the canvases are gathering dust. At one end of the lineup, propped up against the wall, are a couple of blank ones, pre-stretched and ready to go. I can't even remember what I was planning to paint on them when I stretched them. It feels like a lifetime ago, like they were stretched by another person. Someone with dreams. Someone who isn't an imposter. I haul myself up from my chair and go to stand in front of them now. Uncle Daniel wants me to paint something for him. I know he'll keep bugging me about it until I do it. That's just the way he is. He believes I'm an artist. He has faith in me. I miss you, I whisper. As the words echo in the empty room, I'm not even sure who I'm saying them to. My sister, the baby I never met, or the faith I wish I still had in myself.
7. Tank. "What's up your ass, anyway?" Stryker asks. "What do you mean?" My jaw tightens. I'm not in the mood to be grilled right now. "I mean, you've been acting like someone took your binky away for days now." He leans back in the bar stool and crosses his arms expectantly. "Yeah," Bullet agrees. "Spill. The fuck is up with you?" "I'm just stressed," I growl. I signal to the bartender to grab me another beer, hoping Stryker will get wise and change the subject. We're at the Lion's Tap, a bar in downtown Tanner Springs. I wasn't in the mood to go to the clubhouse, and Angel is still restricting all the Lord's travel outside of town, so this was kind of the default place to go grab a drink. The bartender, a stout chick named Pam, with bright blue hair and a crew cut, gives me a nod and pulls down a clean beer glass. "Nah, not so much." "Well, what then? None of your business, okay? Stow it." Pam arrives with my beer and glances at Stryker and Bullet.
You two want another?
"May as well," Bullet grunts. "Hey, grab us each a shot of whiskey while you're at it." He jerks his thumb at me. "This one needs a pick-me-up."
"Will do,"
she smirks, turning away. "So you ain't gonna tell us what's crawled up your ass?" Stryker repeats, then adopts a saccharine tone. "Come on, Tank," he continues with a shit-eating grin, spreading his hands. "You know you can confide in us. This is a judgment-free zone." "It's true," Bullet simpers, picking up the game. "We'll be your support system." "Fuck off with that noise," I growl at them, wondering why I thought this shit would be a good idea in the first place. I should just go home and get drunk by myself. But I already got a sitter for Ren for the evening, so it doesn't make any sense not to take advantage of it. My fucking life sure is a hell of a lot less goddamn spontaneous with a daughter in the mix. Shit, I even got a plan to have fun now. I don't know how my brothers with families do it, even though they all seem pretty happy to be dads. I don't know why I still haven't told any of the Lords about Ren. It's not like they're going to be judging me for having a kid I didn't know about dropped on my doorstep. Maybe I've unconsciously been thinking this shit would go away on its own. Like, if I just waited it out, Jess would come back to pick up her daughter and things would go back to normal. At first, I thought that was what I wanted. But as the days run into weeks, I'm not so sure anymore. Sure, I'm still struggling to juggle fatherhood with my obligations to the club. And yeah, it would definitely be a shitload easier if Ren wasn't in my life. But the more time I spend with the kid, the more attached I'm growing to her. She's still not talking, but her personality is starting to come out more. I'm starting to feel protective of her. And more, I'm angry as fuck that Jess would just dump her off like that. What kind of mom does that? A shit mom, that's what kind. And as fucking inconvenient as it is to all of a sudden be a dad, I don't want Ren to be with a mom who could do that to her. If Jess showed back up on my doorstep tomorrow and asked for Ren back, I don't know what I'd do or say. I've been thinking a lot about Jess in the past few days. She was never my girlfriend, or even close to it. I haven't seen the chick in years. Over 4 years, I guess, since that's how old Ren is. What I remember about her, she didn't wear panties, and would tell that to anyone who'd listen. She had a thing for anal, and also for nose candy. And Jesus, she had a temper on her. Between a mom like that and an outlaw biker for a dad, poor Wren sure as hell wasn't born under a lucky star. If Jess showed up on my doorstep tomorrow, what would I do? I ask myself again. The answer comes to me suddenly, loud and clear as a bell. I wouldn't give her back to Jess. At least not the version of Jess who dumped her off in the first place. Wren deserves better than that. She deserves someone who will do right by her. Too bad she's only got me. Pam sets down our shot glasses and pours the amber liquid into it. Bullet and Stryker's laughing conversation washes over me. For the first time, it occurs to me to wonder how the hell Jess found out where I live in the first place. I only fucked her a handful of times, and I never took her home. But if a strung-out crazy bitch like her could find my address, then my house ain't as secure as it needs to be. I wouldn't care so much about my own safety. I can handle myself. But it's a different matter when Wren is there. I make a mental note to look into installing a security system. "Drink up, brothers," Stryker announces as we raise our shot glasses. "The tank unwinding and pulling that stick out of his ass." Ignoring him, I toss back the shot. "Another?" Bullet suggests. "If it'll shut you two up," I growl. But Stryker has turned his attention toward the front door of the bar. "Now that ought to get you to unwind, if nothing else will," he mutters, letting out a low whistle. Bullet looks in the same direction. Holy shit. 6 is lucky I'm a one-woman man, if I was still on the market. I swivel around to see what they're talking about. 3 women have come into the bar. All 3 of them are dressed up for this Friday night like they're going out clubbing later. They're all fucking knockouts for sure. But that's not what hits me right between the eyes. It's that the one in the middle is Katie. Jesus, she's dressed to kill in a pair of tight black pants, heels that make her ass look perky and ripe, and a kind of sparkly top under a fitted red leather jacket. Her hair is down loose around her shoulders, and she's wearing lipstick that matches the jacket, and makeup that emphasizes the shape and color of her eyes. Holy hell. My cock stands instantly at attention, stiffening painfully in my jeans. My eyes must be focused on her like laser beams because I guess she senses them on her. Katie turns her head, and her gaze meets mine. She blinks a couple of times, rapidly, then raises her hand and gives me a small, self-conscious wave. Bullet does a double take. "What the hell? You know her?" "Yeah, a little." The 2 other women sit down at a table on the far side of the room. Katie takes off her jacket and hangs it on the back of her chair. I'm about to turn back to my drink when I see her murmur something to one of her friends. Then, straightening, she turns on her heels and starts walking this way. Fuck me.
"Hi,"
she says simply when she gets up to the bar. "Hey," I nod. "Good to see you again." She lets out a soft snort.
"Thanks," she smirks. "Even though I'm not so sure you mean it."
I don't jump to correct her because I'm not so sure I mean it either. Katie's face is flushed, and I think I detect a hint of alcohol on her breath. Looks like these girls are out bar hopping. A moment of awkward silence follows, which Stryker eventually breaks. "Hello, darling," he drawls. "I'm Stryker, since my brother here has forgotten his manners. And who might you be?"
"I'm Katie."
She smiles politely.
"Pleased to meet you."
She looks from Stryker to Bullet, who grins. "I'm Bullet," he tells her. "I think we've met before. You work at the downtown diner, don't you?"
"Yes," she laughs. "Actually, I remember you. Cherry pie a la mode, right?"
"Well, damn, good memory," Bullet says, impressed.
"Cherry pie's my favorite. I always notice when people order it."
She turns to me and the smile falls from her lips.
"How's Wren?"
My eyes flick to my brother's. God damn it. "She's fine." "Wren?" Stryker gives me a puzzled frown. "Long story," I bite out, shooting a warning look at Katie. "I'll tell you later." I'm saved from making small talk with the 3 of them when Katie's 2 friends come striding up. One is a redhead with ringlet curls. The other has short black hair cut in a kind of a pixie thing.
"This is Brianna and Erica,"
Katie says.
"Brianna and Erica, this is Stryker, Bullet..."
She hesitates.
"And Tank."
Well, hello, ladies. Nice to meet y'all. Stryker smirks.
I waitress at the downtown diner with Katie,
The one with the pixie cut exclaims, with a practiced tilt of her head.
Brianna's my roommate.
What brings this trio of beauties in to grace us with your presence?
I want to play darts.
The one called Brianna announces.
I've never played before, and Erica said they have dartboards here.
Yes, indeed they do. Stryker nods. Y'all know how to play darts?
Not really.
Erica pipes up.
I mean, you just throw the dart at the board and hope it gets in the middle, right?
Bullet glances at Stryker and chuckles. There's a little bit more to it, but yeah.
Will you teach us?
Brianna begs. We'd be happy to. Stryker stands up and looks at Bullet. Won't we, Bull? Sure thing. Come on. Bullet lifts his chin toward the back. Looks like there's a board open.
You coming?
Erica asks Katie.
In a bit. You go ahead.
The four of them move away, leaving Katie and me at the bar. Katie slips onto the stool where Stryker was sitting. What are you drinking? I ask.
Gin and tonics,
She says.
At least that's what I was drinking at the last bar.
You don't want to mix drinks then. It'll make you sick. I call to Pam. Gin and tonic, I say, pointing at Katie. On my tab.
Thank you.
Katie murmurs.
So Ren's okay? Is she talking yet?
No, I admit. Not yet.
You haven't told your friends about her?
Haven't had a chance. Katie looks skeptical.
Okay.
She scoffs, but she lets it go. We sit in awkward silence until Pam sets Katie's drink in front of her. Katie thanks her and picks it up, taking a drink and then grimacing. I can't help but laugh. Don't you like gin and tonics?
I liked them fine 2 drinks ago.
She purses her lips.
They're good for getting a buzz, but after that the tonic is just bitter.
There's other ways to get your buzz on.
I know. Never mind.
Katie shakes her head.
It doesn't matter, okay? I'm drinking a drink I don't particularly like. Don't make a federal case out of it.
Okay. I hold up my hands.
So, your friends, Stryker and Bullet. They seem pretty eager to entertain Erica and Brianna.
She peers at me.
Are they okay, guys?
Bullet's taken. He's not going to make a move on either one of your friends. Stryker, though, he's likely to try for a threesome. Katie sucks in a breath.
Are you serious?
I shrug. Only if they're into it. I look back toward the dartboards where both women are hanging off of Stryker and laughing, heads thrown back flirtatiously. And by the looks of it, they might be.
What's with all the nicknames anyway? Why do you biker guys all have them?
They're called road names. When they get accepted into the MC, they get their patches and their names.
Oh.
She considers that for a second.
What's your real name?
Matt. Matthew. Berrigan.
Matthew.
She repeats softly. For some reason, my heart thuds a little harder in my chest to hear my name on her lips.
So why do they call you Tank? Because you built like one?
She guesses. No, because I can't be stopped. I used to be an underground fighter. That's where I got the name, actually. I shrug. It just stuck when I joined the Lords.
Underground fighting? Like illegal fighting?
She takes a sip of her drink, grimacing again. Yeah.
Do you still do that?
She cocks her head. No, not really. Now I'm just muscle for the club.
Oh, yeah.
She wrinkles her nose.
Now you just blackmail businesses for money.
Among other things. No, we keep the crime out of Tanner Springs, I correct her.
You are the crime,
she protests. The hell we are. We keep the harder drugs and the worst of it out. If the Lords weren't around, someone else would come in and take over, and then it would be worse. A lot worse. Trust me. My mind flashes on our club's RICO problem and the Death Devil's president's arrest. If the Lords of Carnage don't stay vigilant and keep our territory safe, what I'm telling Katie would become a reality in Tanner Springs.
What's wrong?
I look at Katie to see her peering at me. Nothing. Just club shit. I lift my beer, take a drink.
So, who's watching Ren tonight?
She asks.
You never said before.
You never asked, I point out. I have a neighbor taking care of her.
A neighbor? You sure you can trust them?
I've known Tanya for a long time. And I'm not attracted to her like I am to you. The words are in my head before I realize they're there. That's not why, I argue with myself. But myself doesn't answer. Katie cocks her head at me, and I realize I've been sitting here silent for at least 15 seconds.
You're a strange one, Tank,
she murmurs softly. What do you mean?
I mean, hey, Katie, come on!
A female voice behind me cuts into the conversation. It's the chick named Erica.
We're done with our drink here, and Bree is bored with darts. Time to move on to the next place. We're doing a progressive bar hop,
Katie explains, turning back to me.
1 drink at each place, and then we're ending up at Erica and Brianna's apartment when we're done.
You drinking and driving? I ask sharply. Katie gives me a withering look and downs the rest of her gin and tonic.
No. They only live a few blocks away from me. We're on foot.
In those heels?
I can walk in these just fine, thank you,
she protests. Katie stands up from the bar stool, but her high heel catches on something and she stumbles forward. I'm up and out of my own stool in a heartbeat and catch her in my arms before she tumbles to the ground.
Ooh, quick reflexes,
Erica coos.
I like that in a man.
Not so sure you're so good to walk in these high heels, darling, I rasp. They sure are pretty to look at, though. Katie looks up at me with those big brown eyes of hers. Her face is a little flushed, but I don't think it's from the alcohol. She sucks in a breath and steadies herself on her feet.
Go grab Brianna and head outside,
she says to her friend, her eyes still glued to mine.
I'll be there in a second.
Erica walks away. I let go of Katie, but we're still close enough that I can feel the heat off her skin and hear her breathing, even above the music. My cock is fucking throbbing in my pants. Goddamn, suddenly I'd do just about anything to sink myself deep inside her. Katie is close enough to me that I can hear her breathing, feel the rise and fall of her tits against my arm.
I'll see you around,
she whispers, pulling away. Then she's gone. Stryker and Bullet's approaching voices shake me out of my thoughts. You strike out with yours? Stryker asks me as they take their seats again at the bar stools. I wasn't trying to get anywhere with her, I growl. Bullet snickers. Sure you weren't. What about you fuckers? I challenge. Those girls left pretty quick. Stryker shrugs. The redhead had her sights set on Bullet, and she was pissed off when he told her he was taken. I suggested a threesome, but that freaked them out, so... I can't help but chuckle at how accurate my guess was. I find myself wishing I could tell Katie. Nice, I mutter. What can I say? Stryker grins. I think the dark-haired one would have been down for it. Oh, well. Speaking of being taken, Bullet speaks up. I better get home after this next beer. Six is having her mom over for dinner tonight. As much as she loves her, that woman can drive a person crazy. She'll want me around to keep them company. Sounds good, I mutter. I'm going to get going soon, too. Hey, by the way, Stryker frowns, raising a brow at me. Yeah? Who's Ren? 8. Tank. The days that follow that night at the Lion's Tap pass in a blur. Angel keeps me busy as hell with club business, collecting protection money, checking in on businesses that haven't paid up, shit like that. It's been a fucking nightmare trying to juggle Ren and take care of club business at the same time. I managed to wriggle out of telling Stryker who Ren was. I made up some noise about how she was a mutual friend of Katie's and mine, and he let it go. I still haven't told any of the lords about her yet, which makes it even harder to figure out childcare since I can't ask any of the old ladies. And the club girls, out of the fucking question. It almost makes me wish I hadn't been so damn pig-headed about turning down Katie's offer to watch Ren. Damn it. Katie. I still remember how happy and content Ren looked sitting on Katie's floor, painting. It's pretty obvious Katie has a way with kids that I don't, that's for sure. I don't know what the hell I'm doing half the time. At my house, Ren barely even lets go of that stuffed Snoopy, clinging on to it for dear life. And I still can't get her to say a goddamn thing to me. I can hear her talking to herself sometimes in my guest room, which I've set up as good as I can as a kid's bedroom. She'll sit there playing with some of the toys I bought her, and sing little songs to that stuffed dog in a soft, whispery voice that's meant only for him to hear. I try asking her questions sometimes, but she just stares up at me with those wide eyes of hers. At least she doesn't seem afraid of me anymore. She eats what I put in front of her pretty good. And she lets me pick her up and carry her around without squirming. And she's okay with me supervising her when she brushes her teeth and shit like that. Yesterday, when I was taking her out to my car, she even wrapped her little hand around my finger without me having to tell her to when we were crossing the parking lot. But still no words. Katie could probably get her to talk. The thought comes to me for the 100th time. Shit. I don't know. That woman makes me feel off kilter. She feels dangerous, somehow. And not because I don't trust her with Ren. No, Katie feels risky in an entirely different way. She looks at me like she's evaluating me, for one thing. Like she's still trying to figure out whether I'm just some greaseball biker, or maybe some kind of perv kidnapper or something. Fuck, that's nothing new. I'm used to civilian assholes making snap judgments about me. I don't give a flying fuck about other people's opinions. I do what I want, for my own reasons, and I don't answer to anyone except my club. I sure as hell don't answer to some waitress who's never led a life like mine and could never understand my circumstances or my decisions. So it ain't being judged that's anything new to me. What's new is, somewhere deep down inside, I actually fucking care a little bit about what she thinks. Which is why I don't want to be around her. The last thing I need is some chick thinking she's got a handle on who I am and trying to change me into something else. Especially one with a rockin' hot body. In spite of the fact that I somehow ended up with a rugrat, I'm not a man who tends to think with my dick. I like women, don't get me wrong, but I've never found them as hard to resist as a lot of guys I know. Men have a tendency to make stupid fucking decisions when there's a hot piece of ass around. You can see it in their faces when they're about to lose their minds over some chick who's playing hard to get, or who's got the magic pussy thing going on. I don't need a one-way ticket on the Pussy Express. That fucking train only goes in one direction. And the only way not to go down that route is to not get on the goddamn train in the first place. Which means avoiding the chicks that are trouble. In my case, that means staying away from Katie, at least until my dick starts listening to reason. Yeah, she's got little Tank's attention, all right, but there's nothing she could offer me in the sex department that any one of the club girls can't provide. And the club girls have the added advantage of being available whenever I want them, and knowing when to fuck off when I tell them to. No strings attached. Which still leaves me with the giant problem of finding someone to watch Ren more long-term. Until I tell the MC about Ren, I can't ask any of the old ladies for help on this. But it ain't something I want out there in the open right now. I don't know how long Ren's gonna be with me, and I don't need my nosy-ass brothers butting into my personal fucking business. So for now, the club is out as far as figuring out a solution to my babysitting problem. Today, I've got a neighbor down the street watching Ren for a few hours again. Her name's Tanya. She's divorcing from her dirtbag husband, who used to live in the house with her until about 5-6 months ago. She's decent enough. We hooked up a couple times, probably at least once too many, because she's been hinting at a repeat performance lately. Which, no, it ain't ideal to have her watch Ren, but today I was in a bind and didn't have a choice. I pull into the parking lot of my last stop before heading back to the clubhouse. Club Haven. It's a strip club the Lords of Carnage bought and opened at the edge of Tanner Springs a few months ago. The MC has had such good success with the Smiling Skull, the biker bar we own that Angel's wife Jewel manages, that Angel and our VP, Beast, started looking for another business property to invest in, closer to home. We ended up buying a languishing former supper club in a building next to a strip mall. The owner was Jim Zimmerman, the same guy who owns the Lion's Tap Bar downtown. He bought it intending to restore it to its former glory, but he got overextended and couldn't make the payments. He was short on paying his protection money to the club anyway, so we forgave the loan as part of the deal and took it off him for a song. The place still has the original L-shaped marble bar, which is its main claim to elegance. The rest of it is pretty run down, though we're working on that. Still, the men who come in here to drink and ogle aren't exactly looking at the color of the walls or the condition of the furniture. Gino, our club treasurer, is managing Club Haven for now. He wasn't crazy about taking on the job, which surprised me, since it basically involves two things he loves, crunching numbers and hot women. I'm pretty sure Angel chose Gino because he trusts him to keep a clear, stark line drawn in the sand about what Club Haven is and isn't. It is a strip joint. It's not a fucking whorehouse. I ain't gonna be a pimp, and I ain't gonna have this club be in the business of selling pussy, Angel declared when we were in church nailing down the details. I still remember the hard, angry look on his face as he stared each of us down around the table. The women we hire for Club Haven are there because they want to work, he snarled. They're employees, not our customers' personal fucking playthings. They are there for looking at, not for touching, unless they say so. Any customer, or any member of this MC, who doesn't understand that, gets the shit kicked out of him and gets tossed out onto the fucking pavement. Is everyone crystal fucking clear on that? Even though Angel didn't say anything about it at the time, I was pretty sure he was thinking about his wife, Jewel, as he spoke. Jewel used to work in a strip club herself, back before she came to work as a bartender for the Lords of Carnage years ago. I'm not sure if she had anything to say about the Lords opening Club Haven, but I wouldn't be surprised if she had some strong opinions for Angel about it. Either way, I agree with Angel. Only fucking assholes and pussies force women to do shit they don't want to do. And we have extra security at the club to make sure those fuckers don't get very far if they try. Gino's standing by the bar as I walk into Haven. He's talking to a chick bartender named Cherry. He's got a pair of reading glasses propped up on the top of his bald head and a frown on his face. Gino, I call as I approach the bar. He turns and gives me a chin lift in greeting.
Hey, Tank.
Cherry smiles, giving me a wink and a smile as red as her name. Hey, darling.
What are you drinking?
Just give me a Coke, will you? I'm thirsty as fuck.
Will do.
Gino turns to me.
You're not usually here during the week. Angel send you.
I nod. I was in the neighborhood. He wanted me to pick up the cash from the safe on my way back to the clubhouse. He nods. Good deal. That's one less thing for me to deal with later. You want it now or you gotta stick around for a while? I'll take it now. I gotta head.
Okay, I'll be a few minutes. I want to close out some stuff first. Hang tight.
I take a seat at the bar. Cherry brings me my Coke, shoots the shit with me for a minute, then glides away to help another customer down the bar. I swivel my chair toward the stage as I settle in to wait for Gino. The stripper on stage right now is doing some sort of pole routine thing to a song I've never heard before. Some techno beat thing. I've never seen this girl before, so she must be new. The first thing I notice is that she has hair like Katie's, sort of in between a dark blonde and soft brown. Katie's is wavier than this girl's, and less styled. The stripper chick has pumped hers up and sprayed it within an inch of its life. As for the rest of her, she doesn't look a thing like Katie, with her drawn-on black eyebrows, dramatic smoky eyeshadow, and long red nails. As she gyrates on stage, swiveling her hips and licking her glossy lips as she tosses her hair over her shoulder, I know I should be getting off on the spectacle. But instead, all I can see is Katie, and how she'd look if she was glancing over her shoulder at me like that. One eye raised, lips parted. Fuck, I'm hard. Hey, brother! Stryker comes over and slaps me on the back. He's holding a bottle of beer in his hand. Didn't know you were here. Just got here, I reply over the music. Checking in with Gino for Angel. I'm on my way back to the clubhouse from collecting some protection money. You like the new hire? Stryker grins, nodding toward the chick on stage. She's got an ass on her, don't she? And tits that can make your mouth water. She ain't bad, I say noncommittally. Where's she from? Who knows? Stryker snorts. All I know is she goes by Destiny. She got hired at the same time as her sister, who calls herself Deja. She's over there with Jude. Stryker points over to a dark corner. Sure enough, Jude, Angel's 19-year-old brother-in-law and a recent prospect to the club is getting a lap dance from a chick in a pink-spangled bodysuit and matching platform heels. I have to chuckle. Shit, he looks like he just died and went to stripper heaven. No shit, the lucky fucker. I wish I'd had a fucking strip club as my personal playground when I was his age. Gino comes out a couple minutes later and slips a nondescript black bag from under his cut. I take it from him and put it inside my own. "Hey, Angel called while I was back in the office," he grunts. "Wanted to know if you were here yet. He told me to tell you he wants to see you back at the clubhouse." That's where I'm headed. I push off the bar and drain the rest of my Coke. Stryker claps me on the shoulder. "Sure you don't want to stay around for the end of Destiny's set?" He raises his eyebrows and gives me a wicked grin. "She really likes the bikers, that one." "I'll leave the sisters to you and Jude," I tell him. Back at the clubhouse, Angel and Beast are sitting around a table with Brick and Ghost, planning out a run for the day after tomorrow. Angel tells me I'm coming too, and Stryker. "We need the extra men," he mutters, "just in case." I know what happened to the Death Devils is on his mind. "Got it," I say, ignoring the pull in my gut. "When do we leave?" The 6 of us nail down the details. I give Angel the money from Club Haven and tell him I'm going to take off. "You ain't sticking around for later?" Brick asks. "It's fight night. A couple of the prospects are going to throw down. Winner gets to have his ass handed to him by Thorne." "Nah, I got some shit to do." I used to go to fight nights pretty much all the time. Hell, I was usually one of the best fighters. Before joining the MC, both me and Stryker made a decent amount of money out of the underground circuit. Plus, it works out the pent-up aggression inside me that might come out in some less healthy fucking ways otherwise. Some people do yoga, other people go to church. I beat the shit out of people in the ring. With money a little tight now, I'm tempted to stick around and pick up some of the pot. But there's Ren to consider. I don't want to come back from a fight with a black eye or a split lip and freak her out. Besides, I told the babysitter I'd be back before dinner. I ride back to my neighborhood, park my bike in my garage, and head over to Tanya's house. For once, Ren actually looks happy to see me. The second I walk in the door, she bolts over and throws her arms around my legs. "Hey, what's this about?" I ask, astonished. My gut twists weirdly as I reach down and pick up Ren, settling her in on my hip. She clings to me, burying her face in my shirt.
I don't know.
Tanya rolls her eyes impatiently.
She's been a pain in the ass all day. Barely touched her lunch.
"Hey, knock that off. Don't call her that." I frown. "You think she's sick?"
No, just stubborn.
She shakes her head. Something in her tone sets off an alarm in my brain. "Ren?" I whisper softly. "You okay?" Silently, she nods against my chest. My heart wrenches. Whatever is up, she definitely did not have a good day today. I want to get to the bottom of this. Demand to know what happened to make Ren so unhappy. But right now, more than that, I just want to get her back home. "Okay, well, thanks. This should be enough after the afternoon." I reach into my pocket and pull out a wad of cash to pay her, but Tanya puts a hand over mine to stop me.
"Hey,"
she murmurs, lowering her voice and giving me a coy smile.
"How about maybe I come over later, after you've put the kid to bed?"
My lip curls in distaste. "No can do," I grunt. "I've had a long day."
"Stressed, huh?"
Her hand migrates to my chest, then slowly slips further south.
"I can think of a few things to do about that."
God damn it. It pisses me off that she's saying this shit around Ren, even though I know the little girl has no idea what she's talking about. I grab her hand and toss it away from me. "No," I said. I repeat irritably and thrust the bills at her. "We're done here. I gotta go." Tanya's eyes flash.
"You know what, Tank? You're an asshole."
"Hey," I warn, "not around the kid."
"Keep your holier-than-thou shit,"
she spits back with a snarl.
"And you know what? You can forget about me as a babysitter from now on. Don't even bother asking. The answer is no."
"Believe me, I won't be," I mutter. "This ain't working out, Tanya."
"Damn right it's not."
She yells after me as I retreat down the sidewalk with Ren in my arms. Jesus, I breathe. Sorry, kiddo. Language I know. Oh, man, I sigh. I'm not doing so hot at this parenting thing. I walk home with Ren nestled in my arms, feeling like the shittiest father in the universe. This gig is a hell of a lot harder than just about anything I've ever had to do. It feels like every goddamn day there's a new way for me to fail at it. Not for the first time, I wonder whether Jess was right that I could be better at protecting Ren than she could. Ren at least seems happy as a clam to be back home with me. I've expanded the list of things she'll eat to include spaghetti, so I reheat some leftovers of that. I slip in some vegetables on the side and tell her she has to eat those too. To my surprise, she does. Well, fucking score one for Dad of the Year over here. After dinner, I settle her in to watch a kids' program with Snoopy in the living room. Then I go outside into the backyard for a much-needed smoke. I set up my chair, angling toward the sliding glass door so I can see her from where I'm sitting. Leaning the chair back on its hind legs, I light my cigarette and take a deep drag. I'm fucking this up. I need to figure out how to do better by Ren. I'm deep in thought when the cherry on my first smoke is dying. I use it to light up a second. When that one's done, I pull out my phone and dial a number I told myself I wouldn't call. Hey, Katie. It's Tank.
9. Katie. Tank is terse, but nearly apologetic when he calls and asks me to watch Ren again. He even hints that he might want me to do it on a more regular basis. But for right now, his immediate problem is that he has to go on a day-long run for his club, and the babysitter he had lined up fell through. It pisses me off, to be honest. After all, he already turned down my offer, like I somehow wasn't good enough to watch Ren for him. And now, suddenly, when he's in a bind, not only is it okay, but he thinks I'm just available at the drop of a hat? I almost say no. I was scheduled to work at the diner in the afternoon. Plus, part of me wants to punish him for being such an arrogant ass last time I saw him that night at the bar. But in the end, the thought of little Ren's sweet face sways me. I miss her, and I want to see how she's doing. So I tell Tank I'll do it, with a warning that next time he needs to give me more notice, and switch my shift with Erica. Instead of Tank coming to my place, we agree to have me drive over to his house so he can install Ren's car seat in my car. He must be in a hurry to get going, because as soon as I pull up at the curb, he comes outside, holding the door open for little Ren. She's dressed in some cute pink leggings with hearts on them, and a unicorn sweater under a tiny jean jacket. She's dragging Snoopy along in one hand, unsurprisingly. Her hair is loose and wild, but at least it looks like it's been recently combed. Sort of. Tank barely talks to me at first, except to growl a grudging thanks as he pulls open the back door of my car. "You're welcome," I mutter, "but I'm not doing this for you." Tank gives me a sharp look, but says nothing. "This car is a piece of junk," he remarks instead, voice strained. "You sure it's safe?" "It runs, and it's all I can afford." I'm more hurt than I should be by his completely unwelcome opinion. "You want to buy me a better one? Be my guest." His face is a mask of disapproval. "Let me get the car seat from my truck," he mutters. I stifle a volley of swear words as he hands Ren off to me and stomps off toward his driveway. I look down at the little girl. She's got one hand close to her mouth and balled into a fist, like she wants to suck her thumb. I bend down to say hello. "How are you, Rennie?" I ask. She doesn't say anything. The length of time since I've seen her, turning her shy with me again. "Do you remember me? Can I say hello to Snoopy?" Slowly, Ren holds Snoopy up. "Hi there, Snoopy." I bend closer and give him a bunny kiss, rubbing my nose against his. Ren stifles a giggle. "You think that's funny?" I ask, doing it again. Ren giggles a little louder. "Can I have a bunny kiss from you now?" I lean just the tiniest bit closer to her. After a second, she closes the gap, pushing her nose against mine. My heart squeezes in a sudden swell of protectiveness for this sweet, shy little girl. "Thank you, Rennie," I whisper. I reach around her with one arm and give her a careful hug. When her arms go around my neck, my eyes sting with emotion. "You know how to buckle her into one of these?" I startle and get to my feet. Tank is frowning at me like he caught me doing something wrong. "It's just some straps, right? How hard can it be?" I snap, before I can stop myself. "No." His voice is sharp. "It's not just some straps. They have to go in the right places or she can get hurt." Tank brushes past me and opens the back door. I back up a step, silently fuming. Ren holds my hand as we wait for him to put the seat in and secure it. When he's done, he turns toward me. "Lean in from the other side so I can show you." I suppress a sigh of irritation and do as he says. Tank lifts Ren into the seat, then starts to explain how the straps work and how to check that they're adjusted right. As irritated as I am by him right now, I can't help but find it endearing to see this enormous, tattooed man explaining the finer points of car seat design and bending attentively over a little girl decked out in pink from head to toe. "Where did you learn how to do this?" I ask. "YouTube," he answers. He stands, raises himself to his full height, and softly closes the car door. "People go crazy uploading how-to videos on every detail of every car seat known to man, I swear to Christ," he continues as he walks around the car to my side. "If there were as many videos on all the other parts of parenting I don't know a damn thing about, I'd be in good shape." It takes me a second to realize he's making a joke at his own expense. "Maybe you're just not typing in the right search words," I reply. "I tried how to instantly learn 4 years of parenting in a week, but I didn't get any hits," he says dryly. That gets a laugh out of me. "I don't think you're doing that bad," I admit, softening just a little in spite of myself. "You've kept her alive for what, a couple of weeks now? That's gotta be worth something." "Yeah," he deadpans. "Alive is the bare minimum." I hesitate. "You know, I used to be a little girl myself, and I had a little sister, just in case, you had any questions." The offer hangs in the air. A few seconds pass. "Well," he says abruptly, as if I haven't spoken, "I'll be back sometime tonight. Shouldn't be too late. I'll text you to let you know when I'm going to be back in town." My cheeks redden. "Okay." Another second of silence. I look up at him. He glances at me briefly, then away. "Well, thanks again." The words are grudging. Tank lifts up an indifferent shoulder. A flash of anger courses through me. God, the arrogance of this man. I feel like letting him have it with both barrels, throwing his cocky bullshit in his smug face. But Ren is right here, just a few feet away in the car. I don't want to argue in front of her. So instead, I clamp my jaw together and turn away. "Okay, bye," I snap through gritted teeth. Not waiting for a response, I get in the car, start the engine, and pull away from the curb. I can't resist one last look as I drive away. He's standing in front of his house, tattooed arms folded in front of his chest, staring at the car like he's having second thoughts about this whole arrangement. "Me too, you jerk," I telegraph at him angrily. "Believe me." I suck in a few deep breaths as I drive, willing myself to calm down. I've actually been looking forward to this day with Ren, and I don't want to ruin it by being angry. I mentally run through the list of activities I've planned as options. I figure she might like to go back to my place and paint for a while. But first, I want to give her some time outside to run around and get some exercise. I point the car in the direction of Lundy Park, which I remember has all sorts of playground equipment for her to mess around on. Since it's a school day, the other kids there are young like Ren. At first, she's too shy to play with any of them, and she won't leave my side. I push her on the swings for a while, then watch her go down the slide. We send Snoopy down a few times too, which makes her giggle. A couple of the other children come near and start to play in the sandy area a few feet away from the slide and jungle gym. And then, in the miracle of uncomplicated childhood friendship, somehow they're all playing together. Wren hands Snoopy off to me for safekeeping while she runs around with her new friends, with no words required other than their laughter and shrieks of pleasure. Eventually, Wren gets tired and comes back to where I'm sitting on a nearby bench. She looks up at me. "You ready to go?" She nods. Back at the car, I strap her into her seat. Tank's stern face appears in my mind's eye, as though he's right there, watching to make sure I don't screw it up. "Jerk," I silently say to him. I figure it's probably time to take her to my place for a while. I realize I forgot to ask Tank if Wren takes naps, but stubbornly, I decide I'm not about to call and ask him. I climb into the driver's seat and start the car. The radio station I have on is playing a pretty harsh-sounding rap song, so I shut it off. "Did you have a good time at the park, Rennie Bo Benny?" I ask, glancing in the rearview mirror. She hesitates for a second, then nods happily. "Yay, I'm so glad." I pull up at a stoplight. "Did Snoopy?" Another nod. "Hey, do you know that song, the name game song?" I wait for a second and then start singing it. "Rennie Bo Benny, banana fana fo fenny, fee fi fo many, Rennie." Wren's eyes meet mine in the mirror. I can see hers crinkle up in amusement, though I'm not hearing her laugh yet. Still, I'm encouraged to keep going. "You can do that song with anyone's name. Come on," I urge. "Let's do Snoopy now." I crank all the windows down and shout-sing, hamming it up for maximum effect. "Snoopy, Snoopy, Bo Boopy, Bonana Fana Fo Foopy, Fee Fi Fo Moopy, Snoopy." By now, Wren is full on giggling in the back. It's such a joyful sound that I start laughing too. "You think that's pretty funny, don't you? Okay, now it's time to do me. Help me out here, Wren, will you? Come on." I take a deep, exaggerated breath and begin. "Katie, Bo Beatty." This time, a second after I start the rhyme, a little voice pipes up to join me. It's soft, so soft that at first I think I'm imagining it. But as I lower my voice just a notch to hear her better, Wren surrenders to the fun of singing the nonsense song. The first time, she's uncertain, hesitant. But when we're done, I yell, "Again!" and start the round all over. This time, by the end, she's banana fanaing like a champ. For good measure, I have us go through one more round of Rennie and then one more of Snoopy. By now, Wren is singing right along with me, all shyness forgotten in the fun of the song. It's a tiny miracle. As we sing together, I'm already growing excited to tell Tank about this breakthrough. His cranky exterior notwithstanding, I know he's worried about Wren, and I know he'll be thrilled to know she's one step closer to talking. And right then, right out of the blue, with Wren's little voice ringing in my ears, is when the memory hits me, right in the gut. Cassie used to sing this song with me. I taught it to her, too, so many years ago. Tears spring to my eyes and are rolling down my cheeks before I even realize it. I manage to croak out the end of the song, but my final words end in a sob. I glance up at the mirror, and I see that Wren has noticed. She's looking at me in alarm, little brows knit together in worry. "It's okay, Rennie," I rush to tell her, sniffling loudly and pulling a sleeve over my wrist to mop my wet eyes. "You just reminded me of someone. Hey, I have an idea. You want to go have a treat somewhere with me?" And just like that, all is forgotten as she bobs her head. The promise of sugar is universally guaranteed to solve everything for a 4-year-old. I take Wren to a coffee shop I like in Tanner Springs, called the Golden Cup. It's a favorite place of mine to go when I have a day off, though I don't go there nearly as often as I'd like to. The place is also known for having really good homemade cookies and pastries, which I know Ren will love. Sure enough, Ren immediately points to a giant chocolate chip cookie when we get up to the pastry case. I tell her we can split it, and she nods. I order a cup of tea for myself and a milk for her. The striking redhead, who I think is the owner, rings us up and also gives Ren a little trinket from a bowl next to the register, a plastic ring with a sparkly daisy on it. "Here you go, honey," the owner croons, leaning down with a smile. "This ring will look so pretty on you. What's your name?" I hold my breath, willing Ren to speak, but she's overcome with shyness and instead turns away and buries her face in my pant leg. Oh well, baby steps. "Her name is Ren," I smile. "That's a beautiful name," the owner smiles. "Enjoy your cookie, Ren." I decide to push my luck. "Say thank you, Renny Bird." I hear a mumble that might be a thank you from my pant leg. I'll take it. We sit down at one of the small two-top tables. The ring is too big for any of little Ren's fingers, but she keeps it on the whole time anyway. It slides all over as she eats her half of the cookie and pretends to feed a few bites to Snoopy. She talks to the stuffed dog in a low voice, too low for me to hear what she's saying. And when I ask her if he likes it, she not only nods, but gives me a soft yes. I feel like I've just climbed Mount Everest. It takes everything I've got not to push Ren to talk more, or to act like it's too big a deal. The last thing I want is for her to close up on me again. But at the same time, the idea of showing Tank her progress makes me so freaking excited I want to burst. I tamp down my impatience and try to exude calm as Ren finishes her cookie and milk. On the way home, we do another round of the name game with her name and Snoopy's, and she belts it out like a champ. Oh, please, let her do it for Tank when he gets back.
10. Tank. All the way out and back on our run, the Death Devils are on my mind. And Ren. And Katie. Angel and Beast are on their bikes in front of the van we take, with our shipment loaded in the back. Rick's driving the van, the rest of us, Ghost, Stryker, and me, with him. This is the first delivery we're doing to a new client, a crew headed by a guy named Cobra, as part of expanding our territory. It's bad fucking timing, given this Rico shit with the Death Devils and Oz. But if we don't deliver, we'll lose this client, and we need the money. So we take extra precautions and extra men, and all of us are on edge. We're going into territory that's right on the edge of Death Devil's turf. If the Devils hadn't had to go to ground, we probably would have transferred the product to them and let them deliver it for a cut of our profits. But that ain't possible right now, given the circumstances. We meet Cobra and his crew at a club they own. Rick and Ghost stay outside with the van. Stryker and I go in with Angel and Beast. We're selling them heroin and coke, which they'll be selling on the street. But inside the club, as we make the transaction, it's pretty fucking clear they're keeping part of it. And it's pretty fucking clear why. The strippers. This club used to be just your basic strip joint. Watered-down drinks, lap dances, a place for bored insurance salesmen to drink their lunch and come get their afternoon jollies. I've even been here before once or twice, way back in the day. But this crew that owns it currently took over a couple of years ago, and it's an open secret that now it's mostly a front for prostitution. The chicks up on the stage dance like sinewy robots, with vacant looks in their too tired, glassy eyes. The lights are low, and it doesn't take a genius to know it's to keep the customers from looking too closely. To a woman, it looks like they're all hooked on dope to keep them compliant. Even the young ones look old as hell, used up and spent. The staff don't even try to hide it when a customer grabs a passing server or a dancer coming off the stage and pulls her away down the back hallway. As I size the place up, I can't help comparing it to Club Haven. The girls we hire are clean and healthy. Any customer who tries to solicit sex is thrown out on his ass, and any girl who tries to trick is fired on the spot. We pay well, and the Haven is already getting a bit of a reputation throughout the dancer community as a good place to work. This place, on the other hand, Jesus, it reeks of seedy desperation. Fuck, I want to close it down myself. The more I watch the women wander around here like zombies, the more I think about the old ladies at the club. And Katie, for some reason. The handoff of our shipment goes without a hitch. After the money changes hands, the four of us go out back with Cobra and his crew and load the product into a recycling bin they brought out, then haul it back inside the loading dock of the club. Hope they don't toss that shit out by mistake, Stryker jokes as the two of us go back to the van, leaving Angel and Beast behind to finish up business. That'd be one hell of a surprise down at the old recycling plant, eh? Hey, Ghost calls to us as we reach the van, pulling open the side door. You ready to go? We climb in, Rick starts up the engine, and we're on our way back to Tanner Springs. The usual banter between us goes on for a bit, and then one by one, we go silent. The club was fucking rough, eh? Stryker mutters. Yeah, I grimace. Did Angel know about that shit? I don't know. Ghost shrugs. Doubt it. He was just moving the goods, man. I don't like it, man. That crew looks fucking shady. We ain't exactly Girl Scouts ourselves. We ain't the morality police, brother. We don't drug our fucking women, Stryker says sharply. Yeah, and they ain't gonna be careful enough to not get themselves caught by Vice. No shit. I don't know, man. I don't want Vice sniffing around us by association. Especially if they start coming around our legit businesses. Let's hope this Rico shit with the Death Devils dies down by the time we're due to run our next shipment to Cobra. There's silence in the van. You ever think about getting out of this shit? I finally ask. You mean drugs? Brick grunts. The hard stuff? Yeah. I pause. I don't know. It's a hassle, and sometimes it doesn't feel like it's worth it. Sometimes it seems like our name is coming up pretty soon. Yeah, it's occurred to me, Brick swears softly. I value my freedom. I can't be locked up with Sydney and the kids at home. No shit. I light up a smoke and contemplate Brick's words. It's one thing to get locked up when you got no other obligations but the club. Hell, I did a stint myself behind bars a few years ago. Sure, it wasn't fucking pleasant, but I did my time. I've always just told myself that whatever happens, happens. But now, I got more shit than just myself to think about. I wonder what would happen to Ren if I got sent away. I still don't know where her mom is. And shit, if Jess thought I would be a better parent to the kid than she would, I don't even know what sort of shit she's gotten into. She's definitely not the first woman I've ever known who used up all her money, numbing herself from her problems. Hell, my own mom did the same thing, just with alcohol and pills. Which is why my grandma ended up raising me instead of her. But I do know one thing. If I went away now, whatever would happen to Ren wouldn't be good. The cops would take her. They'd probably try to find her mom. But if Jess is as bad off as I think she is, they're not likely to give Ren back to her. She'd probably end up in foster care. Shit. My stomach churns at the thought. She's already been through so much. I don't know what exactly, but you can see it in her face plain as day. Ren's such a careful kid. Like she's afraid of even one false step. She's got a wary look in her little eyes that no 4-year-old should ever have. I can't go away. I can't get sent to prison. I couldn't do that to the kid. It would wreck her. For the first time, I realized there might be a limit to what I'd do for my MC. And I'm not sure what the hell that means for me, as a lord or as a dad. When I get back into town and head up the stairs to Katie's place, it's like I've entered a different world. There's music playing that wafts down the hall toward me. Cheery, upbeat music that reminds me of those DVDs Ren likes to watch so much. But even with the music going, Katie must hear the sound of my boots because she flings open the door to greet me. When her eyes meet mine, I notice they're shining.
You're back. Ren and I have something to show you,
she says with a wide, excited grin. She's bouncing on her heels, so much that she's practically jumping up and down. This is a different Katie than I've ever seen. It's so unexpected and so fucking cute I have to bite my lip to stifle a laugh. How could you hear me over that racket? I mock scowl as I walk towards her.
I was listening for your truck,
Katie replied.
I've been so excited to show you this.
I honestly can't imagine what this is about.
You're gonna love it, I promise.
She ushers me through the doorway. Inside the tiny apartment, Ren is sitting on the couch, playing with what looks like some sort of kit. What's that she's doing? I ask Katie, nodding.
She's making jewelry out of pop beads,
Katie explains.
I got her a kit at the store yesterday. I figured she could play with it when she's here.
You didn't have to do that.
I know I didn't have to. I wanted to.
Katie draws in a breath.
She likes it. She's really into pretty much anything creative, I'm finding. But that's not what we wanted to show you.
Okay, I frown.
Are you ready?
Katie sits down next to Ren, her eyes bright with excitement.
Are you ready, Rennie?
The little girl nods.
Okay then. 1, 2, 3.
Katie starts to sing.
Rennie, Rennie, Bo Benny.
Then a half-second later, Ren joins in.
Banana, Fana, Fo Fenny.
I stand there fucking stupefied as I watch the two of them sing. Katie, her pink cheeks flushed with pleasure and pride, looking down at Ren with an expression any child would only see as love. And Ren looking up at her trustingly, seeking Katie's approval. The two of them smiling at each other as they finish the song. Fuck it. It chokes me up. That was pretty great, I manage gruffly when they're done.
Hey, Ren, I have an idea,
Katie says then, turning to the little girl.
How about if we do Tank's song next, since we're so good at this?
Ren hesitates, then ducks her head and gives Katie a shy nod.
Okay, ready?
Katie takes a deep, exaggerated breath, looking at Ren to do the same. Together they start to sing.
Tank, Tank, Bowbank.
It's the most beautiful fucking thing I've ever heard. When they're finished, I whistle low and do a slow clap. Man alive, you two are some excellent singers, I rumble. That's some talent. And you paint, too. I'm in the presence of greatness. A shy burble of a giggle erupts from Ren. On impulse, I kneel down to her level. Good job, Ren. I notice the leather thong peeking out from the neck of her t-shirt. She's been wearing my St. Gerard medal ever since I gave it to her. I haven't taken it back because I figured maybe somehow it made her feel safe. But as I look into her shining eyes, something shifts inside me. It means something to me that she's wearing it. I want her to think of it as a connection between us, something I gave her. I slowly reach up and adjust it, pulling the medallion slowly out of her shirt so it's on the outside. I'm proud of you. You know that? I tell her, keeping my voice low. I lock eyes with the little munchkin, but I start to get choked up again, so I stand before I can make a fool of myself. And as I do, I catch Katie staring at me. I clear my throat. Ren, hang on for a couple seconds, okay? I croak out. I want to talk to Katie for just a second. We go across the room to a quiet spot by the window. I glance away from her, feeling kind of embarrassed at how fucking emotional I am. You got her to talk, I manage.
Well, to sing,
Katie corrects me softly.
But she also said juice when I asked her what she wanted to drink a little while ago. So I think we're making progress.
Holy shit. She's practically a chatterbox, I joke. But seriously, I don't know how you did it.
Patience, I guess.
She shrugs. Yeah, that ain't something I got a lot of. Katie snickers.
I gathered that.
So, I hesitate. Thanks. She gives me a small smile. Then shooting a quick glance across the room, she hesitates.
Hey, listen, she murmurs. Ren's really having a good time here, and she's not finished making the bracelet she's working on. So I was wondering, do you want to stay for dinner? We could order a pizza. I think it'd be nice for her to just hang out a little longer before it's time to go home.
I want to say no, but something stops me. Maybe it's because Katie's right. Ren looks content as hell over there working on her little craft thing. It's unusual enough to see her like that I hate the thought of taking her away from it. But there's something else too, I guess. I'm tired. I've had a shitty day, and going back home to play single parent to a little kid who I feel like I'm failing just ain't that appealing right now. And even though that music playing on the stereo is starting to get on my nerves, it sounds kind of good to just sit here and watch my daughter be happy for a little while longer.
Got beer,
Katie says, quirking a brow.
if that sways you at all.
It doesn't sway me exactly, but it's all the excuse I need to admit defeat. Sure, why not? I concede. Pizza and beer it is. 11. Tank. Sometime later, the empty pizza box is all that's left of our meal. We got half pepperoni and half cheese, and Ran even ate the cheese part. She's sacked out on Katie's bed behind a Japanese screen, dead to the world from all the excitement of her day. Katie and I are sitting on the couch, nursing our beers.
This has been a good day,
Katie sighs, sinking back into the cushions and closing her eyes. It has, I admit. I still can't believe you got Ren to talk.
It was a flash of inspiration, but I didn't really plan it. It just occurred to me, and I decided to try.
You're good with her. You're good for her. I take a swig from my bottle. I don't think I'm really cut out to be a dad. The word sounds strange on my tongue. I've avoided saying I'm Ren's father out loud, mostly because I don't feel like I'm cut out to be anyone's parent.
You are.
Katie turns to me and fixes me with a serious expression.
I get that it's not easy, especially with a little girl.
I shake my head. You got that right. My life experiences up to this point haven't exactly taught me how to do any of this. Hell, just brushing her hair, giving her a bath. Hell, I'd rather be outnumbered and cornered in an alley by a rival MC than this shit. At least there I know what I'm up against.
You're learning, though.
Her eyes twinkle.
Her hair isn't as much of a rat's nest as it used to be.
Thanks for the compliment, I say, mock offended.
I mean, it was a compliment. But, yeah, you're not the greatest at doing hair, that's for sure.
You're pushing your luck, I warn. Good thing for you I ain't in the mood to argue my case. She pauses a second, fidgeting with a stray thread sticking out of the sofa.
So,
she drawls,
since I'm already pushing my luck, can I ask you something?
You can ask. No guarantee I'll answer.
What's the whole story with Ren, anyway? You never really told me how she came to be in your care.
I cut a sharp glance at Katie, ready to go on the defensive. But what I see in her expression isn't judgment, just genuine concern for Ren. The suspicion I remember radiating from Katie on the day I met her isn't there anymore. For some reason, the softness in her eyes makes me feel tired of pretending to myself this situation with Ren is temporary. But the fact is, I don't even know what the fuck it is anymore. I haven't talked to anyone about this, but for some reason, I find myself wanting to tell Katie. Ren showed up on my doorstep on Halloween night, I mutter, leaning back against the cushions. Alone, with a note that said, "She's yours. You can protect her better than I can." Signed, Jess. Katie wrinkles her nose.
Protect her,
she repeats.
From what?
Your guess is as good as mine, I shrug. Maybe she was just being dramatic.
So Jess is an ex-girlfriend?
Not even that. She's just some chick I banged a few times. She used to hang around the club for a while, if she's the one I'm thinking of.
Gross,
Katie mutters. Look, yeah, I've been with a few women. I spread my hands. More than a few. But they were all consenting adults. So what's the problem? More than consenting, actually. Most of them were pretty enthusiastic and vocal. Katie just shakes her head.
No problem. You're an adult. So look, the horse is kind of out of the barn at this point, but have you ever heard of these things called condoms?
She snarks. I did use a condom. Katie rolls her eyes at me.
I mean, it's none of my business. But do you expect me to buy that?
She scoffs.
You can't even remember which Jess this woman is, out of a cast of thousands, apparently.
Not thousands. Hundreds, maybe. But I did use a condom, I insist. I know that.
How can you possibly know that?
I always use condoms. I don't take fucking chances.
Always?
Literally every single time, I insist. She takes a moment to digest that.
Well, it doesn't make any sense.
She squints at me.
How did you end up with a kid, then?
I shrug. I don't know. Don't they say they're only, 98% effective? Damn, when you think about it like that, does that mean 2 times out of 100 rubbers don't work? Fuck me.
Okay, so the condom broke. Whatever,
she says, making it clear that she still doesn't quite believe me.
And you can at least narrow it down to a few dozen Jessicas. You don't have any other phone numbers or anything?
I shrug again. Like I told you, they weren't girlfriends. They were just...
fuck buddies.
Yeah, Katie blows out a breath.
Unbelievable.
She trails off, then blinks.
Well, look, now that Wren is talking, you can just ask her last name. She's old enough to know it.
I blink. Shit. Why didn't I think of that?
I get the feeling you've been a little too close to the situation. You're welcome. Again.
Katie lets out a throaty laugh, tipping back her head and exposing her long, gorgeous neck. And just like that, I'm back to having thoughts about her that I've been trying like hell to stop having. Maybe because I haven't fucked anyone since before Halloween. Haven't even gotten my dick sucked by one of the club girls. So it could be I'm just horny as shit. But I've been thinking about Katie in any number of filthy ways since the day I first met her. Hell, ordinarily I probably would have done something about it by now. I'll grant you she's a lot different from the women I generally take to bed. She's smarter, for one thing. Mouthier, for sure. And pig-headed as hell. But I see something in her eyes when she looks at me. I know that look. It means she might not say no if I suggested spending some time getting down and dirty together. But I got way too much on my fucking plate right now to add any more complications to my life, what with Wren and all the club shit going on. A blowjob from one of the club girls is one thing. Starting something up with a fireball like this girl is another thing entirely. Something tells me that shit would be the definition of complicated. Try telling my dick that, though. I've jerked off more times than I can count, thinking about the girl in front of me. Just last night, in fact. My favorite fantasy so far involves Katie in the diner. It's after hours, and she's the only one there, cleaning up. I show up, and she lets me in, giving me that saucy look of hers. Like she wants me to think she's going to say no, but she's actually going to say yes. Instead of those black yoga pants, she's got on a tight little black miniskirt, and I come up behind her and slide my hand under her to find her panties soaking wet for me. Katie moans and arches her back, her ass pressing against my cock. Then I turn her around, lay her back on the table or one of the booths, and fuck her hard and fast as she rides under me.
Tank?
I snap back into reality as my cock throbs in my jeans. Sorry, I mumble, shifting on the couch. Got distracted.
Yeah, I guess so.
Katie's cocking her head at me, a little smirk on her face. Almost like she knows where my mind went. God damn it. To change the subject, I ask Katie a question I've been meaning to ask anyway. Hey, look, would you be willing to take care of Wren again sometime? I don't have a lot of people I can trust with her, and you're really good with her. She sucks in a breath.
Sure, of course. I offered before, remember?
Yeah, I know. I just didn't want to assume.
I like Wren. She's such a sweet girl. Her little face just breaks my heart. She reminds me of someone.
Yeah? Who? She pauses a beat. Something flickers on her face.
My sister.
That's right. I remember you saying you have a sister. She looks away.
No. I said I had a little sister.
The word comes out harsh, raw, like it's being torn from her throat. When Katie looks back at me, her eyes are glistening. Shit. I guess I didn't really catch that. I'm sorry.
Her name was Cassie,
She says softly.
She was actually my half-sister. She was 6 years younger than me.
Fuck. How did she... The second the words leave my lips, I know it's the wrong thing to ask. Katie's face instantly crumples. She swallows, loudly, painfully, and looks away.
Die?
She whispers.
Neglect.
The air in the room around us feels like it just got 10 times heavier. We just steered ourselves into a conversation neither one of us wants to have. I'm sorry, I say again. God damn it, I feel like a shitheel. I want to comfort her, put my arm around her or something, but I'm not sure that's the right thing to do.
Thanks,
she croaks. She lifts a hand, wipes at her eyes. Look, I should probably go. Cursing myself for my sudden cowardice, I pull out some bills, set them between us. Thanks for taking care of Ren, Katie. It means a lot to both of us. You're the closest thing she has right now to a mom. Female figure in her life. She needs that. Katie sniffles, swipes at her eyes again.
It was my pleasure. Truly, I mean it.
She glances over toward the bed, her eyes tender. I'm glad. She swallows, then tosses her head. Her mood seems to shift like a weather vane. She gives me a saucy little smile that reminds me of my fantasy about the diner.
You know, gratitude looks good on you.
She smirks.
You should try it more often.
You'd look good with those luscious lips of yours wrapped around my cock, or my hand wrapped in your hair. Fuck. A second ago I was feeling all sorry for Katie, and now my dick is begging for attention again. All the blood rushing from my brain to my cock is making it hard to talk, so I don't say anything at all. I just stand and go to the bed to gather up Ren. I slip my arms under her and lift her up, making sure not to wake her.
I'll get her stuff and walk you out,
Katie half whispers, picking up Snoopy and Ren's backpack. As we descend the stairs in silence, my brain is a big fucking messed up jumble. As out of control as my life has felt ever since Ren came into it, Katie just makes it feel crazier somehow. Because I kind of need her. I'm not used to needing anyone. But also because she's hot as sin. I'm still half-hard and barely thinking straight as I fasten a sleeping Ren into the car seat. Katie hands me her backpack and Snoopy, and I toss them into the back, shutting the door as softly as I can. Can I call you tomorrow? I ask Katie. To work out a schedule for you taking Ren. She nods, looking up at me.
Of course.
Her eyes are soft in the moonlight. Or hell, maybe it's the light of the street lamp at the parking lot. I don't know. Her lips are slightly parted, and the light reflects off them too. God damn it, this girl is driving me fucking insane. It wasn't easy to ignore my attraction to her when she was pissing me off with her holier-than-thou attitude. But it was a damn sight easier than it is now. Now she's right here, so close I can feel the heat from her skin. So close I can see the way her breasts rise and fall with her breaths. She's got me so fucking tied up in knots that my own breathing stills, even as my cock hardens in my jeans. I begin, then stop.
Yes?
Katie's brow lowers into a slight frown as she waits for me to speak. But I fucking can't. Everything I want to say right now can't be said in words. I want her. My whole fucking body wants her. I've been trying to deny it ever since the day I met her. And right now all the barriers I've tried to put in place to keep away from her are gone. It's just her and me and the moonlit night.
Tank?
She breathes. I love the sound of my name on her lips. the way I can see the word as it moves in her throat. I move toward her, closing the inches that separate us. The small, soft intake of her breath is the only thing I hear before I bury my hand in her hair and pull her lips to mine. Her mouth opens to me immediately. Her gasp turns into a soft moan as I devour her mouth, stifling my own groan. God, it's only when I finally have what I want, when I finally have her mouth, that the restraint I've been working so hard to maintain falls away. I press her against the car, our tongues dancing together, seeking, tasting, finally telling the truth about the desire that we've been hiding from each other. My cock throbs, and Katie's body writhes against me, her breathing coming fast and shallow. She clutches at me as I swallow another moan that rips from her throat. God, it's so fucking good. Too good. If my body somehow thought it could extinguish the fire that's consuming me, it never reckoned for how this one kiss would throw gas on the flames. I want to take her, to consume her. I want every inch of her body to belong to me. The kiss gets deeper, more frantic. The voice in my head takes over, words pounding in my brain like a heartbeat. Mine. She's mine. This is mine. Fuck, I groan, ripping myself away from Katie's lips. My cock is begging me not to stop, but I manage to call on the last remaining brain cell with any fucking sense at all. I step away from her, noting that Katie is panting, her lips already swollen and bruised from my kiss. I mutter. Jesus, Tank, way to sound like a fucking teenager. I better get going, I manage to finish. Because if I don't leave right fucking now, I'm gonna take Katie right up against my truck. And with my sleeping daughter in the back seat, that's the kind of behavior that could earn me an appointment with Child Protective Services. Katie sucks in a ragged breath. Okay, she replies. It's so absurd that I almost laugh. Except I can't laugh because my dick is screaming at me, wanting to know why we're not about to score. Okay then, I agree lamely. Go back upstairs so I know you're safe. For once, she doesn't argue with me. I climb into the cab of my truck, a little painfully, and wait for her to disappear inside. I back the truck up, giving her a one-finger wave that she probably can't see. Then drive home, cursing under my breath the whole time. I carry Wren inside and into her bedroom. I tuck her in, then turn off the lights and go into my own room and shut the door. Lying down on my bed, I stare up at the ceiling and take my raging dick in my hands, stroking my shaft with Katie's name on my lips until I let go with a tortured groan. Jesus, I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. This girl's gonna be the end of me if I'm not careful.
12. Katie. Once I'm inside the back door of the apartments, I turn and watch out the window. Tank climbs into the truck and starts the engine. He drives away into the darkness as my eyes follow his vehicle, my whole body thrumming with the memory of his body pressed against mine. Weirdly, a couple of moments after Tank pulls away, a car in the lot next door to us turns on its lights and starts up, before taking off in the same direction a couple of seconds later. A wave of embarrassment floods through me as I realize that whoever was in that car probably saw me practically climbing Tank like a tree just now. I can't believe we didn't notice there were other people around. But then again, when Tank was kissing me, the tornado sirens could have gone off all around us, and I doubt I would have heard them. As I turn down the hall toward my studio, still dizzy with lust, I tell myself that whoever was in that other car is a total stranger. They'd never have recognized either of us in the dark anyway. Pushing away my mortification, I open the door to my apartment and go back inside, my body still in flames from Tank's touch. Holy shit, that kiss. Tank was always sex on wheels, so it's not like I haven't been physically attracted to him from the jump. I mean, that first day I saw him in the downtown diner, it was all I could do to not actually drool. The man is objectively hot. The only thing that helped distract me from how delicious he was that he was a man whore who could barely be bothered to pay attention to his own daughter. But the more I've gotten to know him, the more I've recognized there's more to it than that. His daddy vibe with Ren tonight had me feeling weak at the knees. Tank tried to hide it, but there were actually almost tears in his eyes as Ren sang the name game song for him. Her little voice nearly broke him. And the way he pulled out that medallion he gave Ren to wear and adjusted it on her little chest, the look of love on his face practically made my ovaries do a tap dance. I'm not even sure he was aware of it, but that man has fallen hard for that little girl of his. And then 1,000 butterflies take flight in my stomach at the memory of Tank's deep, intense eyes just before he lowered his lips to mine for the first time. That kiss we shared outside of his truck was explosive, electric as a bolt of lightning, and just as all-consuming. And I knew he felt it too. When he finally pulled away from me, the tortured look on his face mirrored the way I felt, down to my core. If we hadn't been outside, with Ren asleep just a few feet away, I would have done anything. I would have done everything. Even now, I know I won't be able to stop thinking about what it would have been like to have Tank's hard, hot girth pushing inside me, filling me. I suppress a little moan at the thought of it, my eyes fluttering half-closed with a desire that I know won't abate until I find a way to take care of it myself. Awash in pleasure, in my bed, imagining that the magic battery-operated wand between my legs is him. It won't be the first time I've had to relieve my desire for Tank by myself. But with the memories I have of the last 10 minutes, it's likely to be the most intense. I move through my little apartment, prolonging the inevitable. I toss the beer bottles in the recycling and dispose of the pizza box. As I work, the fantasy that's taken center stage in my brain forces me to confront something I'd rather not remember. When Tank was kissing me, I wasn't just thinking about what it would be like to be in bed with him. I was fantasizing about what it would be like to be with him. Part of his life, and Ren's, the three of us as a family. A family like the one I was supposed to have with my ex-husband, before I lost the baby and then left my marriage. My stomach clenches. Tears spring to my eyes for the second time that night. "Stop it, Katie," I hiss at myself, blinking hard. I don't know why the pain is still so sharp. I was never in love with my ex, even though I tried to make it work. It's not like we really ever had a realistic hope of some sort of happy family, even before I lost the baby. But I wanted that baby so much. God, how I wanted her. I've been trying to make myself think of Ren as a child like my little sister. I've been trying to believe that my affection for her is like that of an older sibling, that my protective feelings are because she reminds me of Cassie. But that's not really it, at least not entirely. The truth is, Ren reminds me of the little baby girl I loved so much and then lost, before I ever got a chance to be her mama. I can't deny that if I hadn't miscarried, I'd probably still be with Kurt, and miserable, no doubt. But even if I was miserable with Kurt, I'd still have her. I'd have my daughter. Kurt never really wanted the baby. Hell, he never really wanted me either. He just wanted the connection to my family. He would have been an absent, detached father. But I could have lived with that. As long as I had the baby to love, I could have accepted that life. I remember waking up in the hospital, bruised and battered, my stomach still cramping from the pain. I knew I'd lost the baby, even before the doctor came in to tell me. The nausea still overtakes me when I remember the looks on the faces of all the medical staff as I lied. I told them I'd been mugged and beaten by a stranger right outside my house. I told them my stepbrother had found me and taken me to the hospital. Because I knew if I told the truth, that it was my husband who did it, the consequences for me would be even worse. Pressing charges against Kurt, putting him in jail for what he did to me, wouldn't be the end of it. I'd still have my family to answer to, and they'd make sure I never made such a mistake of disloyalty again. Once it was over, once my dreams of being a mother were dashed, I couldn't bear to have him touch me anymore. I couldn't stand the thought of him making me pregnant again, knowing that the terror of losing another baby would have filled my every waking moment for the whole 9 months. I couldn't tell anyone what had really happened. The only solution was to lie, stay silent, and leave quietly as soon as I could. No one in my family has tried to come after me. I haven't tried to hide where I am, but I haven't told them either. I don't have to. If they wanted to find me, they have the resources to do that. But I haven't been in touch with them, and they haven't with me. After all, I'm still technically married to Kurt, so really, what's the point? That's all my stepfather and stepbrother really cared about. In fact, it's probably more convenient in some ways to have me gone. Since coming here to Tanner Springs, I've stayed away from men completely. My independence has been too hard won. The scars, the mental ones as well as the physical, are far too deep for me to trust anyone anymore. And until the day I met Tank at the downtown diner, my self-imposed celibacy has been easy to maintain. When I first met Tank, his obvious discomfort with the little girl by his side inoculated me against the sexy biker, faster and more completely than anything else possibly could have. There was nothing he could have done, nothing he could have been, that would have made me feel more contempt for him. But now that I know I was wrong, I'm afraid I'm about to fall down a rabbit hole that's so deep I may never find my way back out. I'm too unsettled to pay attention to anything on TV after Tank leaves. Painting, of course, is out of the question. Instead, I mess around on my phone, stalling the moment I'll go to bed. I check in on the social media profiles that I usually neglect. I read up on some current events of the day. Then, on impulse, I pull up a browser window and type in a search that I've been meaning to do but keep forgetting. I try St. Gerard metal first, but the results just give me a bunch of different sites where I can buy one. So I click back into the search bar and try again without metal. St. Gerard, Gerard Magella, popularly known as the Mother's Saint. The Mother's Saint? That's odd, I murmur to myself. I scan through the entry about his life, then click out and read a few others. I learn that he lived in Italy in the 18th century and that he trained as a tailor. At a young age, he tried to join the local Capuchins, but he was turned down twice due to his youth and poor health. So far, nothing seems to connect with what I know about Tank. But as I continue to read, I come across a passage that makes my heart start to race. Once, toward the end of his short life, he was leaving the home of some family friends, and one of the daughters called to him, telling him that he had forgotten his handkerchief. Instead of taking it, he called back, "Keep it, it will be useful to you someday." Years later, the girl, now a woman, was in danger of death during childbirth. She remembered the words of Gerard and called for the handkerchief. Almost immediately, the danger passed and she delivered a healthy child. A wave of nausea hits me. Instinctively, I place a hand on my stomach, thinking of the baby I lost. I sit there for a minute, breathing and trying to calm my racing pulse. When I'm able to, I keep reading. Many miracles were attributed to him during his short life. He also bore many crosses, such as when he was falsely accused by a pregnant woman of fathering her baby. He answered her charges with the same stoic silence as our Lord did when facing his accusers during his passion. Saint Gerard died from tuberculosis at 29 years of age. His intercession is requested by Catholics for children, and unborn children in particular, childbirth, mothers, and people falsely accused. I reread the story about the pregnant woman falsely accusing Gerard of fathering her baby. But of course, that can't have anything to do with Wren's mother, can it? Of everything he's told me about how Wren came to him, he has never once denied being her father. If anything, he accepts it without question, even though he insists he used protection. Looking up the meaning of Saint Gerard only gives me more unanswered questions to be obsessed about where Tank is concerned. As he gave the medallion to Wren in the diner that day, he said he'd been wearing it for years. The metal has been warmed by the heat of his skin as it nestled against his hard chest. I wonder if he wore it when he slept, or when he showered, or when he... A deep throb returns between my legs. I picture Tank, naked to the waist, wearing the medallion on its leather thong. The image makes my skin tingle with longing to touch him, to see how far up his arms those tattoos go, to feel the heat of him, the hardness of him. My eyes flutter closed. In my mind's eye, Tank reaches down to unbutton and unzip his jeans. As they drop to the floor, his stiff cock springs free. Judging from the length of him as he pressed against me earlier, Tank has been blessed by the gods in that department. Is he cut or uncut? My breathing, already shallow, begins to speed up. My lips part as I feel his rough hands on me, his lips brushing against my neck as he pulls me to him and takes me... My eyes fly open. Shit. This is bad. Very, very bad. He's probably got a tiny dick, I tell myself, and then laugh out loud because I can't imagine that's true. I try again. He's terrible in bed. He's got uncontrollable toxic farts. He's a premature ejaculator. He wears a women's flannel nightie to sleep in. I even try to picture him as Jason Momoa in that hilarious Super Bowl commercial, where he goes home at the end of the day and takes off his muscles and wig, and he's actually a scrawny, bald dude. But none of it works. My body wants what it wants, and what it wants right now is Tank. By the time I go to bed, I admit defeat, just as I knew I would. Pull out my trusty vibrator, turn off the lights, close my eyes, and imagine it's him in my bed, doing deliciously dirty things to me with his tongue and his cock in the darkened room. I shudder through my release, and when I'm finished, alone and panting, the last thing that escapes my lips before I fall asleep is as fervent as a prayer. Damn it, Tank, I whisper. Please go back to being a jackass.
13. Tank. Lordy. Who knew that once this kid started talking, you wouldn't be able to shut her up? A week after Katie gets Ren to sing that name game song, you never know this child was ever silent for a minute. And with every word she speaks, every laugh I coax out of her, she seems to transform into a different little girl. She talks, sings to Snoopy, laughs out loud at her movies, talks back to the TV as she watches it. And every single time I hear her voice, an invisible fist squeezes my cold black heart. And then one night, something happens that I'll never fucking forget. I'm putting her to bed. She's had her bath, and I've read her a book, sitting beside her on a chair next to her bed. She had a pretty full day, so she's already yawning pretty good by the time the story is done. She lies down, and I tuck her in, sliding Snoopy in next to her. Eyes heavy with sleep, my little daughter looks up at me with a trusting expression. On impulse, I give her a kiss on the forehead. And then, before I realize what's happening, she puts her tiny arms around my neck in a tight hug. "Good night, Rennie," I whisper around the lump in my throat. And that's when I know it, deep in my gut. This sensation, this happiness that hurts so bad it's almost like pain, is what it feels like to be a father. Nothing else I've ever felt is anything like it. In some ways, it's the best feeling in the world. But it's also, well, kind of scary. It almost hurts to look at Ren sometimes. When she's happy, it makes me want to burst with pride. But then it reminds me of how sad she was when she showed up on my doorstep, and how sad she probably was before that. And that just about rips me apart to think about. Fatherhood is confusing as fuck, in other words. The one subject Ren still shies away from is her mom. I try asking her about Jess once or twice to see if she had any idea where she had gone. But Ren clams right up. The second time, I can't get another word out of her for almost an hour, until I finally coax her back by telling her she's going to go visit Katie for the afternoon. I do manage to get Ren to tell me her last name, though. And Earl, which confirms that her mom is the Jess I was thinking of. By now, it's been about a month since Ren showed up on my doorstep. She's still sleeping in my guest room, with cardboard boxes of spare shit stacked up against one wall. Ren doesn't seem to mind. In fact, she's used the crayons I got her to draw pictures on the fronts of all the boxes, like it's her own private kids' version of Katie's artist studio. But I'm starting to feel like she deserves more than that. Something more long-term. I talked to Katie about it one night at my place. Ren's in bed when I get back from church at the clubhouse, and I asked Katie to hang around for a bit to talk to her about my idea. We're in my kitchen, leaning against the counter. Katie has a glass of water next to her. I don't want Ren living in a storage room anymore, I grunt, keeping my voice low even though I know Ren's fast asleep down the hall. I want to give her a little girl's room, a place of her own, but I don't know where to start. Katie's eyes twinkle when she smiles at me, like she approves.
So you want me to help you figure it out? Like pretty sheets and covers, furniture, the works?
Yeah, if it ain't too much trouble. I mean, you could just tell me what to get.
Well,
she murmurs, cocking her head.
Her favorite color is purple, so maybe a purple theme? I don't know if you want to paint the walls, but at least a purple bedspread? Some purple stuff around the room?
How do you know her favorite color is purple?
Tank, are you blind?
She asks, but her voice is teasing.
She always puts herself in a purple dress or shirt when she draws herself. Check the drawing on your fridge.
Okay. Shit, I never noticed that at all.
And, here's an idea.
Katie points a finger at me.
How about painting one wall with blackboard paint? At least from her height down. That way she could have the whole wall to draw on with chalk.
That's not a bad idea, I say, impressed. I didn't even know they made anything like that.
Yep. It's expensive relative to other paint, but you don't need that much if you just do like the bottom 4 feet of the wall. My little sister.
She trails off, and I register the note of pain in her tone. You okay? I prompt gently. She lets out the tiniest of sighs.
Yeah, sorry. It's just that my little sister used to have a blackboard wall in her room. That's what gave me the idea.
Katie and I haven't talked at all about the kiss we shared in the parking lot behind her apartment a week ago. The first time I saw her after that was pretty fucking awkward for a minute. But focusing on Ren helped, and we've managed to slip into an easy rhythm since then. I don't know whether I'm happy about that or not, because I'm not going to lie. I want to kiss her again. Pretty much every second I see her, it's all I'm thinking about. And I don't want to stop at kissing, either. If Ren wasn't around all the time, I probably would have made a move by now. It's fucking frustrating, even if I tell myself it's a blessing in disguise. Getting involved with a chick who's taking care of my daughter is the definition of messy and complicated. And I don't do messy and complicated with women. At least not up until now. I've never wanted to before. But then Katie has me wanting all sorts of things I've never wanted before. Absently, I reach into my left breast pocket, then swear softly and stop myself and go for my right pocket instead. I pull out a dum-dum sucker and peel off the wrapper, sticking it in my mouth. Yeah, that blackboard wall is a pretty good idea, I mumbled around it. You think the hardware store downstairs from you would carry? But my words trail off when I see Katie looking at me with a half-astonished expression. What? I barked defensively. I'm trying to stop smoking around Ren. It ain't good for her. Katie giggles, shaking her head.
That is the most adorable thing I have ever heard in my entire life.
Watch it, I warn. You're pressing your luck. Katie's eyes fill with merriment. She presses her lips together, then pretends to lock them and throw away the key. I give her another warning look, then continue. I gotta figure out how to get Ren into daycare or preschool or something too, I say. Whatever it is they call it now. Pre-K. Ren deserves to be able to socialize with other kids, especially now that she's talking. Katie nods.
Probably a good idea. I don't know anything about that, though.
Yeah, it's probably something I should talk to one of the Lord's old ladies about. I'm guessing the wives will have strong opinions about daycares in the area. And on that note, it's probably time I tell the Lords about Ren. When Stryker asked me who Ren was that night at the bar, I made up some excuse about it being a mutual friend of Katie's and mine. But it's starting to feel like now's the right time to tell my club I have a daughter. It'll make this thing feel more real, more permanent. I almost laugh out loud. This daddy shit is fucking with my brain. What the hell is happening to me?
Hey, Tank,
Katie says softly, interrupting my thoughts.
Can I ask you something?
Sure. What? She hesitates.
I've been curious about that medal from you that Ren wears. What's the significance of St. Gerard?
A shrug. My grandma gave that to me. I lean back against the kitchen counter. She was a devout Catholic. She and my grandpa raised me after my mom lost custody of me. My mom was a drunk and a pill freak. She died of an overdose when I was in my teens. My Gram and Gramps were crazy in love with each other, even after all the years they'd been married. I think they poured all their love into me because they felt like they failed with my mom, somehow. I glance over at Katie and decide to continue. I guess Gerard is one of the saints that's supposed to protect kids, mothers, falsely accused people, stuff like that. Graham used to pray to him for my mom and for me when she went to Mass. I let out a dry laugh. Not so sure the prayers worked in either of our cases.
You still wear the medallion?
Katie is eyeing me intently. I shrug again. My Gram and Gramps were the only people in the world who gave a shit about me growing up.
Sounds like your childhood was a little like Ren's, in some ways.
What do you mean? I ask, then trail off. Huh. I guess she's got a point. Both Ren and I were born to women who couldn't stay sober and out of trouble long enough to actually be moms.
Your grandma sounds like she taught you well,
Katie continues quietly.
You needed her and she stepped up for you, just like you're doing with Ren.
It's got nothing to do with stepping up, I say gruffly. I didn't have a choice.
Sure you did, she replies. You could have dropped Ren off at the police station, but you didn't do that. She needed you and you stepped up,
Katie repeats, her eyes shining as she looks at me.
I know you don't think so, but you're doing a great job with her.
I think most of the progress we've made with her has been because of you, I correct her. We. Katie lowers her eyes.
I'm glad if I've helped,
she murmurs. Katie, I couldn't have done any of this without you. I shift to look at her. You must know that. She doesn't say anything in response, but raises her eyes to mine again. In the silence that forms between us, it's the easiest thing in the world to imagine moving a few inches toward her. To think about pressing her back against the countertop and doing a repeat of the scene at my truck. My dick jumps at the idea, recognizing it as a damn good one. My jaw ticks, and I realize I'm clenching it, trying to hold myself back. Why, I don't know. Waiting for some sort of sign, I guess. And then she gives it to me.
Can I ask you another question?
Katie asks throatily. What's that?
Are you ever gonna fucking kiss me again?
I'm gonna do a hell of a lot more than that, I answer, reaching for her.
14. Katie. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. Having Tank so close to me, it's like our bodies are sending electric signals to each other, and I guess I just lose control. Tank's mouth is on mine almost before I know what's happening. It's just as good as I remembered, even better. He must feel the same way because he lets out a tortured groan as his tongue finds mine. "Fuck, Katie," he grits out. "You just unleashed something here. You best know that." Butterflies erupt in my stomach as his words hit home. The thing I've been wanting, dreaming, fantasizing about is going to happen. I know from the way my skin is electrified by his touch, and by the way his mouth devours mine, the way his taut muscles tell me he's working to hold himself back, but he won't last long. Tank's arms lift me up onto the kitchen counter. Our mouths continue to tangle as I wrap my legs around his waist, angling my hips so that his hardness presses against the throb of my core. I gasp at how good it feels, but it's not nearly enough. I want more, need more. A whimper escapes me as I press against him harder, and I'd be embarrassed at how naked my desire is, but it's stronger than I am. I've never felt like this, not once with any other man. Like if Tank doesn't take me, if I don't have him inside me soon, I might die. He reaches down and cups my ass, then pulls me harder against him and lifts me up. Then I'm being carried, still wrapped around him like he's a tree trunk. I pull my lips away from his and risk a look at his face. The storm in his eyes as they meet mine should frighten me, but I want it. I want everything he's about to do to me, no matter what it is. I realize he's taking me to his bedroom at the end of the hall. I know where it is from babysitting Ren here, but I've never been in it before. He pushes the door open with my back and carries me inside. The lights are off, except for one standing lamp in the corner. Once he's in the doorway, he turns and shuts the door behind us, then leans me against it. I'm still gripping his shoulders, my lips already puffy and raw from his mouth and beard, but craving more of his taste. As though he can read my mind, he lowers his mouth to mine again, searching, probing, his hands gripping the backs of my thighs and pulling me hard into him. There's only the fabric of our jeans that separate us, and dizzily, I wonder if it might just burst into flames from the heat that's growing between us. Another low groan emerges from deep in his chest as he breaks the kiss again. My eyes flutter shut as his lips and the scratch of his beard trail down to the tender skin of my neck. He licks and sucks on my skin, tasting me, and it sends a shiver down my spine as I imagine what it would be like to have his mouth on me there, the place I've wanted him so many times. He lifts one hand and slides it up my waist, under my shirt, and between my back and the wall. Then, in a swift movement, unhooks my bra strap. A second later, the skin of his rough, calloused thumb brushes against my already hardened nipple, making me gasp. He does it again, and I let out a loud whimper, my hips bucking against his hardness involuntarily. Am I actually going to come like this? I wonder dizzily. Tank catches my whimper with a kiss. "We're gonna have to be a little quieter than I'd like," he chuckles. "There ain't a lock on my bedroom door. I'll fix that tomorrow." I pull in a deep breath and nod, wondering how in the world I'm going to manage to be quiet if this is how Tank can make me feel. He slips his hand back under my ass and carries me to the bed. Laying me down, he pushes the fabric of my shirt and my bra up and off, then dips his head to continue his teasing of my nipple with his tongue. Oh, God. I hold my breath and thread my hands in his long hair, arching my head back and willing myself not to cry out. When he moves to the other nipple, it somehow feels even better. I know without question that my panties and jeans are soaked through. My pussy is swollen and throbbing in an agonizing pleasure of longing and waiting. Tank pulls away from my breasts for a second, rising to kneel above me. Take off your jeans. I reach down and unbutton them, then wriggle myself out as he pulls them off me, taking my panties with them. He stands and reaches behind his neck, pulling off his shirt in one motion. A second later, his jeans are pooled at the floor, his cock springing free, hard and huge. I suck in a ragged breath, my whole body desperate for what's about to happen. Fuck, you're perfect, he whispers in a rasp. Jesus, Katie. I swallow. So are you. He lets out a low bark of a laugh. Need to taste you, he grunts. And then, before I can react, he's between my legs, his tongue plunging deep inside me. Tank devours me like a starving man. I let out a single stifled cry, then, flailing, grab a pillow and hold it over my mouth. He sucks my clit into his mouth, teasing it, adoring it. My hips buck toward his mouth as I cry out into the pillow, knowing that my body belongs completely to him, knowing that in seconds I'm about to lose control. Fuck, you taste sweet, he growls against my pussy. Just how I thought you would. Better, I can't get enough of you. My last coherent thought before I fly over the edge is, he's thought about this too. Then I shatter, screaming into the pillow as the waves take me over, so completely that gravity seems to fall away from me. I'm unanchored, untethered, my entire body no longer solid, no longer anything but pleasure without end. Then, a single second or a million years later, Tank is holding me, his hands pulling me back to earth. He grunts a single word as he moves over me. Condom. I barely register as he pulls open the drawer to his bedside table. A crinkle of foil, and then he slides himself into me. I let out a shuddering gasp at how good it feels. He begins to thrust, deep and long at first, then faster, harder, and it puts me back together, pulls me back into my body as I pulse and shiver around him. I open my eyes and lock gazes with him, just an instant before he tenses, lifts his head back, and explodes inside me with a low, guttural groan. Katie. When I open my eyes some hours later, the sun is already coming up, the pink light of the morning seeping in through the window. Tank's arm rests on my stomach, flung over me as he sleeps by my side. It feels so intimate, maybe even more intimate than everything we did last night somehow. For a moment, I let myself bask in the glow of just being here with him, the warmth and weight of him, the comfort of being next to someone else. Except, unfortunately, his arm is pretty heavy, and even more unfortunately, it's pressing on my uncomfortably full bladder. Shit, I hiss softly, as my mind starts to clear and I realize the predicament I'm in. I never planned to stay overnight. Now I have to get myself out of here somehow, before it gets weird and awkward between us. I shift in the bed, bracing myself on my forearms in hopes of sliding out from under Tank's arm without waking him. Inch by inch, I'm almost to the edge of the bed when his large hand curls around my rib cage and pulls me back. Where are you going? He rumbles, voice deep and heavy with sleep. It's morning, I half whisper. I noticed. What if Wren wakes up? She's not up yet. It's still early. The sun's barely up. Tank shifts onto his side, facing me. His hair is wild, hanging in his eyes, and somehow it makes him even sexier. He gives me a sleepy, lopsided grin. Come here. A flush of pleasure blooms on my skin at the seductive way he's looking at me. The memory of last night, and the prospect of a repeat, sounds so good that I almost give in. But my bladder is not about to take no for an answer. I squirm away from Tank's reach and push back the covers. I have to pee. Hurry back, he smirks. I yank on my shirt and jeans and open the door as soundlessly as possible. Pulling it closed behind me, I pad to the bathroom, where I close that door just as carefully and flip the lock. I unbutton my jeans and sit down on the toilet, letting out a quiet sigh as I relieve myself. Only when I've finished peeing and washing my hands do I risk a look at myself in the bathroom mirror. My hair is kind of a mess, but not the worst ever. Eyes are puffy, but there's not too much I can do to fix that. I turn on the water again to cold, splash some on my face, then use my hands as a cup and slurp some into my mouth. I drink a few gulps, then use the last one to swish around before spitting it back into the sink. I turn off the water, dry off, then raise my hand and exhale into it. Verdict on my breath. Not great, but not nuclear. Okay, maybe I can slip back into Tank's bedroom for a quickie and then take off before Ren wakes up. Grabbing one final look at myself in the mirror, I turn off the light carefully, unlock and open the bathroom door, and sneak back out into the hallway. I'm tiptoeing back toward Tank's room when I hear a sleepy, tiny voice from the bedroom across the hall. Tank? Oh, shit. Ren emerges from the dark room, dressed in her wrinkled pajamas. She's rubbing her eyes, blinking to adjust to the light, when she sees me standing there. Katie! She cries. She closes the distance between us in a heartbeat and flings herself into me, wrapping herself around my legs. Hey, honey, how are you? I choke out. A second later, Tank appears in the doorway of his bedroom. He's shirtless, but wearing his jeans. We lock eyes, but I can't tell from his expression whether he's pissed that his daughter just caught me in their house first thing in the morning. My mind casts about frantically for an excuse for why I'm here that will satisfy a 4-year-old. But it turns out she doesn't seem to question it. Maybe she's not old enough. Or maybe it's some kind of unconscious 4-year-old shrewdness at seeing a golden opportunity present itself. Either way, the question that does come out of her mouth is one I'm not expecting at all. Are you here for breakfast? She cries excitedly, looking up at us with big doe eyes. Can we have pancakes? 15. Katie. Turns out, Tank's kitchen is stocked a lot better than I expected it to be. Not only are there fixings for pancakes, but he also has a carton of orange juice in the refrigerator, a gallon of milk, coffee beans, and a grinder. And not only real maple syrup, but also the fake stuff in a plastic container shaped like the syrup lady from the commercials. Here, use this, he says, handing me a box of pancake mix. It's easier than from scratch, and besides, I'm out of buttermilk. How do you have more food than I do? I marvel as he hands it to me. I would have expected you to live on beef jerky and beer. Nice stereotype, he huffs. Actually, I don't mind cooking. And since Ren's been here, I need to keep stuff on hand that she'll eat. I can always get pancakes in her, as you can see. I chuckle and start to work on mixing. Tank takes Ren back into her bedroom to get her out of her pajamas and into some clothes. I listen to them as I heat up the pan and pour some batter in for the first batch. It's oddly sweet and even soothing to hear Tank's low voice and then Ren's little high chirp together from down the hall. I hear her tinkling laugh and my heart squeezes. A few seconds later, Ren starts to sing a little kid's song I don't recognize. And when Tank joins in with his deep bass, it's the cutest, most heart-exploding thing I have ever heard in my entire life. The two of them come back out, Ren wearing jeans and a tiny Harley-Davidson t-shirt. Her hair is freshly brushed. Tank's getting better at that, I notice. And she skips down the hall, beaming, then slips into one of the chairs at the kitchen table. I catch a glimpse of the leather thong around her neck and know the St. Gerard medal is there, nestled underneath her shirt. Nice singing, I murmur at Tank teasingly as he comes in to see how I'm progressing. He grunts. I feel pretty dumb doing it, but hey, it's progress. I actually meant it, I say softly, meeting his eyes. She's gotten so comfortable with you lately. I'm sure you doing stuff like that is part of it. Tank stares at me for a second, then gives me a brief nod. I think you're right. You're wearing the same clothes as yesterday, Katie, Ren informs me with a confused frown. Ren's R's are not quite there yet, and sometimes a W slips in instead, especially when she's tired. Yeah, I know. I, forgot to wash my clothes, so everything else was dirty except for this. Awkward. Fortunately, she accepts the lie without question. When are the pancakes gonna be done? First batch is coming up right now, I sing-song, reaching for the spatula to scoop 2 smallish discs onto her plate. I hand them to Tank, who brings them over to Ren, along with the kid-sized plastic silverware he has for her. He puts a pat of butter on each cake, and then I watch in amusement as Ren grabs the fake syrup bottle and flips it completely upside down over the plate without a second's hesitation. Whoa, 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 Tank interjects, grabbing the bottle from her. This isn't pancake soup, Ren. Here, let's do it together. He holds it upright in front of her, waits for her to put her hands around it, and tips the syrup to about a 90-degree angle. Together, they drizzle a reasonable amount of syrup over the pancakes. And I, on the other side of the kitchen, watch the two of them and hope my ovaries don't explode from the sight. Ren digs happily into her breakfast, and Tank sets the syrup bottle down in the middle of the table, just out of her reach. He comes over to join me by the stove. You want coffee? That would be great. I continue to make pancakes, piling them on a serving plate as I go, and by the time I have enough, Tank sets a steaming mug of joe on the counter for me. You take anything in that? A splash of milk is good. He gets it for me, and the two of us sit down at the table with his daughter. Ren is completely transformed from how she was the first day I met her. It's almost impossible to imagine this bubbly, chatty little girl as the same one who came into the diner with Tank and wouldn't talk or look anyone in the eyes. A swell of love makes my heart almost hurt with the force of it. Tank puts a pile of pancakes on his plate and proceeds to douse the whole thing with about half a bottle of syrup. I audibly gasp at the sight, and he looks up at me, one brow cocked. You got an issue? He asks. I'm not sure you have a lot of moral high ground trying to get your daughter not to overdo it on the syrup, I point out. What can I say? He asks, eyes twinkling with sudden mischief. I like sweet things that are bad for me. Then he winks at me, like actually winks, and my insides turn to mush. Bad for you? I mumble, feeling my face heat up. How so? But before he can answer, there's a loud pounding on the front door that makes all three of us jump. Tank stands up with a frown. I don't know who that is, he rumbles, but it better be good. He stalks toward the door, leaving the two of us at the table. I look at Ren and give her a silly smile. She giggles, then looks pensive. Am I a daughter? She asks me, repeating my words. My scalp prickles with unease, though I'm not sure why. Yes, you are, I reply, because I have no idea what else to tell her. What does that mean? Oh, God, how dumb am I that I didn't see that one coming? It means... But we're interrupted by male voices coming toward us. Tank appears in the kitchen doorway, followed by one of the men I recognize from running into Tank at Lion's Tap. He's handsome and rugged-looking, with closely cropped hair, and he's wearing his Lords of Carnage cut. "Stryker's here," Tank rumbles, not looking too happy. "Stryker, you remember Katie?" He nods toward me. "And this is Ren." "Well, hello there!" Stryker's face breaks into a wide, mischievous grin. "Sorry to bother y'all, but this one here wasn't answering his phone." He jabs a thumb in Tank's direction. "So this is why you've been keeping yourself so scarce lately, brother." "Watch it," Tank warns sharply. But Stryker just laughs. "Easy, Tank. I'm just surprised is all." He turns to Ren, crouching down so his face is level with hers. "Hey there, little mama. How are you this morning?" I fully expect Ren to clam up and refuse to answer. But to my surprise, she purses her lips for a second, like she's sizing him up, and then says, "Fine." "Looks like you got you some pancakes. They're my favorite." Ren breaks into a smile. "They're my favorite, too." "Well, then you have good taste. High five." He holds up his large hand, and after a second, Ren raises her tiny one and gives him a tap. "All right." Stryker grins. "You're a good kid, Ren." He straightens back up to his full height and turns to me. "Your daughter's a cutie pie," he tells me with the grin. I open my mouth to reply, but Tank beats me to it. "Ren's not Katie's daughter," he tells Stryker. "She's mine." "What the fu—" "Watch your mouth." Tank cuts Stryker off. "Are you serious?" Stryker gapes at him. "Yeah, didn't know about it until recently. You remember Jess?" Stryker frowns. "Jess, that chick who used to hang around the club? Yeah." "She dropped Ren off with me out of the blue a few weeks ago." "Tank," I interject, worried that Ren might hear something that will upset her. His eyes meet mine, and he gives me a brief nod. "Anyway," he exhales. "Stryker, go wait for me outside. Katie, can you come into the living room with me for a sec?" "Nice to see you again, Katie," Stryker rumbles, tipping an imaginary hat at me. He bends down and smiles at Ren. "You eat those all up now, you hear me?" She giggles. "I will." I follow the two men out to the living room and watch as Stryker goes out through the front door. Tank turns to me. "Look, something's come up with the club," he murmurs. "I have to leave for church. Do you think you could watch Ren for me while I'm gone?" I gape at him. "You go to church?" Tank lets out a bark of laughter. "Church is what we call a club meeting." "Oh." I'm perplexed. "Why do you call it church?" "Because it's held in the chapel. That's what we call the meeting room." I give him a blank look. "Why do you call it a chapel?" "You're worse than Ren with all your questions," he grumps. "Hell if I know why we call it a chapel, we just do." "That's so weird." "Whatever. Look, can you take Ren?" He blows out a breath, then lifts a shoulder. "This isn't how I was hoping today would go, by the way." "No?" My heart skips a nervous beat. "I was hoping we could spend the day together, before this. All three of us. You, me, and Ren. I thought maybe we could take her to this petting zoo near Athens I heard about." "You're a mess of contradictions. You know that?" I tease him. Big, sexy biker, off to church, then to the petting zoo. "I told you what church was," he shoots back with a smirk. "I have some errands to run," I say, "and then I have to work at the diner for a few hours after that. I can take Ren with me and set her up in a booth like last time. Can I take a rain check on the petting zoo?" "Sure," Tank nods. "We'll do that another time, when it can be all three of us. I think she'd have more fun if you came along." "Okay," I answer, trying to push down the thrill of happiness at his phrasing. All three of us. Lord help me, I like thinking of us as an us. Tank crosses the room and grabs a set of keys from a bowl sitting on a low table. He hands them to me. "You can hang around here as long as you want. Just lock up when you leave. I'll text you when I'm done." He takes a step forward, closing the distance between us. Before I realize what he's doing, I'm in his arms and his mouth is on mine. And, speaking of rain checks, he murmurs against my lips, I want a rain check for later to talk about the part where you called me sexy just now. Don't think I didn't notice. A shiver runs down my spine. That just slipped out, I murmur, my skin instantly on fire at his touch. I didn't mean it. Like hell you didn't, he says, voice thick. And I'll tell you what else. I'm definitely looking forward to getting you alone again. See what else I can get you to say when your defenses are down.
16. Tank. You've been holding out on me, Tank. Stryker laughs as I stride out the door toward my bike in the driveway. The fuck do you mean? I retort. That! He lifts his chin toward the house. This whole secret life, playing family and shit. Fuck you. I ain't hiding anything. The hell you ain't? You have a fucking kid? Appears that way, I say dryly. Jesus. Now what's with the chick, Katie? She's hot as fuck, by the way. You two together now? I open my mouth to protest, but what comes out surprises even me. I don't know, I admit. But I think maybe. At least, I want to be. Holy shit! He folds his arms across his chest and stares at me. It's like someone kidnapped my brother Tank and left his bizarro world twin in his place. You got a problem with this? I challenge. Nah. Actually, you looked happy back there. Less like a grumpy asshole. If you're getting laid on the regular, that can only be good for the rest of us. Fuck you, man. I shoot back as he starts to laugh. So it's up that Angel needs us for church. Not sure. Stryker lifts his leg and straddles his Harley. All I know is a few of the brothers went to one of our storage facilities and found it broken into. Don't know much more than that, but I'll tell you one thing. Beast sounded angry as fuck when he called. Shit, I mutter as I start up my bike. When we get to the clubhouse, most of the other lords are already there, judging from the bikes in the parking lot. When we go inside, the main room is quieter than usual. The only person in sight being a prospect at the bar named Grunt. I ignore him and follow Strike into the chapel, where at first I think everyone else is there. It's only when Stryker and I take our seats that I notice the empty chairs. What's going on? I lean over to ask Gunnar beside me. He's looking tense and angry. He opens his mouth to speak, but just then Angel bangs the gavel. Some of you know what happened already, he growls in a low, menacing voice. But for the rest of you, I'll cut to the chase. I sent some of our men out to the storage facility out in West Hayes to check on things. When they got there, they found it broken into, and all the weapons stored there were gone. Who? Stryker starts to say, but Angel holds up a hand and glares at him. On the way back, the men were ambushed, he continues. They were out in the open on their bikes. No cover, no time to prepare. Tweak, Hale, Ghost, and Brick managed to get out with minor injuries. They were near Connegut, so they went there to the safe house. Smiley and Lucy are patching them up there, he continues, referring to our resident doc and his old lady, who's a nurse, and also Gunnar's mom. But that's not the worst of it. Angel pauses, his jaw ticking. He glances at Gunnar. Lugnut was hit. Died at the scene. Jesus fuck. No wonder Gunnar looks the way he does. Lugnut was his brother-in-law. Gunnar's old lady, Alex's sister Eden, is Lugnut's wife. God damn, Hawk hisses, shaking his head. Gunnar unclenches his teeth. Eden's pregnant with her first kid, he grits out. She and Lug just told us at dinner last weekend. There's a moment of heavy silence around the table. Club will take care of her, Angel says fiercely. We'll make sure she and the baby have everything they need, no matter what. Murmurs of agreement greet his words. Do we know who did this? I ask. Anyone see anything? Nothing concrete. I talked to Ghost. He said whoever they were weren't wearing colors. Fucking cowards, seethes Stryker beside me. There's something else, Angel continues. Rojo called me earlier. Says the Death Devil's clubhouse was torched. He doesn't say anything more, but he doesn't have to. We're all wondering the same thing, whether the two events are connected. The club goes back and forth for a while, arguing about next steps. Angel and Beast tell us to remain vigilant, and Angel reminds us to clear any travel outside of Tanner Springs with him first. And don't leave Tanner Springs wearing our colors under any circumstances, unless it's on official club business. Report anything out of the ordinary to Beast or me immediately. Tweak's getting back to the clubhouse later tonight. He pauses. We're going to go through all the surveillance footage we have set up at every facility we have. Rojo is doing the same, what's left of it. Angel's steely eyes range over us. Those motherfuckers have left a clue somewhere, and when we find it, they'll be breathing their last goddamn breaths. Every single motherfucking one of them. By the time church is finally over, it's nighttime. I wait with the other man until Tweak gets back to the clubhouse so I can hear the story from him and get updates on my other brothers at Connegut. Gunner goes back to his place where a bunch of the other old ladies are gathered with Alex and Eden. I text Katie and she tells me she's with Ren at my house. When I get there, I find the two of them sleeping on the couch, some animated movie playing on the television. I stand at the doorway for a moment, just staring at the two of them. The scene looks so peaceful, so normal. I feel a wave of thankfulness that both my girls are here and that they're safe. Whoa. My girls. Where did that come from? As quietly as I can, I lean down over the couch and gently kiss Katie on the forehead. She stirs, then blinks her eyes open and looks up at me.
Hey,
she says. Hey, how's your night?
Good.
Katie smiles sleepily.
Ren and I made cookies. Peanut butter chocolate chip. Her choice.
That sounds nice. I glance over at Ren. I'm going to carry her to bed. Katie reaches over for the remote and shuts off the TV.
You need any help with her?
Nah, I murmur. You already got her in the PJs. We can skip brushing her teeth until the morning. I lift Ren's sleeping form and carry her down the hall, making sure to muffle the sound of my boots on the floor. I almost managed not to disturb her sleep, but she stirs just as I set her down on the bed. She lets out a small, adorable groan. Sorry, sweetheart, I croon. I didn't mean to wake you up.
That's okay.
She raises a fist to rub one of her eyes.
I was trying to wait up for you.
That's nice of you, sweetheart. But you don't have to do that. I'll always come home, and you can see me in the morning. She gives me a sleepy nod and yawns.
Tank?
Yes, sweetheart?
Are you my daddy?
The question puts a lump of emotion in my throat. Yes, kiddo, I am, I say around it.
How come I don't call you daddy then?
Her eyes are open now, and she blinks at me, staring. For a second, I don't know what to say. I don't know how come. Do you want to? Ren nods, her big eyes locked on mine. Without warning, I almost lose it. Well then, I croak, my eyes stinging. I want you to, too. Will you call me Daddy?
Okay, Daddy.
It's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. Give me a hug, baby, I murmur, taking her in my arms. She wraps them around my neck, and I inhale the smell that I've come to recognize as distinctly hers. My daughter. Once she lets go, I settle her back onto her pillow and pull the covers up around her. I'm just about to tell her good night when she asks me another question that stops me in my tracks.
Is Katie my mommy now?
Before I can say anything, Katie herself appears in the doorway. She's holding Ren's stuffed dog in one hand.
Snoopy's ready for bed too,
she says, crossing the room. Katie bends down and tucks him in next to my daughter.
Katie?
Ren asks her.
Are you my mommy now?
Katie glances at me, and I can tell she heard Ren the first time. Her cheeks flush pink.
I'm your Katie, sweetie,
she finally says. Thankfully, Ren seems to accept that for now. Good night, sweetie, I tell her.
Good night, Daddy. Good night, Katie.
I stand and the two of us tiptoe out the door. I leave it open a crack just so I can hear her if she wakes up again. Katie and I walk down the hall. Back in the living room, she turns to me. To my surprise, I see she's in tears. Hey, I murmur, crossing to her. What's wrong? Katie shakes her head wordlessly as I take her in my arms and gently lead her to the couch.
I didn't know what to say to Ren.
It's okay, babe. I frown in confusion, not understanding why she's suddenly so upset. It's no big deal.
I don't...
A sob cuts her off and she shakes her head again. Swallowing, she sucks in a deep breath and tries again.
I don't want to replace her mom, but...
I feel like I'm in La La Land all of a sudden. I've seen Katie pissed off, laughing her head off, aroused, and almost every other emotion in the book right now, but I've never seen her cry. It's worrying me, and it's even more worrying that I have no idea why. Katie, look at me. I wait until she raises her head and does what I say. It's okay. You said the right thing to Ren, and even if you hadn't, it's no big deal. She was half asleep anyway. She'll probably forget about the entire conversation tomorrow morning. Katie bites her lip and nods. She still looks so shaken, though. Hey, is there something else wrong? I guess. Something you aren't telling me? She stiffens in my arms. For a second, I think I've said something to upset her even more. Just when I'm wondering if I should apologize or something, she relaxes.
Yeah.
She lets out a breath and sinks into me.
Well, sort of.
She swallows again, then sighs.
But it's not about Ren, exactly. It's a long story.
Katie looks up at me and I see she's starting to come back to me again.
I'll tell you about it sometime, okay? Just not tonight.
Okay, I can live with that. I think we both got a lot on our minds tonight.
Rough day with the club?
I huff out a breath. Yeah, you could say that. But I can't really talk about it. She hums and snuggles deeper into my arms.
Okay then. Let's stop talking.
Great idea, I murmur into her hair. Besides, I've got other things on my mind right now.
Oh yeah?
Katie gives me an impish look.
What's in that dirty head of yours?
It ain't that head that's the issue. I take her hand and show her how much I want her. Katie lets out a soft moan.
With an offer like that, how can I refuse?
Katie's hand grips my shaft, which is pulsing almost painfully. Fuck, I hiss. Need you. Now. In seconds, I've got her in my bedroom, naked except for her panties. I reach down and slide a finger between her skin and the fabric. She's soaked and swollen with need. Fuck, you're wet. I've been thinking about tasting you again. I rasp against her throat. She shudders.
I've been thinking about...
She hesitates, and I can almost feel her blush.
Your tongue on me.
She's on my mattress then, panties forgotten on the floor. I slide her close to the edge, pushing her knees apart, baring her gorgeous pussy. A feast for me and me alone. I graze her clit with my tongue, and she bucks, so sensitive that I know she's already close. I kiss the insides of her thighs, my beard scratching her sensitive flesh, and she writhes at the sensation.
Oh my God,
she whispers. I clamp my hands to her hips to hold her still. Her muscles are taut, her whole body desperate for release. The pleasure is so intense for both of us that taking our time is impossible yet. We're too far gone for each other. I lick her, as slow as I can, starting at the bottom of her entrance and all the way up to her clit, then swirling the tip of my tongue around her, avoiding the spot that I know will make her come. She gasps again, tries to lift her hips closer, but I hold her there. My cock is throbbing, my need for release almost as strong as hers. "You like that?" I whisper. Her only response is a strangled moan. So I do it again and again. I sense her start to tremble. No, she's climbing higher. I slide the flat of my tongue against her swollen nub, then plunge it deep inside her pussy, tasting her honey. Katie thrashes, arching her back, every inch of her needful, wanting, mine. "So fucking delicious," I say thickly. I lift one hand from her hips and ease a finger inside her soaking entrance. My cock needs attention so bad that it would take almost nothing to make me come, and I can't wait much longer. I suck softly, gently, sensing her climb, knowing that any second. A breathy gasp, and then Katie explodes, her whole body shuddering with the force of her release. I'm up and rolling on a condom in seconds. My hands slide under her legs and yank her body closer to the edge, and I slide into her slick, pulsing entrance with a hiss. "Fuck, Jesus," I pray as I sink into her heat. Her walls clamp down on me, pulling me in tight and milking me, and fuck, it's never been this good with anyone. I knew I was close, but holy shit. I bury myself as far as I can go, pull out, thrust again, and then I seize and convulse, emptying myself deep inside her as wave after wave of my orgasm overtakes me. "Stay," I whisper into her hair as we fall, spent, onto the bed. "Stay the night again."
17. Katie. The next day, I'm having trouble not grinning like an idiot about my night with Tank. I don't know how the sex keeps getting better and better with him, but oh my God, it does. I've never believed in all the mystical, two bodies coming together as one bullshit that people like to talk about, but when I'm with Tank, it could almost make a believer out of me. His hands, his mouth, he just knows me somehow. I'm deliciously sore in all the right places, and every time I remember him moving inside me, an ache of longing starts between my legs that only he can satisfy. Lord help me. This man is an addiction I never saw coming. The downtown diner is doing brisk business as I move around my section. I'm covering the counter today, as Erica and Penny are doing the floor. Dick Dawson, the owner, is here too, though he's not working. He's sitting in a booth in the middle of the room, holding court with 3 of his golf buddies, like he frequently does on Fridays after their morning 18 holes. I've never been very interested in golf, and from looking at these guys in their too tight checked polo shirts and loud backslapping attitudes, I don't have much of a desire to start. Thankfully, their booth is in Erica's section today. As I pour Floyd, one of the regulars, a refill on his coffee, I hear one of Dick's friends murmur something to Dick as Erica passes by their booth. He makes a lewd gesture, and the other 3 men laugh uproariously. Erica's face twists into an irritated grimace. She swivels her head toward me, and we exchange the look that women give each other when men are being pigs. Penny's section is in the back today. The 3 of us work together like a well-oiled machine, and it's kind of satisfying to keep such a busy diner humming along so smoothly. I'm finally starting to feel like I've hit my stride as a server. There's a sense of pride in working quickly and efficiently, and my tips have improved too, so I guess the customers have noticed I'm better at my job. All in all, I'm working my shift today with a smile on my face that's genuine, with a sense of a job well done. So, of course, something would come along to ruin it. At first, the man who sits down at the counter barely registers for me. I set a water glass and menu in front of him on my way to give the cook some orders I've just taken. I ring someone up at the register and then come back to the customer, pad in hand, and smile on my face. "Can I bring you something else to drink besides water?" I ask him. "What are you offering?" he grins, showing his teeth. "Oh, brother, one of these." I resist the urge to roll my eyes or tell him off. Generally, when I pretend not to notice when male customers say sexually leading things, they back off after a couple of tries. Coffee, I suggest, pretending not to understand his innuendo. Coke products, iced tea. Something sweeter, he leers. Lemonade? How about a taste of you? Not on the menu, I shoot back, turning away. I'll give you some more time to decide what you want. He calls after me, but I square my shoulders and walk off. It's not worth it to respond. I'll go back in a minute and let him try again. If he keeps it up, I'll just keep leaving until he gives me a straight answer about the food. 2 minutes pass, during which I studiously avoid making eye contact or coming anywhere close to the guy. I do steal a couple of quick glances at him, though. He's got long hair and a goatee. Looks to be maybe early 30s. He's got on a worn flannel shirt over a stained tee and dirt or grease under his fingernails. He's not bad-looking exactly, but the permanent sneer on his face makes him ugly. He's chewing on a toothpick, working it between his teeth with the practice of a long-standing habit. I wait until he's finished looking at the menu and is glancing around the room, glaring with impatience. Pursing my lips, I go back up to him, sliding a carefully neutral expression over my face. "Have you decided?" I ask mildly. "Katie, that your name?" he barks, nodding at my name tag. "It's the name on my tag," I respond. "Are you here to eat or not?" "I'm here to eat something," he answers. Smirking, he puts his fingers in front of his mouth in a V and sticks his tongue between them, wiggling it around suggestively and making a grunting sound. My stomach turns at the sight. "Oh my God," I mutter in revulsion, turning away. This guy can't leave soon enough. "Hey, don't you turn away from me." He reaches across the counter and grabs my arm, yanking me roughly back toward him. And that does it. I snap, and before I've even consciously decided it, I wind up and slap him hard across the face. And, as they say, chaos ensues. The man rears back, face contorting in fury. A shot of fear surges through me, and before I know what I've done, I've grabbed a glass sugar dispenser from the counter. "The next thing that hits you won't be my hand," I warn him. He starts to reach for me, but I quickly raise it up and back, ready to strike him in the face with it if needed. It's enough to make him pause, just long enough to consider whether I'm serious. "I swear to God, I will do this," I hiss. Adrenaline is raging through my veins, a consequence of the flashbacks that are flicking through my mind like a slide projector. I'm sucking air as deeply as I can, but still I feel like I might pass out from the fear and rage, the fight-or-flight instinct of the cornered animal. Somehow, Penny has appeared at my side. Across the counter, Erica is there too, her dark eyes flashing in her face, framed by her black pixie cut. "You need to leave," Erica snarls. "Fuck you," the man says in a lazy drawl, but his eyes snap as he says it. Behind them, I catch a glimpse of Dick Dawson hustling his friends out of the booth. Penny reaches into her apron and pulls out her cell phone. "See this phone?" she announces, loud enough for the entire diner to hear. "I've got 2 phone numbers ready to go. 1 is the police. 2 is the president of the local biker club. This is Lords of Carnage territory. And this girl here," she continues, pointing at me, "is the girlfriend of one of the lords. I can have them here in 3 minutes flat, and believe me, they ain't gonna be happy you were groping his girlfriend, son." The man breaks into a low, menacing laugh. "Is that right?" he sneers, standing up. "That's interesting information." "Yeah, you bet it is." Penny refuses to back down. "So, which is it? Which number you want me to call? Your choice." She waves the phone with one hand, one red-tipped index finger poised to dial. "Fuck you," he spits again. He turns to me, locking eyes with me one final time. Licking his lips, he gives me a menacing sexual squint. "Thanks for the service," he rasps. "I'll be seeing you around." With a gleam in his eye, he turns and leaves, pulling the glass door open so hard that it bangs against the wall as he exits the diner. I lower the sugar dispenser to the counter and set it down with a rattle that echoes my jangling nerves. "Oh my God," I whisper. Dick Dawson approaches us now, looking around nervously at the diner patrons. "Everything's just fine, everyone," he calls out. "Just go back to your meals." Leaning in toward me, he flashes me a furious glare. "What the hell do you think you were doing, slapping one of the customers?" he shouts. "Have you lost your damn mind?" But Penny is not having it. "Where the hell were you, you damn coward?" Penny shouts, whirling on him. "You were right there." She points at the booth. "How dare you yell at Katie for not letting that man put his hands on her? You know she could sue the pants off you for this, and she damn well should." Dawson blanches, backing down immediately at the mention of a lawsuit. "Now, hold on here," he stammers. "I didn't do a damn thing." "No, you sure as hell did not," Penny seethes. "You need to leave this conversation right now, Dick, or I swear to God, I'm going to quit right here and now, and I will take both of these girls with me, and the cook, and the rest of the staff." She's pointing at him now, her index finger mere inches from his face. "And I will tell every single person I know in this town what happened just now. And you mark my words, inside of a month, you will have to shut this diner down for lack of customers. You hear me?" Around the diner, a chorus of whistles and claps greets her words. Dawson's face turns crimson. He begins, but Penny cuts him off. "Go!" She gives him a look that would combust firewood. "We'll talk about this later," Dick mutters, and turns toward the door. "No, we will not," Penny calls after him as he leaves. The diner bursts into laughter once again. "Holy Jesus!" Erica blows out a breath. "Okay, that was scary and gross. So glad that guy is gone." She looks at me. "You okay, girl?" "Yeah, I'm fine," I tell her, ignoring the churning of my stomach. Penny purses her lips. "You'll want to tell Tank about that guy, Katie." "Why, he's gone now," I protest. "And thanks to you, I doubt he'll be back. Thank you, by the way." "Don't mention it," Penny says, raising her hand and pretending to blow on her finger like a gun barrel. I chuckle shakily. "And by the way," I add, "I'm not his girlfriend." Penny throws her head back and lets out a peal of laughter. Erica starts to snicker. "What?" I say, reddening. "Okay," Penny continues to snort, rolling her eyes at me. "Really? You're gonna pretend there's nothing going on with you and Tank?" What are we calling it then? You're still babysitting for Tank's kid? Is that what we're calling it?" "I have been babysitting her," I protest lamely. "Yeah, okay." Penny smirks at me, shaking her head. "If that's the way you want to play it, in that case, Tank isn't gonna like that some sketchy guy was in here groping his babysitter." "Maybe," I shoot back, conceding that Tank probably would get mad if he knew about what just happened. "But I don't want Tank to think he's got to be my savior or something. Besides, it's not that big a deal. You know as well as I do, things like that happen all the time when you're a female working in a restaurant." "Not all the time, and definitely not like that," Penny says firmly. "That was more aggressive than usual, and that guy just had a bad look to him. There was something off about him. He was not just a run-of-the-mill creep." "Maybe," I admit, lifting a non-committal shoulder. But the truth is, in my gut, I feel like Penny's right. There was something extra creepy about that guy. His leering perviness felt almost personal. I have to be imagining it, though. I've never seen him before in my life. I suppress a shiver and shake my head to clear the thought. "The MC would want to know about him anyway, Katie," Penny continues with a frown. "You know they like to keep an eye on things in town. That guy looked like bad news all around, and he definitely wasn't one of the locals. You should at least mention him to Tank." I consider her words. It's always seemed kind of slimy to me that the Lords of Carnage collect protection money from the diner and other businesses in the area. But for some reason, right now I sort of get what Tank said about the MC being able to protect Tanner Springs better than the police can. Dick didn't seem to think the guy was a problem, I point out lamely. He was more upset that I slapped him than anything. Penny lets out a dry laugh. Dick doesn't have the sense God gave a duck, she scoffs. Besides, you know the only reason Dick himself isn't pawing at you girls is he knows I'd slap a lawsuit on his ass faster than he could say sexual assault. He was just pissed because you caused a scene. Screw him. Okay, I sigh. I give up. I'll tell Tank about it. But I really don't think that guy will be back. That seems to satisfy Penny, and I can slip away to tend to some new customers before she or Erica can circle back and ask me more about what's going on with Tank and me. Because I wouldn't really know what to tell her anyway. I mean, yes, I'm clearly more than a babysitter for Ren, but that doesn't mean I'm Tank's girlfriend. I mean, I guess there's a possibility I could be Tank's girlfriend. But wouldn't I kind of know it if I was? Does Tank want me to be his girlfriend? More importantly, do I want to be his girlfriend? Yes, I realize with a mixture of giddiness and worry. Yes, I do. Toward the end of my shift, I'm still ruminating about all of this when I get an unexpected visit. Katie! I had been so lost in my thoughts, I hadn't even heard the door to the diner open, but I turned to see an excited Ren barreling toward me like a tiny torpedo. With a grin, I kneel down to envelop her in a hug. Well, hello, you, I exclaim as my arms go around her. I inhale the baby shampoo scent of her hair. What are you doing here? I look up to see Tank staring down at me with those smoldering eyes of his. He's not wearing his cut today, just a dark blue Henley that deepens and accentuates the gray of his eyes. A flutter starts up in my stomach. Speak of the devil himself. We're here to take you on an adventure, he rumbles. You're off pretty soon, right? Not even 10 minutes, I say, flushing with pleasure that he remembered. I stand up to give him a smile. But as soon as I do, his features twist into a frown. What's wrong? He asks. What do you mean? Tank lifts a hand and points a finger at his brow. You've got a thing going on right there that you get when you're upset. I do? Guilty. It's nothing, I shrug, blushing. I don't want to make an issue of what happened with the gross customer right now, especially since Tank is in such a good mood. I flash him what I hope is a convincing smile. So, what's the adventure? The petting zoo I told you about. We're going today. Come on. The one in Athens? Tank nods. If we leave right now, I figure we'll have a good couple of hours there. That should be enough. Come on. Across the room, I catch Erica giving me an open-mouthed shock expression, followed by an excited fist pump. Embarrassed, I pivot and glance back at Penny to ask her if it's okay for me to leave, but she's already waving me off. Bye, she calls, giving me a sly wink and an I told you so look. Oh, Lord. Busted. This is the first time Tank has come into the diner since he and I... Well, since we started up whatever it is we're doing together. I'm pretty sure Penny and Erica are going to have a lot of questions for me during my next shift. But I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. For now, I beat a hasty retreat. Bye, see you tomorrow, I call to the two of them, then scurry behind Tank and out the front door of the diner. It isn't until we're outside that I notice Ren isn't clutching Snoopy. I look at Tank in confusion. Where's... I murmur quietly, pointing at Ren. He immediately knows what I'm asking. We left him at home, Tank says casually. But he catches my eye and lifts a brow in a message I immediately understand. Snoopy is Wren's security blanket. She takes him everywhere. The fact that she's consented to leave the house without him is huge. Wow, I mouth, giving him an impressed look. Wren takes each of our hands, chattering at both of us as we head toward his truck. I wait as Tank opens the back door, buckles her into her car seat, then gently closes the door, after making sure all her limbs are inside. I reach for my own passenger side door to climb inside, but Tank places a hand over mine and stops me. He leans down to give me a long, lingering kiss, then pulls away slightly. "So, just FYI," he rumbles against my ear, "I installed a lock on my bedroom door." My already hammering heart jumps in my chest. "Oh, is that right?" I manage to say in what I hope is a nonchalant tone. Tank grins at me knowingly. "Yeah, I thought maybe we could test it out later." Then, reaching for the handle, he opens my door and waits for me to climb in. Oh my word. This is going to be the longest trip to the zoo ever.
18. Tank. I gotta admit, I feel like a jackass having to ask Angel authorization to leave the city limits to go to a fucking petting zoo. By now, the lords have all heard through Stryker that I have a kid. That fucker is more of a gossip than a 16-year-old girl. But even though I expected my brothers to give me endless shit about it, they haven't. In fact, when I tell Angel where I'm planning to go today, he just nods. Be careful, though. Angel frowns. We still don't know what's out there, who's watching us. We already lost Lugnut. We can't afford to lose anyone else, Tank. I don't think there's anything to worry about, I assure him. I won't be wearing my colors, and I'll be in my truck. Okay, he nods again. Oh, and tell me if the zoo's any good. Me and Jewel have been thinking about taking the kids there. Angel and Jewel have 2 little ones, a boy named Timothy James, TJ, and a little girl that Jewel just gave birth to, named Faith. My chest gets a little tight as I think about those 2 munchkins. Wren is probably going to meet them sometime soon, assuming Jess never comes back and starts a custody battle with me. The 3 of them will probably grow up together. I get a little choked up thinking about it. Who knew that on the inside of the Lords of Carnage Motorcycle Club, there's also a parent club? And all of a sudden, I'm in it. Life throws you some pretty strange fucking curveballs sometimes. And speaking of curveballs, the biggest curveball of my life right now, even bigger than Wren, is sitting in the passenger seat of my truck as we head out of town. Katie's looking pretty as a picture in casual skinny jeans that stop at her ankles, sneakers, a fitted flannel shirt, and a jacket. Her hair is gathered up high in a ponytail, and she looks fresh, happy, and innocent. Not so innocent that I don't want to fuck the hell out of her, though. Maybe she can sense that I'm thinking about her because she looks over at me and gives me a radiant smile before turning to answer a question Wren is asking from the back seat. A warm glow moves through me as I let myself think about how people at the zoo are going to see us. Katie is so good with Wren. Any casual observer would just assume she's the kid's mom. I don't know where this whole thing with Katie is going, any more than I know what the future holds for me as Wren's dad. But as I turn my attention back to driving and listening to the 2 of them chatting happily with each other, I admit to myself for the first time that I think this might be what I want. A future with Katie. The 3 of us as a family. The petting zoo turns out to be a big hit with Wren. The place is set up like a rustic farm, with meandering paths that lead from one area to the next. There are all manner of soft, fluffy animals for my kid to pet and coo over, including baby pigs, lambs, lop-eared rabbits, ponies, goats, and a llama. There's even something called a capybara, which looks kind of like a giant guinea pig. And puppies, too, since the farm's family dog just had a litter. I've never seen Wren so excited. She babbles nonstop about all the animals, even giving some of them names. She's obsessed with telling us stories about how this one is the mommy and that one's the daddy and stuff like that. We just nod and let her carry on. even when it's pretty clear from a quick glance between one of the pony's legs that her grasp of animal genders needs a little work.
Just to warn you,
Katie murmurs to me as we head back to the truck.
I'm pretty sure you're going to have Wren asking you about getting a dog. When you were off in the bathroom, the puppy lady said they'd be adopting out the litter once they were big enough, and Wren heard and asked her what adopt meant. She got very excited when the lady told her.
I suppress a groan. No, brother. She definitely gets her stubbornness from me. This might not be a fight I can win. Katie gives me a surprised look.
You'd consider it?
I lift a shoulder in a shrug. To be honest, I say, lowering my voice, I've been thinking about getting her one already. The time's not right now, but I always wanted one growing up, and I never got one. Kids and dogs are a good combination. Her eyes shine as she flashes me that beautiful smile of hers.
You're a good dad, Tank. You know that? Daddy?
Wren pipes up with impeccable timing.
Can we go get ice cream?
I start to laugh. Well, I'd guess we'd better, I answer, giving Katie a wink. I've got a reputation to protect, after all. Hours later, we're back at my place. Wren is finally in bed. I've made good on my promise to try out that lock on my bedroom door, and Katie is in my arms after a marathon of sex that has left both of us panting and satisfied.
Hey,
Katie says softly, just when I think she's drifting off to sleep.
Can I talk to you about why I freaked out the other night when Wren asked if I was her mommy?
I shift my weight toward her. Sure. I'm happy to hear whatever you want to tell me, Katie. But why now? She's silent for a moment.
It's just... I know it was kind of an over-the-top reaction, and I wanted you to understand where it came from.
I'm all ears. Katie swallows. I feel her tense up a little in my arms, then take a deep breath.
I was married before I came to Tanner Springs, and to be honest, I still legally am.
Whoa, I murmur. This ain't starting out how I expected.
We're not together anymore,
she says quickly.
I just haven't filed the paperwork for the divorce. When I first left, I needed to get out of town before he or my family could stop me. I didn't want to give them a heads up until I was good and gone. It's a long story, but Kurt, that's the guy I was married to, is a friend of the family and a business associate of my stepbrother and stepdad.
I can hear a drip of sarcasm and a bitterness creep into her voice.
If you can call what they do a business.
Holy shit, that's kind of a bombshell you just dropped on me, I manage. And I'm guessing that's just the beginning? Katie sighs.
Yeah, let me back up. Sorry, the story is complicated, and I haven't really told it to anyone before. So, when I was a little kid, my mom was a single mother. It was just the two of us. My mom struggled financially a lot when I was very young. We never lived in any one place for very long. I remember there was a time when we even lived out of our car for a bit. The apartments we lived in were generally tiny places in filthy buildings. Rats, roaches, you name it. Well, my mom didn't have any money, and she didn't have an education, but she did have looks. She was really pretty. Still is, actually. And when I was 5 or 6, she met this guy who had a...
You've come far in the story. Let this quiet melody carry you through a moment of peace. Thanks for being part of our audiobook family.
lot of money. His name was Vincent Cray. I don't know if she knew what he did for a living at first, or if she just didn't care. But before I knew it, Mom had married Vin, and we moved into his house. Not long after we moved in, my mom took me aside one day and told me that she had good news. She told me she was pregnant, and that I was going to have a little brother or a sister. Looking back on it now, I wonder whether she was pregnant when she and Vin got married. It's possible she got pregnant on purpose, I guess, to get him to marry her. But either way, a few months later, she had the baby. And just like that, I had a little sister, Cassie.
I brace myself for what's going to follow. I already know Katie had a sister and that she died. I guess I'm about to find out how. Katie's voice hitches.
Remember that painting in my apartment of the girl with the bird? That's Cassie. She was my best friend, even though we had a 6-year age difference. I was so lonely in that house before her. And then when she was born, well, at least we were lonely together. Mom and Vin barely paid any attention to us. Vin didn't care about us because we were only girls, and Mom, well, once she married Vin, she was so happy to finally have money that she made spending it her main hobby. Vin has a son named Luca, who's a few years older than me, she continues. I never met him until I was older, since he was living with Vin's ex when Mom and I moved into his house. But around the time I was 16, he came to stay with us. He was 18, or just about. There was like a carriage house in the back of our property, and Luca moved in there. At first, I was fascinated by him because he was really handsome. But he was mean, too, and arrogant. So pretty soon I learned to keep my distance. Vin told us that Luca was going into the family business with him. I still didn't know what Vin did for a living, but by then I realized that whatever it was pretty shady. Luca had a bunch of friends who would hang around the house. One in particular was named Kurt. Kurt pretty quickly got on Vin's good side too, and Vin took him under his wing, almost like a second son. Kurt was good-looking, charming, and he paid a lot of attention to me. At first I thought he was just being a natural flirt, but he didn't let up. I was attracted to him, but I was a naive girl and shy. I didn't have a lot of friends, and I liked to stay in my room and paint more than just about anything. I had plans of going to art school someday, and hopefully becoming a famous artist. And then...
Katie's voice breaks.
The summer I turned 18, Cassie died.
Shit, Katie, I murmur, pulling her closer. What happened?
It was how I finally found out about my stepdad's business. Drugs,
she spits out.
He kept my mom mostly in the dark about it. Not that she probably cared, since it was how he kept her in nice things. But Luca knew, of course, and Kurt, too. One day Cassie was playing out in our front yard. She was running through the sprinkler by herself. I remember it was a really hot day in July. Cassie was 11 then, so it was probably one of the last times she would have done something childish like that. If she'd lived...
Katie breaks down. I hold her while she cries and wait for her to go on.
Someone drove by our house and shot her.
Katie chokes out.
The police were called by one of the neighbors, but they never found out who did it. I heard my mother and Vin having an argument in their bedroom a week or so after the funeral. She was screaming at him that it was his fault she had died. Vin swore to my mother that he'd find the son of a bitch and kill him. I don't know if he ever did, though. After Cassie's death, I had kind of a wild period,
Katie admits softly.
It was my senior year in high school, but I probably skipped school more than I went. From being the quiet girl who spent all her time reading or painting, I became the party girl who drank too much, trying to outrun my demons. I just kind of existed like that for a while. Now that I was partying, Luca's friends wanted me around more. Kurt was there, as he always was. I turned to him for comfort. A few months after I graduated, we just sort of slipped into a relationship. I didn't consciously choose it, and I didn't care enough about myself to ask myself whether I wanted it or not.
She pauses.
It stayed like that for a while, with me just in a holding pattern, and eventually I got pregnant.
Katie exhales and moves away from me to sit up in bed. She draws her knees up to her chest.
I thought once I told Kurt about the baby, he'd break up with me. But instead, he surprised me by asking me to marry him. I couldn't believe it. He said he loved me. And even though deep down I knew that couldn't be true, I told myself maybe I was wrong. I knew I didn't love him either, but I wasn't really strong enough emotionally to make my own choices. I just did whatever anyone else seemed to want me to do. He took me downtown to the courthouse and we sealed the deal, then went home and told Vin and my mom. Vin was okay with it. Kurt had started working for him too, so I'm guessing he thought it was good to bring him into the family. Mom was indifferent and was probably fine with me getting out of her hair, so that was that. When I look back on the whole period, I'm pretty convinced he only married me to get in closer to my stepdad.
Katie's voice turns acid.
So I guess Kurt and Vin both got what they wanted. Kurt and I moved into an apartment in town. It didn't take very long for things to get bad between us. One day after a particularly bad fight, I packed a bag and tried to go back to my parents' house. I told Vin I had left Kurt, but he threw a fit and kicked me out. He told me to go back to him and learn how to be a good wife. I hoped my mom might stick up for me, but of course she wouldn't. She'd never defy him, never take my side over his,
she says bitterly.
So I left. I went back to Kurt. I didn't think I had a choice. I didn't have any money of my own either, and I didn't have any friends to stay with. Somehow, I'd gotten myself in exactly the situation my mom had been in. 2 months later, Kurt punched me in the stomach during a fight, and I miscarried.
Shit. There it is. Nausea hits me in the gut. Katie. But she pulls away as I reach for her.
I feel so guilty, Tank,
she whispers.
Staying with him. If I had just left him the first time, my baby would have lived.
She shakes her head as tears stream down her face.
And it wasn't until months after I lost her that I finally found the strength to leave.
Her body starts to shake with sobs.
I had the strength to save myself, but I didn't know enough to protect Cassie. And I didn't have the strength to protect my unborn child.
Katie, I repeat. Come here. She doesn't argue, just slides closer and collapses into me. Remembering all of this, telling me all of this, has worn her out. I let her cry. I hold her because it's all I can do. Eventually she quiets. We sit without talking for a few minutes, and then she clears her throat.
When Ren asked me if I was her mom the other night, I was thinking about my own baby,
she says quietly. Jesus, Katie has lost so much in her life. A sister, a baby, even a marriage. And it's then that it hits me. I want to protect her. I want to be the man who makes Katie's life better than it has been. I want to give her someone to trust. The weight of it just about knocks me off the bed. I want Katie to be mine. My old lady. I think I even want her to be the mother of my kid. I want to tell her all of that. I want to tell her I'm pretty damn sure I'm in love with her, and I didn't even know when it happened. But that feels way too heavy for right now, after everything she's just told me. I'll wait for a better time. But it still feels like I should say something, so I do. And it turns out to be the worst fucking thing I could say. At least it's a good thing you never had a kid with that loser, I murmur against her hair. That was a stroke of luck anyway. Katie stiffens.
What?
I mean, think about if you'd had the kid. You'd be tied to him forever. This way you can make a clean break. Katie pulls out of my arms. When she sits up in bed and turns to face me, she's white as a sheet.
Are you saying I'm lucky I miscarried?
She whispers. Oh, fuck. No. I mean, not exactly. Slowly, it starts to dawn on me how Katie must have taken my words. I'm just saying. Katie's voice is sharp enough to cut glass as she interrupts me.
Do you think it would be lucky that Wren never existed?
She asks, eyes cold and dark.
Because Jess isn't a good person?
No, I protest. Of course not. Katie, But she's already getting out of bed.
I need to go,
she rasps, reaching for her jeans. Katie, don't leave. Come on. I'm out of bed, too, and striding for her. But she puts out a hand to block me before I can get close enough to touch her.
Don't,
she cries, and then shudders. She shakes her head, almost violently.
Just don't. Let me go.
Helplessly, I watch her as she gets dressed. I want to argue with her, but I'm not the kind of man who would ever try to keep a woman here against her will. I start to explain a couple more times, but she just shakes her head and begs me to stop talking. A few minutes later, I hear the front door close behind her. Fuck, I groan, slumping back down on the bed and clenching my empty hands into fists. Fuck. I punch the pillow next to me, but it doesn't hurt enough to give me any relief. I know damn well I won't be able to sleep tonight. So instead, I grab a pair of shorts and head down to the basement to trade the pillow for a punching bag for a few hours. 19. Tank. 3 days later, my hands are still sore from the beating I gave that bag. I've sent fuck knows how many texts to Katie, asking to talk to her, telling her again I didn't mean what I said. She hasn't answered a single one. I don't know what the hell else to do. I know I screwed up. But Jesus, do I only get one strike here? Is that how this is gonna go? I'm sorry as hell, but I'm pissed too. To make this shit sandwich just a little shittier, Wren has been asking for Katie pretty much constantly. She woke up the other morning after Katie left, all excited to make breakfast with her. Instead, she got grumpy as fuck me, slack-jawed from fatigue and lack of sleep. I even kind of barked at Wren for jumping on the couch after breakfast, which was stupid as hell because I don't even care about the damn couch. I've been trying to make it up to Wren, watching my tone and my temper so she doesn't think there's anything wrong. But it hasn't been enough. Wren is a smart little girl, and even though I'm trying to keep her routines as unchanged as possible, she's still clued in enough to notice that Katie's sudden absence from our lives isn't normal. It's starting to show in Wren's behavior. She's talking less, and she's a lot more clingy, especially at night. Worst of all, last night she wet the bed, which is something that has never happened before. Fuck my life. I gotta get Wren into pre-K or something. I've been dragging my feet on that for a while, but it's time. She needs more than just me. And now it looks like she might not even have Katie anymore. For the 1,000th time, my dumbass brain goes back to what I said to her that night. To the words I wish I could take back more than anything. Yeah, I fucked it up. But shit, Katie should have known I didn't mean it that way. I just meant she was better off without her ex-husband. It's a good goddamn thing her ex hasn't followed her here to Tanner Springs or tried to get her back. If he did, I'd put a boot so far up his ass he'd be chewing on my goddamn shoe leather. But hell, I know I really hurt her when I made it sound like she was lucky she lost the baby. Thinking about what I said now, I feel sick to my stomach at how that must have felt for Katie. Fuck. 2 months ago, I was single, with no one to answer to but my club prez and nothing to worry about but myself and my MC. Then Wren came along, and somehow I loved that little girl like I didn't even know it was possible to love. And now there's Katie. I feel incomplete without her by my side. 2 months ago, I thought I had everything I needed in my life. Then, two people I didn't even know existed turned my world upside down. And now my world doesn't mean shit without Ren and Katie in it. I just don't know how to erase the last 3 days and get Katie to come back to me.
Uncle Stryker.
At Ren's squeal of pleasure, I look up from the lawnmower blade I'm replacing to see my brother striding across my back lawn toward us. Ren's playing on the cedar playset I bought and assembled for her this morning. It's got a couple swings, a ladder up to a platform, a slide, and even a sandbox. She loves it so much, I think I even managed to get her distracted from thinking about Katie for a few hours. Ren leaves Snoopy in the sandbox and runs over to Stryker. For as long as it took her to stop being scared of me, she took to Strike right away. God knows why. His mug is uglier than mine by a long shot. "Hey, Bird, how you doing?"
Daddy made me a sandbox,
she chirps back, pointing proudly. "I can see that. Good job, Tank. How many guys did you have to hire to help you with that?" I give him a glare, and he smirks at me, knowing I won't curse him out with Ren right there. "What are you doing here?" I demand, "other than making yourself a burr up my butt?" "I got a business proposition for you." "Yeah?" I stand up and wipe the sweat from my brow. It's almost Christmas. Winter feels like it ain't even on the horizon yet. Today feels like Indian summer, and the sun is baking me in this black t-shirt. "What's that?" Stryker cuts a glance at Ren. He doesn't need to say anything more. "Ren, baby, go play with Snoopy some more, okay?" Ren runs off, and I motion Tank toward a couple of lawn chairs sitting beside the deck. "You want a beer?" I ask him. He nods. "Keep an eye on Ren, will you?" I go inside, pulling off my t-shirt as I go and using it to wipe my face and under my pits. I grab a clean one from my bedroom dresser and then make my way to the kitchen, where I pull out 2 cold bottles from the fridge. Back outside, I hand one to Stryker and ease down into the chair next to him. "She's a cutie," he deadpans. "Lucky for her she doesn't take after you." "You come here just to bust my balls?" I ask as I twist open my beer. "Or you got a real reason?" "Yeah, I got a real reason," he grins. "I got a fight for you." I blink, then stare at him. It takes me a second to figure out what he's saying. Stryker and I used to fight together in the underground scene. We both came up together, if you could call it that. It was a way to make some money on shit we were already doing. Getting in fights out on the street. Sometimes out of necessity, sometimes out of drunken foolishness. Those early fights were mostly about proving ourselves, making chump change in the filthy underground places that traded in brute strength and bad judgment. Both Strike and I were pretty good at it. Good enough that we eventually graduated to bigger fights with bigger stakes. But the ones with the truly big payouts had the highest stakes of all. A man who wanted the biggest rewards had to take the biggest risks, including the risk that losing might not just mean getting injured, even badly. It might mean you never got back up again. Ever. I decided to pull out of the scene when Rudy, one of the shadiest fight organizers, tried to book me into a fight for a purse that could have paid my living expenses for more than a year. I knew that living expenses was a relative term, and the cost might be my life itself. It wasn't worth it, so I walked. Stryker walked with me. But it looks like he's thinking about getting back in. I don't do that anymore, I tell him now as I stare across the yard at my daughter sliding down the slide. "You haven't for a while?" he nods. "But I figured I could convince you to come out of retirement for this one, when you hear what the payout is." "You've been back in the ring," I say. It's not a question. "Yeah," he shrugs. "Gotta pay the rent. With the MC not doing our shipments, I ain't got enough coming in to cover the bills. This is what I know how to do. It beats the fuck out of Uber." He pauses. "And I know you're feeling the pinch too, brother." He lifts his chin toward Ren. "Especially with the little one now." I set my jaw and reach for my pack of smokes before I remember I quit. Swearing into my breath, I raise the bottle to my lips instead. Stryker ain't wrong. Cash has been short since Angel shut down our part of the pipeline. That swing set I just put together? Yeah, that came out of next month's truck payment. I just needed Ren to have some place to play outside here in the yard. And watching her chatter at Snoopy as she pushes him on the swing, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. So yeah, I need the money. No doubt about that. And shit, 3 months ago I might have jumped at what Stryker's handing me. But fighting means something different now. I have to be careful because of Ren. With Jessica AWOL, I'm the only parent she has. Stryker seems to be reading my thoughts. Rudy told me he's got a fight all ready for you, Tank. You can take this guy. He's no match for you. Maybe when I was training, I'd take another swig of my beer, then flex my fist. Oh, come on, brother. Trust me. You've got this fight sewn up, and I know you need the cash. Why do you care? Stryker pauses, like he's trying to figure out how much to tell me. I told Rudy I'd talk to you. He upped the purse if I could get you there, and he'll give me a finder's fee for bringing you back in. I won't be back in, I growl, realizing as I do that I'm considering it. If I did this, it would only be for one fight. Stryker smirks. Sure. I'm goddamn serious. I shift in my chair and glare at him. This is not me getting back in. And I swear to Christ, if you're fucking with me on this, that little girl is the one who's gonna pay. Stryker's grin fades. You know I wouldn't bullshit you, brother. This fight ain't no big deal. You go in, you knock that motherfucker out, you walk out with a stack of bills in your back pocket. He stands up, drains his beer, and clinks it against mine. Tomorrow night, you in? I think about Ren and how she might react if I come back with my face beat up. And then I think about what it would be like to her if I can't make rent next month. Or the month after that. I'm in, I say. Later that night, I take out my cell phone to call one of the old ladies in the club to see if they'll take Ren while Stryker and I are out of the fights. But then I remember how Ren asked for Katie yet again tonight as I was putting her to bed. I decided to give texting Katie one more shot, wondering if she'll respond if it's about Ren instead of us. Hey, this might be inappropriate, but wondering if you can take Ren tomorrow night. She's been asking about you. I know she really wants to see you. If it's no, I can find someone else. I feel like a shitheel that I used that excuse. I hope she doesn't think I'm trying to manipulate her. A few seconds later, I see 3 bouncing dots. I wait for Katie to rip me a new one. Finally, her response comes through.
I can take Ren. You'll need to bring her to my place.
I release a breath, my shoulders relaxing for the first time in days. I let myself have a second of hope that maybe Ren will thaw Katie out a little, and then maybe I can talk to her about the other night once I come back from the fight. I thank Katie and tell her what time I'll be there tomorrow to drop Ren off. Then I lie back on the couch and close my eyes. It's time to put all that shit out of my head for now, and focus on the fight to come.
20. Katie. When Tank pulls up with Ren, I'm careful to keep my face composed in a careful mask of indifference. Any talking we do about what happened last time we were together, I don't want it to happen in front of that little girl. And frankly, I don't have any idea what I want to say to him anyway. Ren is ecstatic to see me. She jumps into my arms from the car seat, almost knocking me over. She yells my name, basically into my ear, which hurts, but I only wince and hug her tighter. Because the fact is, I'm pretty darn ecstatic to see her too. Sorry, this is going to be an all-day thing, Tank says as he shuts the back door of his truck behind Ren. He looks like he wants to continue, but glances at the back of his daughter's head. Taking the cue, I set her down. Rennie, can you carry your backpack upstairs? You remember which door is mine, right? The one with the heart wreath on it, she answers immediately. Scampering off, she climbs up the stairs and goes inside. Tank follows her up with his eyes, then turns to me. I'll be back later tonight, so I put her PJs in the bag. I don't know exactly how late, sorry. I shrug. It's okay. Look, when I come back, I might look a little, he hesitates, beat up. So if I do, can you help me with Ren? Act like it's no big deal. I've noticed she takes her cues from adults when she can't figure out how to react to something. Beat up? I cock my head quizzically. Why? It's nothing. I've just got a thing to go to, like a boxing match, sort of. So there's a chance I could, wind up with the black eye or something. It's on the tip of my tongue to ask him why he's putting himself in danger like that, but then I clamp my mouth shut. He's in an MC. This is probably the tamest thing he ever gets up to. Before you say anything, he growls, eyes flashing, this ain't a regular thing. I mean, it used to be, but it ain't anymore. This is just something Stryker talked me into, and it's the last fight I'm doing. I raise my hands. I didn't say anything. He squints at me. Okay, but it's still true. I want to believe him, but I also tell myself it's not something I should consider my business one way or another. Tank and I aren't anything formal or official right now, so I'm not going to let myself believe I have a say in his decisions. Okay, so I'll see you when I see you, I guess, I mutter. I start to turn away, but Tank grabs my arm. Katie, he murmurs, look at me. Reluctantly, I do as he says. His eyes, dark and serious, flash in the sunlight. I'm sorry about the other night, he continues. I was a jackass. I didn't think. Come on, don't shut me out. I mean to pull away, but somehow the warmth of his touch, and the fact that it's gentler than I expect, melts my resolve just a little. We can talk about it later, I concede, hating myself a little bit for saying it. Tank looks disappointed, but nods gruffly and lets go of my arm. Sure. He looks like he's going to say something else, but instead, he leans forward and kisses me on the forehead. I'll see you later, babe. I hope my two girls have a good day. He leaves me with those words as I stand, half stunned, and watch him get in his truck and pull away. His girls. Should I be angry at that assumption? Or touched? Or what? It's a testament to how mixed up I am that I have no idea. One thing is certain, though. I've missed Ren so much more than I even realized. And she's so obviously thrilled to see me that it makes my heart ache. She carries on a near constant monologue of every single thing she's done since last time I saw her, including a new swing set that apparently Tank built for her in the backyard. Ren seems older than last time I saw her somehow, which is impossible, isn't it, since it's only been a few days. Another big change is that she's calling Tank Daddy now, with an ease and naturalness that brings tears to my eyes. She loves her daddy so much. It's a beautiful thing to see. Especially because I know how much Tank loves her too. The two of them are a family now, a package deal. And as mad as I still am at Tank, I miss the whole package. Remember when we went to the zoo and saw the doggies? Ren is chirping at me now as I grab her one of the juice boxes I stocked in the fridge for her. Remember when Daddy said maybe I could have one? Do you think they're ready yet? I suppress a smile because I definitely remember Tank said no such thing. Not for a while yet, honey. I don't argue with her about whether Tank promised her a puppy. Let him handle that one. Did you ever have a doggie? Nope, but I always wanted one. Why don't you have one now? Because there's not enough room in this tiny apartment for one. But you could get, like, a tiny dog. She squeezes her hands together to indicate the size of a chihuahua. I laugh. Yes, I suppose I could. I stick the straw in the juice box and hand it to her. She accepts it and wanders off to make the rounds of my apartment. Thankfully, she seems to let the dog question die for now. Ren, sucking on her apple juice, goes straight to the painting of Cassie with the origami bird. I shouldn't be surprised, since she's been fascinated with it before. But given my late-night conversation with Tank from a few nights ago, it still jabs at me. Is the bird real? Ren asks. Sort of. It's made of paper, but it comes alive with your imagination. She gives me a puzzled frown, and suddenly I have an idea. Want to learn how to make one? I ask. You can make a bird for yourself, and then I'm going to make one too. And we're going to take one of them with us as a present to visit someone I'd like you to meet. How does that sound? Okay, Wren cries, nodding with a smile so angelic it makes me want to squeeze the stuffing out of her. We sit down at my kitchen table, and I show Wren how to transform a piece of paper through a series of simple folds into a graceful crane. It's a little advanced for her, but with some help she's able to do it. When we're finished, I make her a late lunch, and she places the small bird next to her plate so she can look at it while she eats her cheese sandwich and green grapes. Then, when I've cleaned her up, I pack her into my car, which is still equipped with the car seat installed by Tank, and drive her to the retirement home to meet my Uncle Daniel. There aren't a lot of children who come to visit the residents of Valley View Retirement Home, so Wren is an immediate hit with the staff. "Well, isn't this one a cutie?" beams Rose, the nursing home manager, when she sees us coming down the main hallway. She's standing at the front desk, chatting to another employee, Janie. Rose is about 55, I'd say, with a ready smile that almost masks the tiredness that's always in her eyes. "Is this your—" "I'm babysitting for a friend," I finish for her hastily. Wren looks up at me and gives me a rare scowl. "I'm not a baby," she insists. Rose chuckles. "I can see that. How old are you, sweetie? What's your name?" "I'm Wren. I'm 4 years old." Carefully maneuvering the paper crane she's carefully grasping, she transfers it to one hand and extends the other, 4 proud digits sticking out. "My goodness, you're quite the young lady," Rose coos. "Are you here to see Uncle Daniel, too?" "We made him this," Wren says proudly, holding out the bird. "Beautiful," Rose smiles. "He'll love that." "Yep," Wren announces. We all laugh, including Janie behind the desk. "So, Daniel was telling me the other day that you're an artist, Katie. I never knew that." Rose smiles. I blush. "Well, I mean, I'm not an artist. That's not what he told me. He says you're a very talented painter. He told me you're painting him something to hang on his wall." "He asked me to," I admit. I haven't really started yet. But Rose continues on as though I've said nothing. "I was wondering, have you ever taught any art classes?" "Taught? No. Why?" "I've been reading up on art therapy for senior citizens. I've heard it can be a wonderful experience for them, a creative outlet, a chance to express themselves in a new way." "But I'm not an art therapist," I protest. "I don't have any training in that." "And I don't have a budget for an art therapist," Rose admits. "Unfortunately. But what I'm looking for is something fun for them. Not stressful. Not even a class to teach them new skills exactly. Just something enjoyable they can all do together. Watercolors, maybe. Maybe like one of those classes where a teacher teaches everyone how to paint a simple scene, step by step. Like a wine and sip, except without the wine," she winks. I consider her words. I know the kind of classes she's talking about. I mean, I'm no great artistic genius, but I could certainly teach a class like that, I suppose. It's an idea, and I don't hate the thought. I tell Rose I'll think about it and get back to her. I say goodbye to her and Janie and lead Wren down the hall to Uncle Daniel's room. Daniel is happy to see me, as always, and charmed by Wren and her shy presentation of the origami bird. To thank her, he pulls out a small bowl of individually wrapped hard candies and tells her to take some. "You can have 2, Wren," I tell her. Obediently, she studies the bowl and then picks out a red one and a purple one. "Can you put the bird on that shelf over there, Wren?" Daniel asks, pointing to a large bookcase on one end of the room. On one shelf is a display of knickknacks. Maybe you could arrange things so the bird has a special place. You can play with the other things on the shelf as long as you're very careful." I eye him, and he gives me a reassuring smile. "There's nothing there that she can break and hurt herself with. Don't worry." "Be careful, Wren," I murmur as she goes over to the shelf, still gingerly carrying the bird with her as though it's a real live thing. "She's beautiful." Daniel turns to me as I sit down in the chair across from him. "Where did you find her?" I laugh. "I'm watching her for a friend, her daddy." Daniel's eyes light up. "Friend?" he repeats shrewdly. I roll my eyes. "I hear you outed me to Rose about being an artist," I say to change the subject. "Are you trying to put pressure on me to finish your painting sooner?" "I was telling her I was bored off my butt in this place. Nothing much to do, and I'm sick of watching TV all day. She said she was looking into trying to update some of the activities for the residents. Chair yoga, maybe a music or art class. I mentioned you were an artist, a painter. She must have been listening." "Daniel." "What? You're a natural choice. Good and patient with the old fogies like me." He snickers. "I don't think you'll get rich off what she can pay you, but it'd be a start." "A start to what?" "Making a living from your art." "Daniel," I say again, this time more impatiently. "I'm never going to make a living from my art. I'm not good enough." "The hell you aren't! And are you telling me your life's ambition is to be a waitress? That's not the Katie I remember." "The Katie you remember might not have ever existed, I think. She's a figment of your imagination." "I know you love to paint, Katie," he presses me. "I haven't painted in months," I point out. "I can't." "Have you tried in months?" Daniel leans forward, narrowing his gaze at me. I don't answer. "I want you to do what you want to do, Katie. What makes you happy. And I know painting makes you happy. I know it was always what you wanted to do." Daniel lets out a deep, rumbling sigh. "I don't know why you stopped, but I do know it's high time you started again. I wasted too much time in my own life, you see. Too much time worrying about what other people thought of me, what they'd say if they saw me doing things they didn't approve of. Now I'm on the other end of my life, and I have a lot of time to look back on." He pauses. "I regret the years and chances I wasted." "You haven't wasted," I begin, but he holds up a gnarled hand to stop me. "You don't know what I've wasted, girl. I do." Unlike before, there's an edge to his tone. "And I look at you, and I see a young woman who has so much to offer the world, so much joy to give and to receive." Daniel grunts, shifting in his chair, and gives me a piercing look. "I don't want you to turn around one day, look in the mirror, and see that you've let the years get away from you. We all end up here, Katie," he continues, sweeping his arms wide to indicate the room, the nursing home, his life. "If we're lucky, that is. We all grow old, and when we're here, toward the end, we have plenty of time to contemplate the life we've lived, the opportunities we've taken and wasted, the love we've given or turned away from." I don't know what to say. Suddenly, I don't know whether he's talking about me or him. "Paint me a picture of you, Katie," he urges, leaning forward. "Of your happiness, what it would look like, even if you don't feel it right now." Even if I don't feel it right now. I contemplate Daniel's words as I drive Wren and myself back to my apartment at the end of our visit. I try to push them away, but they keep coming back to me again, with the steadiness of a heartbeat. What does my happiness look like? I haven't asked myself that question since before I lost my baby. Before that even, since I lost my little sister. Since Cassie died, and my miscarriage, my only definition of happiness has been an impossible dream. A parallel universe where the two people I loved most of all were alive and with me. I make dinner for Ren and myself. I check my phone periodically to see whether Tank has texted, though I don't expect him to until much later. We play Go Fish at my kitchen table, and soon it's bath time. Ren makes a huge mess in the tub, splashing and playing, and it makes me so happy to see her just being a normal kid that I make a mental note to tell Tank how great she's doing, and what a great dad I think he is, and that I forgive him for what he said. A twinge of longing to be with him confirms what I think I already knew. I forgave Tank days ago. I've been holding on to my anger because I'm afraid of how much I opened up to him, how easily I revealed my heart, how desperately I hope he doesn't hand it back to me, broken. Because the fact is, I know he and Ren are a package deal, and I want the package. I'm in love with Tank. It seems crazy, but it's true. Somehow I've fallen in love with this sexy, crude, arrogant, moody tank of a man. And his daughter has stolen my heart as well. And even though I know Ren has a mom out there somewhere, and I'm not trying to take her place, it almost suffocates me sometimes how much I love her, how much I want to be there to see her grow. Ren steps out of the bathtub, and I wrap a fluffy towel around her. I give her a big hug while I dry her off, and she wraps her wet little arms around my neck and hugs me back so hard I do a weird little laugh sob. "Okay, Rennie Bo Benny," I whisper into the towel. "Let's get you into your jammies and off to bed." I laugh again out in the living room when I open Ren's backpack and see that the PJs Tank packed for her are the pint-sized Harley t-shirt and pink-striped leggings to match. "Your daddy sure is raising you to be a biker's daughter," I chuckle as I help Ren put them on. I settle her into my bed behind the Japanese screen, with Snoopy, of course, and she asks me if I'll read her the book that she brought in her backpack. It's Goodnight Moon, one of my favorites. I've never seen it in Ren's room before, and it makes me happy to imagine Tank buying it for her. We settle in, and I start reading the familiar rhyming verses. Occasionally, Ren repeats the end of a verse after me in her soft voice. We're about halfway through when a bump and then another sounds on the landing outside my apartment door. "That sounds like your daddy," I tell her. "I better go open the door. It's locked." I set the book down and go to the door. I reach for the knob to unlock it and fling it open before Tank can knock. But instead, the door flies back on its hinges, so hard and fast that it almost hits me in the face. I scream in surprise, and behind me I hear Ren let out an alarmed squeal. 3 men are in the apartment before I can react. 2 of them grab me, twisting my arms behind me. 1 clamps a hand around my mouth before I can scream again. It's only when his face looms inches from mine that I realize who it is. "Katie, isn't it?" The man from the diner leers at me, close enough for his breath to heat my skin. "The biker's fucking girlfriend. Nice of your friend to tell me that. Made things a lot easier." He squeezes the hand that's clamped around my mouth so hard I think he might dislocate my jaw. Pain wrenches a muffled scream from me. "I'm gonna enjoy the fuck out of this," he rasps, eyes turning cold and sadistic. "You and the kid, on the other hand, are not."
21. Tank. The gravel lot next to the address I was given is deserted. I park my truck and lock it, then head toward the building where the fights are taking place tonight. I make my way toward a fire door at the back. 2 large men standing there, smoking and looking bored. One of them glances up at me. His face is barely illuminated by the crack of light coming from inside. "Anchor," I mutter, the password. Silently, he moves back a step to let me pass through. Fights move around, at least the ones that are this far underground. The irony of that word isn't lost on me as I make my way to the fire door at the back of the under-construction high-rise, Follow the long back corridor to the elevator banks in the near darkness, and hit the button for the 11th floor. This building was supposed to have been completed months ago, from what I understand. But problems with permits and funding slowed the project down. As it is, the place is about 90% done, and is already starting to smell less like new possibilities and more like dust and desperation. There's no security on site that I can see, apart from the thugs guarding the back door. My guess is, if there ever was, they paid him off to get gone. Or maybe the guard is in on the fight. Either way, I don't see another fucking soul until I get to 11 and the elevator doors open. There's another guy standing there, shorter but more muscular than the others downstairs. He sizes me up for a half a second, then nods and waves me in. The scene in front of me is fucking ridiculous. Electronic dance music is playing on the speakers like we're in a club. The entire floor is one huge room, which will one day be filled with anonymous identical cubicles if the building ever gets finished. The people in here are 90% men and 10% chicks who are here to be ornaments. The men are a fucked up mix of rich assholes in expensive suits and dudes that look like they'd be beating and robbing them in an alley if they saw them on the street. In the center, there's a large empty ring. No one standing near it. It's surreal how people stay away, almost like it's a grave site and they're afraid to step too close. On the far side of the space stands Stryker, along with a guy I recognize as Rudy. They're talking to one of the suits, who has his arm around a busty brunette, almost half a foot taller than he is. Rudy looks over at me and raises his bottle of beer. I lift my chin but don't go over right away. Off in a far corner, a cluster of men who look like they came straight out of a prison yard are watching the scene. One, short and squat, is talking to the tallest, largest one, who has a shaved head and a large, belligerent chin, and a fucking unibrow. As he scans the room, his gaze falls on me. He narrows his eyes, flutters his lashes, and blows me a kiss. Stryker strides across the room and comes to stand next to me. "That the guy I'm fighting?" I ask, nodding toward the asshole. "How'd you guess?" "Just a hunch." Stryker nods and grins at me. "You can take him." "Didn't say I couldn't." "You ready, brother? Ready to make us some money?" "Who are you fighting?" Stryker shrugs. "Just some asshole. I've taken him before, but apparently I hurt his feelings, so he wants another go at me." I snort. That doesn't sound like much of a challenge. Thought you said the payout was big. Stryker turns to me and grins. "There's a side bet. Someone who wants me to make sure the asshole doesn't walk away from this fight on his own two legs." Stryker doesn't say any more, and I don't ask. I don't give a shit how he makes his money from this. "So, what do you know about mine?" I ask instead. "Calls himself Jackhammer." Stryker sneers in disgust. "Fucking pussy name. But it gives you a pretty good idea of how he fights. No brains at all. Just hammers at it until the other guy goes down." I study my opponent across the room. He's got a couple inches on me, and he's got a solid pack of muscle. I'm guessing strategy ain't his strong point. He probably doesn't need it with most guys. "Leads with his right," Stryker murmurs. "But after that, he just pounds." I nod. "Okay, I can handle that." Rudy comes over and tells me I'm the second fight of the night. Stryker's after me. We stand there, Rudy jawing at me and me not bothering to answer, until an old, tired-looking guy steps into the ring and starts ringing the bell. A loud murmur resounds through the crowd, followed by a hush as everyone turns and moves forward to get their place with the best view possible of the ring. The first fight doesn't last long. It's two young kids, probably neither of them even 20 years old. Both of them are scrappy as shit, but inexperienced. They're here to warm up the crowd, build up the energy and the tension, and the thirst for blood. They both give as good as they get, until the larger one connects solidly with an uppercut to the smaller one's chin that lifts him up off the ground and lays him out flat on the subflooring. The crowd lets out a gleeful shout as the unconscious one is picked up by two men and hauled out of the ring. The winner swaggers around with his arm in the air until the ref proclaims him the winner and tells him to get out of the ring so the next fight can begin. "Make me some money," Rudy mutters, clapping me on the shoulder. I shrug off his hand and step into the ring. There's a weird energy for a fighter when you're looking out at all the faces staring up at you. They want to be entertained. Their faces are full of excitement. Excitement that one or more of the fighters inside the ring might end up seriously hurt or worse. They're looking at you, hoping you're going to satisfy a raw, naked lust for blood most of the time they deny they ever had, lurking deep down inside them. But they do have it. If they didn't, this kind of shit would never happen. Even the ancient Romans knew they could exploit people's basest instincts to their advantage. Fucking bread and circus, they called it. I stare out at them all. I'm here for the money, but I can't help notice the thick disgust pooling at the bottom of my stomach at this whole goddamn scene. Fuck these people. I turn away from them and face my adversary. The bell sounds. Stryker's words echo in my head. Jackhammer. Leads with his right, but after that he just pounds. I'm betting that the best way to get this guy off balance is to not go for him right away, to let him come at me first. I crouch down a little, readying myself, but I don't make a move. I stay back, giving him a chance to get frustrated. Sure enough, he feints toward me, thinking I'll take the bait, but I just give him a mocking grin that makes his face turn to stone. A second later, he lunges forward. I pretend to brace for impact, then dodge right, jerking my head back and twisting to hook him in the temple. Jackhammer stumbles off balance a step, and I try to get my foot under him to kick his legs out from under him, but I don't move fast enough. His left fist comes at me, flailing, and catches me on the chin. It rattles me, but not enough. I move back quickly, putting some distance between us. But he's mad now, so he comes right for me. I get ready, waiting for him to telegraph his move. He fakes a right jab, sloppy as shit. Then he follows up with a real one, and then a left uppercut to my chin before I can react to block it. I taste blood. I just manage to get out of the way of his next right jab and duck to deliver a low punch deep in his kidney. It connects, hard enough that I get another chance while he's still doubled over and pound him hard in the temple again. He goes down on his knees, and that's when it's over for him. I roundhouse kick him to the other side of the head, sending him sprawling to the ground. I take a step back, panting, and watch the blood trickle from a cut near his eye. He's out. I turn to the side and spit. I hear the bell and then the cheers and a few boos come from the crowd. I didn't give these motherfuckers enough entertainment for their dollar. Vaguely, I wonder how many of these pieces of shit lost money on Jackhammer tonight. I climb out of the ring, ignoring every last one of them. Stryker greets me with a wide grin and a jab to the shoulder. Nice work, brother. You didn't give him much of a show, though, except for letting him rough up your pretty face a little. Guess I'm going to have to be the real entertainment. I look back tiredly at the ring and the crowd. They're already getting pumped for the next fight. You gonna cat and mouse your guy? I ask. Stryker grins. Gotta give the people what they want. I snort and turn away, heading toward the far edge of the crowd. A couple people call my name, but I ignore them. In the back, I grab my shirt and jacket from where I tossed them and pull the shirt back on. Glancing down, I see some bloodstains on my pants. I don't think they're mine, but I can't be sure. Thinking about what Stryker just said about my face, I bring up my hand and feel for swelling. I wonder how bruised up I am. I don't know how bad I look, but the left side of my face is tender enough that it might scare the kid a little. I wince at the idea of Ren and Katie seeing me like this. I can't do this anymore now that I've got my daughter. I don't want her to grow up seeing her dad coming home looking like a dog's breakfast. The money for this fight was good, but it ain't enough. I'll find another way to make ends meet. Speaking of which, Rudy comes up and congratulates me. He slaps me on the back and hands me an envelope. I take it. You give Stryker his cut of the purse? I ask. Rudy grins, gold tooth glinting. Yeah, he'll get his. You ready to do this again next week? No can do. This is it for me. We'll see. Rudy's smile gets wider. There's an edge to it now. I know money's tight for you lords right now. You want something more regular? We can talk terms. No terms. I said I'm done. Rudy starts to argue with me. I know why. It ain't because he's a fucking humanitarian. He knows he can make bank off of us, so he's giving me the hard sell. I'm about to tell him no again with my fist when my cell rings. I pull it out of my pocket and see it's a number I don't recognize. Turning away from Rudy, I answer it, since it could be Katie calling from another phone for some reason. Instead, it's a voice I haven't heard in years. But even so, I know who it is instantly.
"Hello, Tank,"
she says quietly.
"It's Jess."
My stomach drops with the low-level dread I've felt for weeks. I've been worried deep in my gut that she'd eventually get in touch to say she wants to take Ren back. "Jess?" I bark into the phone, trying not to let any emotion show in my voice. "The hell do you want?"
"They have her, Tank,"
she says tiredly. "What?"
"Just so as you know, they're not kidding around. This is real."
"What the fuck are you talking about?"
"They have Ren."
Bile rises in my throat. "The fuck are you talking about?" Oh my God. Somebody's taken Ren. "Where are you, Jess?" I demand. "What's happening? Who's got you?" "Where's Katie?"
"If you want her back, you're going to have to do what they say, Tank,"
she slurs.
"It's the only way."
Frantically, I rack my brain trying to think of a way to get Jess to give me some sort of clue who has her and where they are. But then it hits me. Jess doesn't sound scared. She doesn't sound anything at all, except high. She's not being held by these guys, whoever they are. She's with them. "Jesus Christ, Jess! The fuck have you done?" I shout into the phone. I want to kill her. I want to reach through the phone and throttle everyone. Do anything to get Ren back. Jess pauses, then says something that makes no sense.
"We all have our vices, Tank,"
she murmurs slowly.
"You can judge me all you want. You have that old Mustang of yours. I have my needs, too. Maybe you think I'm weak, but I just do what I have to get by."
The old Mustang? Jesus, she must be higher than I thought, babbling like that. The old car I used to restore was a Dodge Charger. What's more, she knows that. I know she does. It was how she first started flirting with me, telling me her dad drove a Charger just like it when she was growing up. She always wanted me to let her drive it. But then the second part of what she just said sinks in, about vices, and about doing what you have to get by. And then it dawns on me what she's telling me. Jess is helping whoever has Ren. She's sold our goddamn daughter for her fucking drug habit. "You evil fucking bitch!" I scream. My heart starts to race, my vision tunneling in front of me. The hand that's holding my phone starts to shake. "Tell me where she is! Answer me, goddammit!" But Jess doesn't reply. Instead, I hear a muffled noise, like the phone's being handed over to someone else. The next voice on the phone isn't Jess's. It's a male, someone I don't recognize. And what he says next makes my blood turn to ice. "Jess was right about you," the voice chuckles. "It was easy as hell to lure you in, and it's going to be easier still to make you do exactly what we want. She isn't kidding, you know. We do have your daughter. Oh, and also your girlfriend." 22. Tank. I clench the phone in my hand, certain I'm going to puke. "Who the fuck are you?" I choke out. "I'm Jess's man," the raspy voice chuckles darkly. "And your worst fucking nightmare. If I could reach through this goddamn phone and choke this motherfucker to death, he'd already have left this world. Why don't you stop talking in action movie cliches," I spit, "and tell me what the fuck you want?" "I think the more important question is what you want. You've been played, my friend, and now you're in a trap there's only one way out of. For you and your kid and that tight little piece of ass waitress girlfriend." My stomach roils. He's not bluffing, I'm sure of it. I just don't know what the fuck is going on. "Why don't you stop wasting both of our time and get to the goddamn point?" I demand. noting my voice has gone hoarse. So here's the thing, he continues conversationally. Jess here, she told me about you when we first got together. How she used to be with this Lord of Carnage dude. How you didn't treat her right. He tisks mockingly. She didn't like that. My blood is fucking boiling by now. Is that why she left her fucking kid on my doorstep like the goddamn mother of the year she apparently isn't? I don't know what response I'm expecting, but it's not the outburst of laughter I get. Oh man, you are a fucking comedian. Like I said, you've been played, my friend. Jess told me you're a pussy who'd give his left nut to protect someone vulnerable, like this helpless little girl here. Jess said all it would take was for you to find out the kid was yours, and you'd be right where we need you. And where in the fuck is that? I snarl. In the palm of my motherfucking hand? He laughs again, the sound grating on my ears so bad I want to fucking flay him alive. And it turns out I got a 2-for-1 deal. That waitress was a bonus. A little insurance to make sure you're going to do exactly what I fucking tell you to do. Or they both die. I stand there, frozen to the spot. There are spots in front of my eyes. A roar like the far-off ocean pulses in my ears. What do you want? I hear myself say. Your fucking club killed my brother. He was the president of the Outlaw Sons. He ain't around anymore to get payback. But I am. Your brother. I rack my brain to remember his name. Your brother was Dragon. That's fucking right, he hisses. The Lords of Carnage think they got away with annihilating another club. They're gonna learn they're dead wrong. Your Prez, Angel, had Dragon killed inside Youngstown Prison. The man on the other end of the line is breathing hard now, lungs exhaling fury with every breath. He's gonna pay for that with his life. Jesus Christ. That's true. Angel had a guy inside Youngstown take Dragon out. For good fucking reason. Our club found out that Dragon and the Outlaw Sons had a human trafficking ring running in Tanner Springs. Beast's old lady was the one who figured it out. She used to be a Fed, an FBI agent. She uncovered the ring and found out that the former mayor of our town was involved, as well as the former president of our own MC. The discovery rocked our club to the core. The fallout blew the doors off everything. By the time the dust cleared, the mayor was in prison, and our former Prez, Rock, was stripped of his patch and given the ultimate club justice by Angel himself, his first act as the new president. The Outlaw Sons MC were annihilated, just like this motherfucker says. And Dragon was murdered in prison by Angel's proxy. We thought that was the end of it. We thought we'd got them all. You're the ones who ambushed our men out near West Hayes, I guess, putting 2 and 2 together. You're fucking A-right we are. And we took your stockpile of weapons. One of our men died. Oh, is that so? His voice morphs into a mocking simper. Oh, that's too bad. The rage flooding me is like a drug. And you torched the Death Devil's clubhouse, I murmur in a daze. It was all you. It was a long time coming, he hisses with unmistakable loathing. And now we're coming for the Lords, and you're going to give me everything I need to do it. Or I kill your woman, slowly and painfully, while your kid watches. And then I kill her too. And believe me when I tell you, both of them will die knowing you're the reason for all of it. Both of them will die with your name on their lips. It all makes sense, what he's saying. A horrible, terrible sense. They need someone on the inside of the Lords to give them what they need to take the club down. And Jess just gave them the key. A tremor runs through me. In desperation, I say the only thing I can think of. Jess ain't gonna let you kill her own kid. It's more a hope, a prayer, than anything. But the man on the end just sniggers. Fuck, man. Jess don't give a shit. She needs her sugar. I'm her sugar daddy. She never even wanted that kid. This was her idea, friend. That Jess could sell her own daughter for a fucking fix. It's too much. What she said to me on the phone just now echoes in my head again.
They have her, Tank. Just so's you know, they're not kidding around. This is real.
But it's not the words themselves that make my blood run cold as I realize what she's done. It's how she sounded. Not scared. Tired. But more than that. Indifferent. My head is pounding so hard I feel like it's gonna explode. My mind flashes on the note Wren was carrying with her in that little pumpkin on Halloween night. The note that I read exactly the way Jess knew I would.
Her name is Wren. She's yours. You can protect her. I can't.
Jess and I were together for a hot second. I barely remember what she looks like. But somehow she knew, or guessed, the one thing that could be used against me. Somehow she knew the one thing that would make me weak. If I don't give him what he wants, he'll kill Katie and Wren. Prove to me you have them both, I bark, fighting the nausea that's rising in me like a wave. I want to talk to Katie. I need to hear their voices. It's a desperation move. It doesn't work. You don't fucking call the shots here, he shoots back. Jess already told you they're here. You fucking know she ain't lying. And the terrible, gut-wrenching thing is, I do. I'm giving you until tomorrow to think about what will happen if you don't do exactly what I say. He pauses. And to think about what a very, very bad night your cunt girlfriend and your daughter here are about to have. No! The line goes dead. My legs almost go out from under me. The ocean sound of my heartbeat crashing in my own ears gets louder. What's up, brother? In a haze, I turn to see Stryker striding toward me. He's beat up, but grinning. Dully, I realize I'm still here at the fights, in the under-construction high-rise. Stryker's fight must be over. Stryker's smile fades when he sees my face. Jesus, man, what the hell's wrong? He blurts out. Something happened? Jesus fuck, Strike, I moan. I'm in it. I'm in it deep. Dropping the phone to the ground, I fist both my hands in my hair and pull, like I could yank everything I just heard out by the roots and make it all go the fuck away. In what? Strike shakes his head, alarmed. Fuck, brother, what is it? But I don't answer him. I don't have the words. How can I tell him what I'm facing? How can I tell him I'm even considering betraying the MC? The choice I have to make is an impossible one. My club, or my daughter and the woman I'm in love with. Wren, my quiet little girl turned feisty hellion. The daughter I never knew I had, who's become my world. Katie, with her long hair and her dark eyes. Katie, who feels like a dream come true when she lies in my arms. The choice is impossible, but it has to be made. I have no time to waste. Stryker picks my phone up off the ground and hands it to me. I stare at his hand as I take it from him. You gotta come to the clubhouse with me, I tell him. Right now. We gotta find Angel. Stryker opens his mouth to ask me again what's going on, but I brush past him without a word. I take the stairs 2 at a time instead of the elevator as he calls after me, because I can't stand the idea of being still for 1 fucking second. Down on the first floor, I burst out the back door, almost knocking over one of the guards as I fly by. They shout angrily after me. I ignore them, not slowing down until I get to my truck. 15 minutes later, I kick open the clubhouse door. Stryker's followed me on his bike, and I hear his engine cut out as the door closes behind me. Where's Angel? I shout, striding into the middle of the room. A half a dozen of the lords are hanging out, playing pool, drinking, enjoying the attentions of the club girls. They all look up at me, confused by my tone. God damn it, where the fuck is he? I yell again. I'm here. I spin around wildly. Angel moves out of a shadow next to the hallway, where he's been standing with a couple of the other lords. I stride toward him. Stryker is 2 steps behind me. He still has no idea what's going on. Angel looks down at what I'm carrying in my fist, then back up at me. "What's up, Tank?" he asks, in a voice that's both quiet and stern. I know I'm out of control. I know it, but I just don't fucking care. "You have to strip me of my patch, Angel, and you need to do it now." I don't need to do any such fucking thing. In his eyes, there's a warning I've never seen before. "You watch yourself, Tank. Don't forget this is your president you're talking to. It goes against everything I agreed to uphold when I swore my oath to this club. It goes against the love and loyalty I feel for every single one of my brothers, my prez included. But I don't have a choice." "Fuck you, Angel," I spit out. My words suck all the air out of the room. "Jesus," someone mutters from the back. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Beast take a step forward. The VP's loyalty to Angel isn't just out of obligation. It's out of respect. He's ready to take me down, and I know it. But Angel raises a hand to stop him. Nostrils flaring, his eyes never leaving mine, he bites out the words. "What the fuck is your problem, brother? You got a death wish?" My hand shakes almost imperceptibly as I lift my right arm. "I ain't got a problem," I say, ignoring the churning in the pit of my stomach. I hand him my cut. "I'm leaving the club. Effective immediately."
23. Katie. Katie! A tiny, frightened voice whimpers in my ear. Small hands pull at my arm. I try to lift myself, to open my eyes, but it feels like someone has brought a cinder block down on my head. Groaning, I curl into myself, trying to make the pain go away. A sharp slice of pain shoots through my shoulder, making me gasp. "Katie!" the little voice says again, ending in a sob. "Ren." The jolt to my heart brings me fully awake in an instant. My eyes fly open, despite the hammer of pain in my temple. Ren is next to me, trying to curl herself into the crook of my arm. She's shaking, whether from cold or fear, I don't know. Probably both. Dizzily, I struggle to make sense of what's happening. It's dark, damp. The acrid smells of motor oil and something that might be alcohol or ammonia assault my nostrils. That's when I remember. The man from the diner. Ren's scream as they wrenched her from my bed. Fighting, struggling with all my might to get to her. The searing agony of my arms being pulled behind me, muscles tearing. The sickly sweet smell of the cloth pressed over my nose and mouth. "Shh," I soothe, drawing Ren toward me with the arm that hurts less. "It's okay, baby. Don't cry." The words come naturally, even as a part of me seems to slide out of my body to look at the two of us, sitting here on a damp floor in a dank room. The part of me that knows I'm lying. Because it isn't okay. Not at all. Ren keeps crying softly as I hold her and rock her. It's almost a comfort to do it. It makes me feel like I'm doing something, while I try to make my brain assemble the pieces of everything that's happened in the last few hours, or however long I've been unconscious. Forcing myself to ignore the pain in my head, I blink rapidly a few times and look around me. The room we're in is almost completely dark, but as my eyes start to adjust, I realize there is a tiny bit of light coming in from what looks like a minuscule window toward the top of one wall. We're in a basement, I think immediately. Somewhere in a basement. The light is so faint that it must still be nighttime, which means, wherever we are, it can't be all that far from Tanner Springs. Unless I've slept for a whole day and another part of a night, which doesn't seem likely. Mentally, I check my body. I'm not hungry enough for that to be the case, and I don't have to pee yet, so it's probably only been a few hours since we were taken. Taken. For some reason, that's the word that sets it off. The panic, the terror, the abject horror of what might be happening. what might be about to happen. I hold Ren tighter, try to stop the scream that starts in my throat, to still the shaking that threatens to start in my own body. You can't. You have to be strong for her. Stop it, now. My breathing has sped up with the panic, grown faster, more shallow, and I catch myself just as the spots start to form before my eyes. I make myself stop, then take a slow, deep inhale, then let it out just as slow. I rock Ren to the same rhythm, in, out, back, forth. I focus on her warm little body and the familiar fresh smell of her hair. Okay, think now. I swallow, let my breathing return to normal. Make myself try to remember everything I can about the men who took us. The one from the diner is the only one whose face I saw, though I think there were at least 2 others. It doesn't make sense, though. Why would he kidnap us? This can't be about revenge for me slapping him, can it? Can he be that crazy? An echo of a memory comes to me. He mentioned the biker right before he put the cloth over my face that made me pass out. Called me the biker's girlfriend. Can this be about Tank? About something having to do with him or his club? I have no idea. I just know that whoever the man is that took Ren and me, this wasn't random. I remember the hatred in his voice, the glee I saw in his eyes. I don't doubt he wants to hurt me. I just pray he has enough humanity to leave Ren alone. Eventually, the little girl in my arms quiets. I keep rocking her, whispering what I hope are soothing words. I sing her a lullaby, the only one I know, and soon she falls into an exhausted sleep. Knowing she's calm for now gives my mind the chance to try to focus on how to get us out of here. I squint into the darkness and try to scan the room we're in. It's not large, only about 8 feet by 10 feet, if my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. There are no stairs, just a door, so we're in a room of a basement, not the whole basement itself. There's nothing in here as far as I can tell, other than us. No mattress, no chair, no table. Nothing to use as a weapon. Nothing to use to help us escape. I know without even trying the door that it will be locked from the outside. But I resolve to try it anyway once Ren is awake. Somehow, I doze. I don't know how long. But when I wake up, the sliver of light coming through the window above tells me morning is breaking. A fresh slice of fear cuts through me as I realize the night is no longer here to protect us. Tank must have gone back to my apartment by now. He must know we're gone. If he's been there, he'll see my car is in the lot. He'll know I'm not answering my phone. Please find us, Tank. Please. Before... A sob rips from my throat, but I swallow it. I shake my head violently, willing myself not to start crying. Biting my lips together, I gaze down at Ren, who is still asleep, her head resting on my thigh. The man from the diner said last night that he was going to enjoy what he was about to do to us. I fight the urge to throw up. Whatever happens, I have to protect Ren. Whatever he could do to me, the things he could do to her are a million times worse. Carefully, I pull off the hoodie I'm wearing and fold it into a pillow. I gently lift Ren's head and slide the hoodie under it as I slide out from under her. Pushing slowly to my feet, I ignore the sudden, painful head rush and tiptoe as quietly as I can to the door. I put my ear to it. Silence on the other side. I try the knob. Just as I expected, it's locked. Katie? I turn. Ren is sitting up, staring at me. Hey, baby, you sleep okay? I do my best to give her a reassuring smile. I'm hungry. Despite everything, I smile at her sleepy pronunciation. I bet it's almost time for breakfast. I go back over to Ren, heart pounding despite my calm exterior. I know that right now, the most important thing is to keep her reassured. I sit down next to her, back against the cold wall. She moves next to me. As I put my arm around her, her hand lifts to her face, her thumb sliding into her mouth. Pretty soon someone will come and give us something to eat, I say. Wondering if it's the right thing to tell her. I have no idea how to know. All I can think to do is to give her as many minutes as possible of comfort before... Where are we? Ren whines quietly. We're in a basement. I want to go home. Me too, baby, me too. But we will pretty soon. When? Soon. I miss Snoopy. I know, sweetheart, but he's right there on my bed where we left him, so you'll see him soon. Is Daddy gonna come get us? Yep, he is. Thankfully, Ren seems to accept this answer, even though I'm desperately afraid I've just told her the biggest lie she'll ever hear in her young life. I give her a tight hug, then slip away from her again for a second and go over to the wall that has the tiny window near the ceiling. Craning my neck, I stare up at it. It's so small that even Ren would have a hard time fitting through it, and that's if we could get it open. The glass on the window itself is so dirty it's almost opaque. I can't see outside at all. There's no table or anything else to stand on to get a closer look. But there is a small ledge that I might be able to use to lift myself up enough to see. I look at the uneven wall below the sill and notice there's a couple of places where I might be able to get the tiniest foothold. Stretching up on my tiptoes, I reach high with my fingertips until I get just enough purchase on the sill to try it. I lift one sneakered foot and work it into my semblance of a toehold. If I ever get out of this, I'm going to learn how to do pull-ups. Then, taking a deep breath, I lift with all my might, pushing with my leg muscles. It doesn't get me all the way up, but it gets me close enough to see out at an angle from below. And what I see through the filthy glass makes my heart sink. On the other side is a rusty metal lattice covering the entire exterior of the window. What you doing, Katie? I kicked back from the wall and hopped down. Turning to Ren, I worked to rearrange my face into a neutral expression. I'm just... Heavy steps resound outside the door, then come closer. Ren leaps up and cowers against my leg. I brace myself for whatever is to come. The slide of what sounds like a large deadbolt. The metallic click of a key in the lock. The door scrapes open. The man who stands in the doorway is not the one from the diner. He's large, solid, and over 6 feet tall, with stringy ginger-colored hair and a burn scar on one side of his face. For a split second, I think about rushing him, but I haven't got a plan, and I don't know anything about what would await me beyond the door. The man doesn't say anything, just scrutinizes me and Ren. His silence is unnerving. What do you want with us? No reply. We're hungry and thirsty, I push. The man shrugs. Ren nudges me. And we have to go to the bathroom. His lip curls. The burnt, scarred skin on his face stretches taut with the movement. Choose a corner, he grunts. He pivots on his heel. In desperation, I call out to him, Why are you keeping us here? The man swivels his head to look at me. Does it matter? Then he's gone, the door locking and bolting behind him. It's in the silence that follows his retreating footsteps that the truth comes to me. So awful that I have to clench my jaw so I don't break down in front of Ren. They're not going to feed us. They're not going to give us water. They don't care about keeping us alive.
24. Tank. You don't fucking threaten to leave this club without an explanation. Angel growls at me, jabbing a finger in my face. You took a goddamn oath, brother. We're standing in the chapel, the three of us, Beast, Angel, and me. My cot is lying on the mahogany table, the same table I've sat at with my club for years. It occurs to me this is the last time I'll see it. It ain't a threat, I shoot back. I know I took an oath. That's why I'm quitting the club. I can't uphold that oath anymore. You need to explain yourself right the fuck now, Beast snarls, standing to Angel's right. This cut ain't something you put on and take off on a whim, Tank. You remember Dragon, Prez of the Outlaw Sons? I remember him. In spite of the thick tension in the room, Angel's eye glints with pleasure at the memory of ending the man. His brother has my daughter, and my old lady. Old lady. I realize the words are true as soon as I say them. He's out for vengeance. He wants to destroy the Lords of Carnage. He took Ren and Katie because he wants me to betray the Lords. I rake a hand roughly through my hair. He wants me to help him take down the club. He'll kill... I choke on the word, eyes stinging. Clearing my throat, I try again. He'll kill them both if I don't help him do it. I finish. My words hang in the air. No one speaks. Beast and Angel look at each other, communicating silently. So you're leaving the club, why? Beast finally asks in a low voice. Because he's going to call me tomorrow, and once he tells me what he wants me to do, I'm afraid I'll do it, I try to say, but the words won't come out. I'm giving you a warning, I rasp instead. You have to unpatch me. Angel squares his shoulders. He takes a deep breath and lets it out. So you're saying you were leaving the club so you can't betray us? Yes. I clear my throat again. I'm leaving the club because my loyalty is in question. Angel narrows his eyes at me. The punch comes out of nowhere. Next thing I know, I'm on the ground. For the second time tonight, I've taken a hard hit to the jaw. Shaking my head to clear it, I look up. Angel is standing over me, flexing the fist that just laid me out. There's thunder in his eyes. You're a lord, Tank, he bites out. You don't betray us, goddammit, and we don't betray you. He grabs my cut off the table and tosses it at me. Now put this on, and let's get your family back. Angel calls Tweak to the clubhouse. I tell him everything I can about Dragon's brother, which is not very fucking much. I'll find him, Tweak tells us, looking across the mahogany table at Beast, Angel, and me. This is his actual brother, like blood-related. That's what I gather. I'll get what I can about him and the rest of the family, who he associates with, shit like that. You have a name? Nah, he didn't tell me. Tweak nods. No worries, I got this. You said he's going to call you tomorrow? Yeah. That gives me time. Go home and get some sleep. Tweak stands. We're going to deal with this. Angel and Beast stand as Tweak heads out the door of the chapel, presumably to his computer command center in the clubhouse. I'm going to get some shut-eye myself, Angel says. Beast nods. Yeah, good plan. Angel claps me on the back and gives me a long, penetrating look. Don't you go getting any ideas about going rogue and trying to take care of this by yourself. Best chance we have of getting your girl and your daughter back is if we do it as a club. I exhale and nod. I know he's right. Also, old lady? In spite of the tension, Angel gives me an amused smirk. That new? Yeah. Can't wait to meet her. Beast and Angel file out. I follow them and head out of the clubhouse toward my truck. Once I'm inside, I turn the engine on, but instead of pointing the vehicle toward my place, I head over to Katie's apartment. The door's unlocked when I get there. No sign of forced entry. She must have let them in. 'Cause she thought they were you. She was waiting for you to come back from the fight. I step inside. The studio looks almost like she and Ren will be back any minute. The lamp near the couch is on. The kitchenette light is still glowing. There are freshly washed dishes in the drying rack. Feeling sick, I notice Ren's little backpack sitting over by the screen that separates Katie's bed from the rest of the room. I walk around the screen. The bed covers are on the floor, along with Snoopy. There's a small, wren-sized indentation on the mattress. My St. Gerard medallion glints on the nightstand. That's what does it. That's what breaks me. I slump down on the bed. Fingers shaking, I reach for the medallion. The leather thong that Katie adjusted to fit Wren is too small to fit around my neck, so I put it in my pocket instead. I'll find you, Wren, I say to the empty room. I swear to God I'll save you. Then, my head in my hands, the flood of grief I've been holding back overtakes me. I snap awake to the sound of my cell phone. Eyes darting around the room, I realize I've slept for hours. The sun is already high in the sky. What? I bark into the receiver. The hated voice says, Sounds like you had a bad night, Tank. But I bet it's nothing compared to how bad your kid and your girlfriend's night was. Enough talk. My worry and pain come out as anger. Tell me what I need to do to get them back. I want, he answers, for you to get all the lords in one place together. The clubhouse. And then you're going to tell me when they're there. I let his words sink in. The meaning is clear. He wants to destroy all the lords all at once. And he wants me to make it easy for him. How the hell am I going to do that? That ain't my problem. It's yours. I'm not the prez. I don't have that kind of authority. You're going to have to figure it out. You got 2 days. He pauses. A lot can happen to your bitch and the kid in 2 days. It ain't going to be pleasant. If you make me wait longer, it's going to be even worse. Click. God damn it! I raise the phone high and barely stop myself from hurling it across the room. I spring to my feet, start pacing the room back and forth, wired with a fury I've never felt before in my life. My stomach rumbles, but there's no fucking way I can eat right now. I can't be in this apartment anymore. Not with Katie and Wren's absence filling every square inch of space. I have to leave. I will find them. I will save them. I will never, ever let anyone or anything touch them again. Katie's phone is on the charger in the kitchen. I check it, but it's locked, and no messages flash up on the screen. Her purse is on the counter, too, and her keys are in it. I fish the apartment key off the ring. I leave, locking the apartment door behind me, then stick the key in my pocket with Wren's medallion. Halfway to the clubhouse, my cell rings again. I brace myself for it to be the kidnapper, but it's Tweak. Got some intel for you, he says. I'm on my way to the clubhouse. You there? Yeah. See you in 5. When I get there, Tweak's in the kitchen pouring himself a mammoth mug of coffee. He looks like he hasn't slept at all. He rubs his eyes when he sees me and dumps about 1/8 of a cup of sugar into the mug. What you got for me? Dragon's brother goes by Demon, he tells me. He reaches into a drawer for a spoon and starts stirring. Real name is Howard, so hence the nickname. Yeah, I don't give a shit, I say impatiently. What else? I got some intel on Demon, who he hangs out with, where he spends his time. No recent legitimate employment. 2 stints in county, 3 charges of domestic assault on his record, 1 first-degree sexual assault, that's rape. 1 is felony domestic assault with strangulation. Jesus fuck, I breathe. Yeah. Tweak raises the mug to his mouth and takes a long drink, then grimaces. Shit, that's hot. Anyway, I got people looking into where he's been lately, and so far he's been pretty AWOL the last week or 2. His normal hangouts, no one's seen him around. Shit. Okay, what else? You have any other family than Dragon? We know where he lives. No leads on where he lives. 3 sisters, 2 older, 1 younger. From what I hear, they ain't in contact much, but we could go squeeze them for information. We only have 2 days, Tweak. What do you mean? Demon called me this morning. He's given me 2 days. If I don't give him what he wants by then, I trail off. Tweak nods slowly. Ah. Shit. Is that all we have? I start to pace again. The kitchen suddenly seeming the size of a closet. What else can we do? Where else can we check? I'll keep looking. There was one more thing, though. What? The family business. Apparently their dad, and their granddad before him, owned this junkyard, auto salvage place. The dad died last year. Can't tell whether the place is still open or whether it closed down. He frowns. Maybe worth sending someone out there to check things out. Have him pretend to be looking for a part or something. I start to bark out a response, but then the air goes out of my lungs. Mustang, I half whisper. What? Tweak cocks his head to look at me. Jesus Christ. Could Jess have been trying to give me a signal? A clue? She knew damn well that old car I was fixing up was a Charger, not a Mustang. A Charger which I was restoring little by little with parts I got from salvage yards. Holy shit, I marvel. I turn to Tweak. It's gotta be. What? What is it? His coffee sits on the counter, forgotten. I gotta get a hold of Angel, I tell him, pulling out my phone as my heart starts to pound. Don't go anyplace. I'm pretty sure he's about to call church.
25. Katie. Hours pass again. Hunger comes first, then thirst. Wren held out as long as she could while having to pee, even though I told her to go ahead. Eventually, she couldn't hold it any longer. Now there's a tiny puddle of urine in one corner. Every once in a while, the tang of it reaches my nose. It smells like fear. It smells like defeat. No one else has come down to check on us. I'm going through every story, song, and game I can think of to keep her occupied. We've sung B-I-N-G-O, row, row, row your boat, and even 99 bottles of beer on the wall, changing beer to Coke, until Wren got tired of it. While we've been singing, I've been trying to think of ways to save us. If our captors continue not to feed us or give us water, we only have a couple of days before things get really bad. I'll have to get us out of here before then. But there are at least 3 men, maybe more, and all of them are stronger than us. And the longer we wait, the weaker we'll be. I spent at least an hour looking around the room, feeling the walls and every nook and cranny for something I could break off and use as a weapon. Nothing. I thought about trying to break the window to use the glass as a blade, but I don't have anything to break it with. And anyway, the noise would have alerted them to what I was doing. With growing despair, I look down at my slip-on sneakers and feel a pang of angry regret. If only I was wearing shoes with laces, maybe I could have tied them together and figured out how to strangle one of the men. Maybe I could have done it quietly enough to surprise the next one and knee him in the groin, then gouge his eyes out or something. I've moved on from singing with Wren to telling her as many of the Aesop's fables I can remember, when, without warning, the deadbolt slides and the door opens. The man from the diner steps through. Behind him, I see a larger, Hulk-like figure in shadow. Has someone been guarding the door this whole time? Good news. Your boyfriend gives a shit whether you live or die, the man says, giving me the same sneering grin I remember too well. My stomach leaps. Tank knows we've been taken. Oh God, please help us, Tank. Next to me, Wren goes rigid with fear. She needs me to be brave and calm. What do you want with us? I ask, working to keep the fright out of my voice. You're bait, he says simply, with a shrug. What does that mean? What the hell's it matter to you? He counters. It ain't like it's gonna make a damn bit of difference to you either way. I try to ignore the voice of panic in my head that tells me it's true. Right now, I have no weapons and no options. I can't assume Tank will get to us in time to save us from whatever fate awaits. The only chance I have is to get this man to talk as long as possible and hope he'll let something slip that will help me figure out how to escape. I just can't figure out why a waitress at a diner who didn't like having your hands on her made you so mad you decided to kidnap her, I shoot back. You really think I give one solid shit about a frigid cunt like you? He hisses. I put my hand protectively around Wren's shoulders, resisting the impulse to cover her ears. It ain't you I was looking for. It's that piece of shit you're fucking. Could you please not use language like that around the child? I grit out through clenched teeth. But he just scoffs. You think that kid's sensitive fucking ears matter to me? Shit. That was a misstep. I want him to ignore Wren as much as possible. That's the best way to protect her. So, what do you want with Tank? I try again. I need him to do something for me. He needed some incentive. You're the incentive. A small flicker of hope ignites in my belly. So, if he does what you say, you'll let us go? For a moment, he just looks at me. Then, to my horror, he starts to laugh. It's a brutal, inhuman sound that shears through my nerves. I only manage not to scream because Wren is still clinging to me. The man comes a step closer to me. His eyes lock onto mine, and the expression of loathing in them makes my legs feel like water. The Lords of Carnage took everything from me, he rasps. Every fucking thing. And I won't stop until I've taken everything from them, starting with you. He looks down at Wren. And you. Don't touch her, I choke out, wrenching her roughly behind me. I mean the words to come out loud, forceful, but the fear constricts my throat. I sound weak, defenseless, and it terrifies me to hear myself. Adrenaline spikes through me like a hit, and my body begins to tremble as I start to imagine the unthinkable, the worst things he could do. Not to me, but to Wren. Wren, whose soft whimpers are turning to wails as she shudders against my leg. Wren, who's already known so much hardship in her young life. If we survive this, somehow, if we even manage to survive, how damaged will Wren be? I can't let anything happen to her. I can't. What do you want me to do? I cry desperately at the man standing over us. Shut that kid up, he growls. Squinting at her angrily, he raises his arm as though to backhand her. I pull Wren closer, try to quiet her. Shh, I murmur as she sobs into my waist. Shh, Wren, quiet now. I lift my head, steal my gaze with his. If you don't want her to cry, stop scaring her. I don't give a shit if she's scared. She'll be quiet, or I'll make her be quiet. My courage dies in my chest. I rock Wren against me, shush her again until her sobs are muffled hiccups. What are you here for? I challenge the man. If what you need is from Tank, not me. Oh, you have something I want, he hisses. His mouth curls into a leer. The same leer he gave me at the diner that day. And suddenly, I realize what's about to happen. You can't, I whisper. The fuck I can't. His chest rises and falls with what I thought was anger, but now realize is something else. Something even more sinister. You're gonna do what I say, he pants, reaching for his belt. You try anything funny, there's a guard outside this door who ain't as nice as I am. There's nothing I can do to prevent him from taking what he wants. And what's more, if I struggle, I know Wren. There's a chance she'll try to stop him, and I can't risk having him hurt her. I know what I have to do. Wren, I say softly. My trembling increases. I lift her chin gently and wait until she looks up at me, terrified. Go over into the far corner there, sweetheart. I nod toward it, and she follows me with her eyes. And turn so you're facing the wall. I want you to close your eyes and sing to yourself, okay? Tears start to stream down my face. I keep my voice as steady as I can. Sing the name game song, honey. Start with your name and then mine. Then your daddy's. Then Snoopy. Then anyone else you can think of. Don't open your eyes and don't stop singing, okay? No matter what. No, Wren moans softly, her eyes pleading with me. Shh, do it, honey. You do what I say and everything will be all right, I promise. Wren starts to cry again softly, but she obeys. Letting go of me, she goes to the corner, squeezes her eyes shut, and starts to sing-cry the familiar melody in a tiny, halting voice. I wrench my gaze from the little girl and turn to face my captor. I'm silent as he pulls off his belt. "Take those pants off," he orders. Pushing down my rising panic, I do as he says. He tells me to put my wrists together, then ties the belt tightly around them. "Turn around and spread your legs." My gut wrenches, but I command myself to be strong for Wren. I turn, spread, and brace myself against the wall with my bound wrists. Then I close my eyes, breathe, and wait for the inevitable. As he puts his rough hands on my hips and starts to pull me toward him, there's sudden shouting from somewhere far away, outside. A fist pounds on the door, twice. "Demon!" "Shit!" the man hisses. He lets go of me. The door opens, and before I know what's happened, he rushes out of the room. The deadbolt slides shut behind him. There are more shouts as their footsteps hurry away. "Wren!" I cry as I struggle with the belt around my wrists. I manage to loosen it and pull on my pants quickly. I have a weapon, I think jubilantly. Wren runs to me. I kneel down and wrap her in a fierce hug. "You did so good, baby," I whisper in her ear. "I just need you to be strong for a little while longer, okay?" "What's happening? Is Daddy coming to save us?" "I hope so, baby. And if not," I promise to her, "we'll save ourselves." I wrap the belt around my wrist and hand, keeping the buckle end hanging loose at the ends. I wind up, tell Wren to stand back, and bash the window with the buckle as hard as I can. Once, twice. On the fourth try, it breaks. "Help!" I scream. Behind me, I hear Wren start to yell too. "Help! We're here! Help!"
26. Tank. When Tweak and I have told Angel everything we know, he directs Beast to get all the lords to immediately vacate the clubhouse. "Make sure everyone knows to stay the hell away from here until further orders," he commands. Then he assembles a team of us to go check out the salvage yard. The address Tweak found for the place is out in the country, on a flat, desolate patch of land that looks like it hasn't had a blade of grass on it in years. In a nondescript car, Stryker and Ghost drive up to the chain-link fence that surrounds the gate, which was closed but not locked when we drove by on the recon. Ghost and Strike are both wired up, so anything that happens, the rest of us will be able to hear it. I can visualize them, both in faded ball caps and faded flannel shirts that cover the pieces strapped to their bodies. I can't risk going up there myself and being recognized, not until we have some sense of whether Wren and Katie are in there. So I just sit there in my truck with Beast in the passenger seat and wait, fucking praying that no one in there will recognize my brothers as lords. If they do, this is going to go to shit real bad, real fast. From where the rest of us are waiting, just over a small hill, we can't see Stryker and Ghost get out of the car. Beast and I sit completely silent, listening through our earpieces. "Park the car," Stryker murmurs. "Ghost just opened the gate, and we're heading in." "And there it is," Ghost continues. "We got eyes on an old fucker who spotted us. He's coming over. Stand by." From far away I hear a voice calling, but I can't make out what it says. "You open?" Stryker calls back. "We need some body parts for a Jeep Cherokee." More from the other voice. "You sure? We could use some help," Ghost adds. "We're closed," I finally hear. "Oh, it won't take but a minute." Stryker turns on the good old boy charm, the same shit he tends to use with the ladies. We drove all the way out here. We'll pay you good money if you got the parts we need. Look, I just moved back to town about 6 months ago. My daddy used to be a customer here. He said y'all were the place to go. You might remember him, Bill Morrissey? Wouldn't have been me, a craggy voice replies. My brother used to own this place. He ain't with us anymore. Oh, sorry to hear that, Stryker replies somberly. So, look, you're the only salvage yard around here as far as I can tell. Can you help us out? Alls I need's a front fender and a driver's side seat for a 2000 Cherokee. If you don't know whether you got it in inventory, just let me look around for a while. I'll pay top dollar. The old dude starts to make hemming and hawing noises, and for a second I think he's going to let Ghost and Strike look around. But then there's the sound of something slamming, and another angrier voice yelling from a distance. Fuck you doing here? We're closed. Hey there, Stryker calls back easily. No harm, no foul. We're just asking your buddy here whether maybe we could make an exception for us. Let us get the fuck out of here, the other voice shouts, coming closer. You gonna make me say that shit again? Ain't no need to get hostile, Ghost barks back. You're trespassing on private property. You need to get gone in 30 seconds. Otherwise, Smith and Wesson are gonna escort you out. You fucking hear me? All right, Stryker says with an edge to his words. Ain't no need for this to get heated. Look, before we go, could you tell us... Holy, what's that? My body tenses. Holy shit, Ghost mutters. Hammer is the code word. Move, Angel's shout blasts through my earpiece. I turn the key and slam my car into drive. Flying over the hill toward the junkyard, I see 2 other vehicles coming from the other direction. As we descend on the compound, we hear the sounds of a struggle. I slam on the brakes in front of the gate, and Beast and I fly out of the cab, 6 lords behind us. Please let them be there. Anything else is too fucking horrific to contemplate. Because if Ghost is wrong, if Katie and Wren aren't here, then we've just alerted Demon and his men that I haven't turned on the lords. And given them time to kill my girls. My legs pump as I run through the gate and into the yard. Familiar smells of motor oil, rusted metal, and dirt assault my nostrils. Ahead, the old man is on the ground, motionless. Stryker's got another man with a badly scarred face by the throat against a rusted-out Ford pickup, punching him in the face as blood runs down the man's neck. Ghost is starting toward a low, flat cement building, his Glock drawn. Ghost! I yell as I run toward him. What? But the boom of a long gun cuts off my words. I drop to the ground and roll behind a barrel. Ghost! I shout again, now alarmed he's been hit but unable to see him. Here, he calls back. She's in there. She broke a window or something. I heard her yelling. Holy fuck. I peer around the barrel toward the building. Ghost isn't in sight, but Beast and Angel are moving around the side toward the front, guns out and at the ready. I give the barrel a slight tap and realize it's empty. Pushing it forward a foot or so, I start to move slowly toward the front entrance. Just as I expected, another shot rings out, hitting the barrel solidly and ringing it like a fucked-up church bell. I move it again and brace for the impact of the next shot. That's when I hear it, the weak but unmistakable sound of Katie's voice, calling for help. The next shot of the long gun is square enough that it blasts the barrel back into me. Brown, oily water hits me in the face as I try to push the barrel upright and keep it between me and the shooter. A third blast hits me full force, knocking me to the ground, barrel on top of me. Exposed, I shove it away and pull out my gun as I scramble for the nearest cover of a rusted forklift. The next blast comes, but it's not from a long gun, and it's not at me. Got him, Angel shouts. Going in. Still crouching low, I shift course and run toward the entrance. Their footfalls tell me Ghost and Stryker are right behind me. Inside, a small business office, what looks like a Smith & Wesson AR-10 is lying on the ground beside the body of a man whose chest is an open lake of blood, bone, and organs. It's Demon. I know it. He's staring up at me, not dead yet, but not far off. His face is contorted with pain, his throat gurgling with something that might be a scream if he could manage it. When he locks eyes with me, his lips start to move. Bizarrely, his shaking right hand starts to claw convulsively at the front pocket of his jeans. For a moment, I'm so consumed with loathing that it paralyzes me. A thump and a high-pitched shout from somewhere below us snaps me back to attention. Katie, I yell. There's a basement, Beast calls from somewhere deeper inside the building. Sounds like they're down there. I head toward his voice. Beast is in the next room, pointing his gun at another man who's kneeling in the dust. He nods toward a stairwell. Without a word, I fly down the stairs as Angel shouts my name, not checking if there's anyone waiting to ambush me. A loud blast behind me tells me the man kneeling in the dust isn't kneeling anymore. Down in the basement, I spy a heavy door with a large sliding bolt on the outside. I grab the bolt and slide it back. The handle is locked too, but it's old and not very sturdy. Grabbing the first thing I can see, an old carburetor sitting on a shelf, I raise it up and bring it down hard on the knob. Once. Twice. When it breaks, I yank the entire housing out, then fling open the door. Katie is standing on the other side, looking wild-eyed and savage. She's shirtless, wearing only a bra and jeans. She's in a defensive crouch, holding something sharp and gleaming, ready for battle. It takes me only a second to realize that the sharp thing is a large shard of glass, and that she's wrapped her shirt around it as a handle. Next to her, Ren stands white-faced and terrified. She's holding a belt wrapped around one little fist, the buckle hanging loose and ready to strike. Katie's eyes meet mine. The tension in her body seems to abandon her all at once. Dropping the makeshift glass knife, her knees give out, and she starts to crumple to the ground as I rush toward her and take her into my arms. Ren, I choke out as I reach for my little girl. Katie, oh, thank Christ. Katie starts to shake. She buries her face in my shoulder as she reaches to squeeze Ren tight against us both. Tank, she whispers as she begins to sob. It's okay, Ren. Daddy's here. The three of us stay like that for who knows how long, the two of them crying and me shaking like a goddamn leaf with relief. I hear footsteps, and then Beast's voice. Tank, all clear. As soon as his words hit home, I can't stand the thought of my two girls being in this basement for one more goddamn second. I lift Ren into my arms, stand, and offer a hand to Katie. Come on, babe, I whisper. Let's get out of here. Katie stops crying. She nods, then looks down at herself, realizing she's almost naked from the waist up. She must be freezing. Mechanically, she bends down and unwraps her shirt from the shard of glass. She pulls it on, and then looks over toward a small pile of fabric lying on the floor close to the wall. She bends down and shakily picks it up. It's a hoodie. She pulls on over her head. I watch the whole thing, letting her do it. I think she might be in shock. Gently, I put my arm around Katie's shoulders. We leave the basement, and I have her go in front of me, following Beast up the stairs. When we get into the office, I hear him murmur something at Katie. He steps between her and Demon's body, so she won't have to look at him. I put my hand on Ren's head and make sure her face is buried in my chest. As I pass by, I notice Demon is definitely dead now. Looks like he managed to get something out of his pocket before he died. It's a phone, and it's lying in his palm beside him now, the screen smeared with blood. Outside, the bodies of the old man and the guy with the scar are still on the ground. Strike, I say, sounding raw and unsteady. Yeah, Tank, I'm here. Take Ren to my truck for me, okay? Stay there with her until I get there. Ren whimpers a little when I hand her to him, but Striker's soothing voice quiets her. He cradles her in his arms and turns to walk down the gravel drive toward the road when I remember something. Strike, hold up. Confused, he swivels back toward me. I step toward them and reach into my pocket. I brought this back to you, sweetheart, I say to Ren, and place the St. Gerard medallion around her neck. Now you're safe again. I kiss my daughter on the forehead and let Stryker take her back to the truck. Then I turn to Beast and Katie. I'll take it from here, I tell Beast. He nods and follows Stryker. It's over, babe, I say huskily. It's all over, I promise. With a muffled cry, she flings herself into my arms. Oh, God, Tank, she starts to weep. Ren, she almost saw something
bad.
What happened? I ask, feeling my stomach drop to my feet. Did he?
No.
She cuts me off with a frantic shake of her head.
But he would have.
Her voice breaks.
If you hadn't come when you did, he was about to. And I couldn't have done anything to stop him. I was so afraid that after me, he'd do the same to Ren.
She shakes her head again, unable to say more. I pull her close. Shh, babe. It didn't happen. Nothing happened. It's okay. I rock her, squeezing her tightly against me. Neither of us says anything more. We just hold each other. Then, when she's ready, we walk together out to the truck. I know in the days that follow, Katie will think I saved her. She'll think that what happened is that I rode in here with my brothers and got her and my little girl out of danger. That's how the story will play out in her head over the years when she looks back on this day. But that's not how I'll remember it. I'll remember Katie in that basement, ready to defend my little girl to the death. I'll remember how fierce the two of them looked, even in the face of their fear. But most of all, I'll remember that this was the moment when I realized I couldn't live without either of them in my life. 27. Tank.
Uncle Stryker.
Hey, Bird. Ren bolts for Stryker as soon as her feet hit the pavement of the clubhouse parking lot. He reaches down and lifts my daughter into his arms. How are you, kiddo?
Good,
she chirps.
We got hot dogs.
That's amazing, Stryker marvels. You must like hot dogs a lot.
Uh-huh,
she nods happily.
And chips.
Next to me, Katie gives me a look of quiet relief as we lift out bags of food and drink from the back of the truck. Neither of us can believe how quick Ran has bounced back from the ordeal of a few weeks ago. We were both worried she'd regress and stop talking again, or start wetting the bed at night. But neither one of those things has happened. She's been extra clingy with both of us, sure. And she insists on wearing my St. Gerard medal everywhere, even to bed, and even to take her baths. But that's about it, except for a couple of nightmares the first week. Katie has suggested taking her to therapy anyway. She says Ran might have more to process than the kidnapping. Stuff we might not even know about. And she's probably right. But for now, we're just going to wait and see. One thing Katie has insisted on, we're never doing the name game song with Ren again. She told me about how she used it to try to distract Ren down in the basement when things were looking bad. So that song is out of the rotation. And we agreed we're not going to call her Rennie anymore, at least not for a while, just in case. Stryker swings Ren around in his arms for a little longer, even tossing her up in the air a few times as she squeals in delight. He lets her down, and she runs off to join the other Lords of Carnage kids her age. Last week they had a play date where she met Olivia, Alex and Gunner's 4-year-old daughter, and Landon and Logan, Brick and Sydney's twins of the same age. That was Katie's idea. She figured it would help Ren not be so overwhelmed by the dozen or so kids here today. Ren's looking right at home, Stryker observes with a grin as he greets us. She's still doing okay. Far as we know, I say. Reflexively, I reach down and adjust the pop bead bracelet Ren made for me. Ren informed me that the bracelet would protect me from bad guys, and insisted I had to wear it everywhere. I look down now at the multicolored beads and let out a soft snort of laughter. This thing looks fucking ridiculous on me, and my club brothers are already giving me endless amounts of shit for it. But fuck it. If a kid's love ain't a force field of protection, I don't know what is. Hey, Rainbow Bright! Jules' 19-year-old brother Jude greets me, right on cue. You should get someone to glitter up your cut to match that bracelet. You want to stay a prospect for the rest of your life, you keep that shit up, I bark back in warning, pulling out a dum-dum sucker and pointing it at him. But Jude just fucking laughs, the prick. I make a mental note to send him over to my house at the first snowfall and have him shovel my driveway and sidewalks. With Ren's sandbox shovel. Just then, Angel's old lady Jewel comes out of the front door of the clubhouse, their newborn daughter Faith in her arms.
Hey everyone, Just to let you know, there's a box inside by the bar where you can put cards and gifts for Eden. Alex told me she's not feeling great today, so she might show up later. But either way, let's be as generous as we can.
Besides being a barbecue, the party today is also a fundraiser for Eden to help her with expenses and stuff, since she's on her own now. Originally, we were going to do it at Christmas, but it seemed too fucking soon for a celebration. So all the lords just celebrated the holiday with their families instead. I've only seen Eden and her sister Alex once since Lugnut died. She's lost some weight, which isn't great since she's pregnant. And she doesn't look like she's been sleeping much. But Gunnar says she's coping. She's been staying at their house a lot since it happened, so she doesn't have to be alone.
Jewel is really great,
Katie murmurs, a slight smile playing on her lips. She's a good matriarch for the club, I observe. Turning, Katie stares at me, widening her eyes. What? I shoot back. You think a biker can't know big words? I read. Katie shakes her head in amazement, letting out a low whistle.
You're full of surprises, Tank Berrigan.
The mood among the crowd goes quiet as Angel takes the floor from Jewel. He says a few words about Lugnut and how the club will mourn his loss forever. He tells a few stories about our fallen brother, a couple that make us laugh, and one that has Katie sniffing and wiping her eyes, even though she never met him. When Angel finishes, a chorus of cheers to Lugnut echoes through the crowd. I sneak a look at Katie, wondering what's going through her head right now. The old ladies all suffer together when one of their men is hurt or worse. It's a risk they all take on when getting with a member of an MC. But knowing it could happen doesn't make it any easier when it does. Katie's been staying at my place since the incident at the salvage yard. We haven't talked about it much, other than worrying about Ren. Katie doesn't seem to want to talk about herself. She's doing okay, but she's still pretty fragile, so I've been giving her some time to heal. One other thing we haven't spoken about is whatever happened to Jess. She wasn't anywhere to be found when the lords searched the yard after they disposed of the bodies of Demon and his clan. And she hasn't gotten in touch with me about Ren, which is a fucking relief, because after everything that's happened, there's no way in hell I would ever give my daughter back to her. Sometimes, late at night, I still find myself wondering whether Jess gave me the clue about the salvage yard on purpose. And if so, why? But I don't think I'll ever know. Katie's voice breaks into my thoughts.
Hey, I'm going to take the pasta salad and the buns and stuff inside to get it all ready,
She says.
Can you take the meat out to the grill and keep an eye on Ren until I come back out?
Will do. I watch her head into the clubhouse, admiring her ass and thinking about all the bedroom acrobatics I plan to get up to with her later. I carry the hot dogs and hamburger out to the grill, where Angel and some of the other men are gathered around, nursing their beers. Hey, brother, nice bling. Thorne greets me. Yeah, Jude already got to me today, I grouse. Tank, Bullet calls to me. I turn and he tosses me a beer. Thanks. For a few seconds, no one says much. The only sounds are the screams and laughter of kids playing a few yards away. Somber fucking day, Beast finally says. Yeah, Gunnar agrees. It ain't easy being here without Lug. This is the first time all of us lords have been together at the clubhouse compound since the salvage yard thing. Angel had us stay away while some of the men did a full perimeter sweep and turned the clubhouse upside down, looking for any evidence of tampering. That's when we found the explosives planted at strategic places around the foundation and at the exits. Explosives that were set to be triggered by a remote detonator. Turns out that was why Demon was reaching for his phone when he died. He was seconds away from blowing up the clubhouse. How his crew got the explosives in place is another fucking matter, but we'll get to the bottom of it. I have no doubt about that. I look around the circle of my club brothers and realize how much it's cost us to be involved in the drug trade over the years. Sure, we've made a lot of money off it, but we've had casualties too. And near casualties as well. Hell, Eden used to be a heroin addict before the club rescued her, and Gunnar's ma helped her detox. Hale and Bullet's lives have been touched by drugs too. Shit, even Angel and Jewel have, with Jude's run-in with that goddamn neo-Nazi gang. And then there's my daughter's birth mother, who sold us all down the goddamn river for a nose full of dope. We've lost our way, I find myself saying. What? Angel asks. We've lost our way. We want our freedom, but we're slaves to the drug trade. The target's on our backs. That's what they're from. I open the beer and take a drink to wash away the sourness in my mouth. Freedom ain't this shit. No one says anything at first. I don't expect them to. I'm not the president, and this ain't church. It's a risk I'm taking, speaking up against the club's business. Our president before Angel, Rock Anthony, would have chewed my ass for speaking my mind off the cuff like this. But Angel ain't Rock Anthony. You got more to say, Angel growls, narrowing his eyes at me. We spend all our time defending our territory from rival clubs that want to bring the same shit into our town that we're trying to keep out of it. I shake my head. Then what are we doing? Bringing that shit elsewhere, selling it to other places, and trying to keep the law off our backs to boot. The cops do a piss-poor job of keeping shit out of Tanner Springs because they don't have the manpower. So we gotta do that, and keep our own shit away from town, even while other clubs are looking to take our turf away from us. It's a never-ending fucking cycle. I blow out a frustrated breath. I want a future for me and my family. This, I shrug, doesn't feel like a future. It feels like a fucking holding pattern. You saying we should get out completely? Beast's tone is flat. I don't know how to take it. But fuck it. In for a penny, in for a goddamn pound. The hard drugs? I pause. Yeah, I think we should. What about the rest of it? Guns, weed? I shrug. Maybe we pull back from the drugs first, I say, thinking out loud. Use the profits to start buying more legit businesses. Shit we can grow out in the open. Build on. No one else is saying anything, but around the circle I see a nod or two. This is a lot to drop, Tank. Ghost squints at me. Yeah, just talking out my ass, I guess. I've been thinking about it, though. Hale clears his throat. Tank's got a point. Alex wants to try for another kid, Gunner admits. But since Lugnut got killed, she says she doesn't want to bring another baby into the world who might grow up without a father. Okay, Angel growls. This ain't the time or place to be making decisions about the club's future. He glances at Beast, who gives him a single nod. But let's bring it up in church. Hear what the rest of the men have to say. Driving home from the clubhouse later, I keep thinking about the past and the future. About building a future. Which, until a little girl got left on my doorstep and I met a fiery-tempered waitress with a saucy mouth, I never much even considered before. I glance over at Katie in the passenger seat. She must sense my eyes on her, because she turns and gives me that beautiful smile of hers. She reaches for my hand, and I take hers and give it a squeeze.
Hey,
she murmurs.
By the way, I started painting again.
At your apartment? I ask, surprised.
Yeah. I went over there to grab some clean clothes and, well...
She gives me a small, embarrassed shrug.
I guess I just was in the mood.
We haven't talked about Katie moving in with me all the way, though I've been planning to ask her. If she's painting again, we're going to need to figure out a place for her to do that. Maybe I can build her a separate artist studio in the backyard, with lots of light and space, and a view of Wren's swing set. Can't wait to see what you're working on, I say, giving her a grin.
You'll have to,
she winks back.
No peeking until it's finished.
Wren is zonked out by the time we get home, so I carry her inside and put her to bed. Katie puts the leftovers from the cookout in the fridge. When I come out to the living room, Katie is sitting on the couch with a glass of water, looking tired and lost in thought. I grab a beer from the kitchen and come sit down beside her. Give me your feet.
What?
Feet, I order. You've been on them all day. They deserve a massage.
Not sure what I've done to deserve this,
she murmurs, but she does what I say. She sits back and closes her eyes, letting out little whimpers of pleasure as I work on her.
Oh my God. That's almost as good as sex,
she groans.
That feels so good.
Consider it foreplay, I rumble.
You promise?
She retorts, opening one eye. I let out a laugh. You were great today, I tell her, switching feet. You fit right in with the old ladies.
It was nice to see Wren so happy.
She yawns. You really love her, don't you? I ask. I know the answer is yes. But what I don't expect is the way her lip trembles at the question.
Yes,
she whispers.
I do.
Katie, what's wrong?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
She shakes her head and sits up, wiping her eyes.
Long day, I guess. It's never very far from my thoughts, you know? That poor little girl in that horrible basement. How scared she was, and how I couldn't do anything to protect her.
I know Katie still holds so much guilt from her past, from how her little sister died, to losing her own baby through miscarriage. But it's only now, sitting here with her, that I put two and two together. She doesn't see that she was doing everything she could to save Wren. She thinks she was about to fail her. Stop that, I say, a little too harshly. Katie looks up at me, and I curse under my breath. Sorry, I didn't mean to bark at you. But Katie, you did protect her. I've no doubt that you would have done whatever it took to save her from Demon.
I don't know what I could have done,
she whispers. You would have thought of something, I tell her. I know you would have. Katie, you're more of a mother to Wren than the mother she was born to. You know that, don't you? She stares down at her hands. Biology be damned, you're the best mother Wren could ever have. Biology in this case don't mean shit. It's about love. And I know you love that little girl more than anything. Don't you? I say again, more fiercely this time. I need her to admit this to herself. Katie sucks in a ragged breath.
Yes.
It's not about blood. It's about love. Hell, at this point, I don't even care whether Wren is related to me. I'm her father. She's mine. I jab my thumb into my chest. And she's yours, too. Mothers, real mothers, protect their kids no matter what. That's what you do. That's who you are to Wren. She needs you. I pause. And I need you. Maybe more than she does. Katie swallows. And before you start trying to tell me how you failed Wren again, I interrupt her, which is bullshit, by the way. I'm talking about me now. I need you, Katie. And it's not just because you don't put up with my bullshit, or because you know how to put me in my place when I need to hear a hard truth, or because you're smart and sassy, and you look fucking hotter than sin in a pair of jeans, and even better out of them. She lets out a weak laugh, but she's listening, thank God. So I keep going. I pour it all out. Like it's my last day on earth and she needs to know everything I'd want to tell her before I died. I'm not a praying man, I continue. And I can't say I've ever believed in fate. But every time I think about walking into the downtown diner that day with Wren, something twists in my gut. And I think it's gratitude. Gratitude that someone or something put me on that path to you that day. You pissed me right the hell off with your attitude. You know that? I chuckle. But it was something else that was making me mad, too. I think something deep down inside me was telling me, even that first day, that you were it for me. But I didn't want to admit it to myself.
You were a plain jackass that day,
Katie chuckles, the clouds in her eyes clearing.
But you were sexy as hell, too. I hated that I was attracted to you.
I could feel the heat between us. I knew you could, too. If I hadn't had Wren with me, I probably would have made a play for you.
And I probably would have turned you down. on the principle that you were too cocky for me to give you what you wanted, no matter how much I wanted it too.
You're stubborn, all right. I shift closer to Katie, and then she's in my arms. Katie, I need you in my life. For me. I don't fucking feel complete without you anymore. Plus this whole fatherhood thing. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'll fuck it up. I need you to help me figure this thing out. Her face darkens at the mention of Ren.
What if Jess comes back for her?
She whispers. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But the fact is, Ren needs you. We need you. You're part of us both. I take a deep breath. We're not a family without you. Katie's mouth finds mine. We lose ourselves in the moment, and soon our bodies take over the conversation.
Tank,
Katie moans as my hand slips between her thighs.
take me to bed.
She doesn't have to ask me twice. I take her to the bedroom, our bedroom, and flip the lock on the door. You're it for me. You know that? I groan as I slide my length inside her.
Tank,
She gasps.
oh my God. How is this always so good?
It only gets better, babe. With you, it only gets better. I fuck her hard and deep, just like she likes it. Her arms brace her against the headboard, and I tease her clit with my thumb until she arches her back and convulses around my cock. I come with my tongue in her mouth and her legs flung over my shoulders, buried so deep inside her I forget every name in the world except hers. And that's how it starts. Our official life together. Me fucking the love of my life until we pass out in each other's arms. Our daughter, safe and sound, sleeping in the next room. In the shadow of everything each of us has lost in our lives. Somehow we all made it through to the other side, with each other. Together, we gained a family.
Epilogue. Katie. Coming through, Tank says, as he hefts the large canvas down the hallway of the Valley View retirement home. The painting isn't heavy, but it's cumbersome, and he has to dodge people using walkers and in wheelchairs as he goes. A few curious residents peer at it, trying to see the painting itself, but it's been carefully wrapped in butcher paper so it won't get damaged on the way to its new home. Next to me, Ren carries a smaller one, 8 by 10 inches. She hefts it proudly, seriously, like the aspiring painter I think she might just be. When I told Ren what I was painting and who I was painting it for, she got so excited she couldn't wait to do one too. So I gave her the exact same charge that Daniel gave me months ago. Paint me a picture of your happiness. When Uncle Daniel asked me to do this for him, I couldn't figure out what that vision of happiness looked like. Or maybe I did know, but I didn't want to admit to myself how much I wanted it. But now I can. Uncle Daniel's door is cracked open, just as it usually is when he knows I'm coming for a visit. I do my standard knock, then push inside, holding the door open so that Tank can maneuver the large canvas. He sets it down against a wall and then straightens, preparing to meet the only remaining relative I have who feels like family to me. Tank Berrigan, nice to meet you, Tank says, holding his large hand out to shake Daniel's frail one. I hold my breath for a second, just a tiny bit afraid that Tank will shake too hard. Daniel introduces himself as Katie's favorite uncle, which would be true even if he wasn't my only one. Tank lifts Ren up to give Daniel a kiss on the cheek, but she squirms out of his grasp as soon as she can, obviously more interested in something else. She shoves her own painting into my hands and runs toward the bookshelf where her origami crane still sits. "My bird is here," she cries. Daniel tells her she can play with it as long as she's careful. "So, you're the man who stole my favorite girl's heart." Daniel chuckles, turning back to Tank. Not quite what I expected, to be honest. Now it's Tank's turn to laugh. You weren't looking for Katie to hook up with a long-haired biker? He asks. No, Daniel admits. But no judgment, I assure you. The heart wants what it wants. Believe me, I know that. All I care is that you make her happy. He does, I chime in, smiling at Tank as he wraps an arm tight around me. It's my main mission in life, Tank tells him. I can't have her getting tired of me after all. Uncle Daniel and I sit down at his table by the window while Tank gets to work hanging the 2 paintings on the wall where Daniel wants them. As it turns out, Ren and I ended up painting remarkably similar subjects. I wouldn't say our artistic styles are the same, but apparently our ideas of happiness are. My larger canvas is done in acrylics and features Ren herself, front and center, laughing as she dances toward the viewer. Behind her on either side, Tank and I stand, hand in hand. Ren's is a watercolor. It's a house with herself, Tank, and me standing in the front yard. Oh, and Snoopy. Not the stuffed animal Snoopy, but our 120-pound black Newfoundland hound. How a giant dog like him ended up in our lives is a story in itself, but the short version is Tank wanted Ren to have a dog for protection and companionship. The fact that he weighs more than 3 of Ren notwithstanding, he's already become her very best friend in the world. Just as in real life, the Snoopy in the painting stands right beside her, faithful and devoted as ever. Lovely. Daniel smiles as Tank finishes hanging the larger canvas. Just lovely. And I don't just mean the painting. I'm happy for you, Katie. I can tell this is what you want. Just then, there's another knock on Daniel's door. We all look over as a man a little younger than Daniel, obviously a resident, pokes his head in the door. Danny, here's that book you... Oh! The man breaks off abruptly when he sees Daniel isn't alone. I'm so sorry, he says, reddening. He's holding a book, the cover of which he suddenly seems to want to hide. He's well dressed with white hair and a nicely trimmed beard. This is Trey, Daniel tells us without getting up. Trey, I'll come by and get that book from you a little later, okay? Yes, sure. Sorry to bother. Trey backs up and slips out the door, closing it behind him. I turn back to Daniel. Trey's a new resident, Daniel says, reddening. He's lending me a book he told me about. I have no idea why Daniel seems so nervous all of a sudden. Unless... How's that? Tank asks. He's finished hanging Ren's painting. Daniel declares it's perfect. Exactly how I was hoping it would look, he declares. Thank you, Tank, and thank you, Katie and Ren, for being such wonderful artists. You're welcome, sings Ren. Speaking of which, I say, I need to stop by Rose's office and finalize a few details about the class. Tell you what, I'll run down and do that real quick. Tank, can you and Ren keep Daniel company until I get back? Sounds like a plan. I've decided to take the nursing home manager up on her offer to have me teach a painting class for seniors. Rose has warned me twice now that she can't pay much, but I don't mind. I'm actually looking forward to it. It's teaching something that I love and hopefully making some people's days a little brighter. And who knows? Maybe if I do well enough, I can start teaching art classes at other nursing homes. Or maybe community ed or something else. All I know is it's a beginning. And sometimes beginnings lead you to places you never even knew existed. When I come back from talking to Rose, the 3 of us stay to chat with Daniel for a little while longer. Eventually, I look at the clock and tell Tank it's time to go. We're dropping Ren off for a play date at Alex and Gunner's, and then we've got an appointment to see a lawyer. I'm finally going to have divorce papers drawn up and sent to my ex. And Tank and I want to find out how solid his custody rights are to Ren, and what it would take for me to eventually try to adopt her. Daniel kisses me, hugs Ren, and shakes Tank's hand. Then, the 3 of us leave the nursing home together. Ren runs in front of us and waves goodbye to all the residents as she passes, as we bring up the rear, laughing at her and holding hands. just like in the painting. This concludes Tank by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Troy Duran and Jillian Macy. Copyright 2020 by Daphne Loveling. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Daphne Loveling and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.